Chapter 151. How confident are you in dealing with your mother? Soon. Suchin arrived at the new base. There are furniture and game cabins, etc. Of course, someone will help arrange them. Suchin was also idle, and summoned Brother Uag and others. Also, it is now possible to summon the Night Messenger, who has signed a contract. The image of Dark Knight looks closer to a human from a distance. But if you look closely, there are still many details that are different from humans. Yume looked closely, and saw that it was not human. The small wings and tail on its back were difficult to hide. But these two can be covered up by cosplay, and the like. The chicken brother is difficult to hide, because the chicken brother has wings and claws. And the texture is completely different from that of a doll. Tang Feng originally brought Lin Yan out to greet Suchin. When they saw the strange characters around Suchin, they were both stunned. They are all their own people. Suchin casually said something to Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded. He remembered Bing Feng's words, and should not be curious about things he shouldn't ask. So it calmed down. Lin Yan said nothing. But when she saw Yume, she quietly took a half step back. Obviously, she has not escaped from the shadow of Yumi's ferocious appearance that day. Moreover, Chicken Brother and Dark Knight are even more bizarre and scary at first glance. Suchin also took everyone around the new base. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Along the way, the employees at work all said hello to Suchin. It was the first time for many of them to meet Suchin. But they had all seen Suchin's photos. Bing Feng hasn't gotten off work yet. And now Tang Feng is the highest ranking escort. These are quite impressive. Suchin saw that the orchard and the breeding ground were all in order. And Suchin couldn't help but nodded. There happens to be a village near us. And these things are already made directly from the village. Tang Feng replied immediately. You're not embarrassing my fellow countrymen. Are you? Suchin asked expressionlessly. Most of these people are scum and gangsters. And if they show their true nature, they are likely to cause some trouble. No. The budget is fully allocated. And Bing Feng has repeatedly asked him to behave accordingly. Tang Feng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That'll do. Suchin nodded. Through the power of the soul, one can feel that the other person is not lying. And if they dare to lie to him, he will naturally punish them without having to use the soul chain himself. At this time, Yume picked up 2 apples from nowhere. Lord, do you want to eat? Yume looked straight at Suchin with her big eyes. After being together for such a long time, Yume is no longer as timid as before. And she is even shy when speaking. After getting acquainted with each other, Yume is now quite intimate with Suchin. No, Yume can eat it herself. Suchin touched Yume's hair. Yume's wings flapped and her tail swayed. But it didn't seem like it was because of nervousness before, but because of happiness. You can also move around freely. But don't leave this mountain. Suchin looked at Brother Ji and Yi. The subordinates also want to understand this new world. And Yi nodded slightly. Goo 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 goo. Brother Chicken also jumped up excitedly. They are all my people. They can't beat you. So don't scare them. Suchin said to everyone including Yume. The summoning spirits happily agreed and started wandering around the mountain. Especially for Yume, who is a foodie. There are many orchards and farms in the whole mountain. It seems that the eagle will make another plunder after escaping from the small mouth. There is no prohibition against Suchin. Anyway, he has no intention of making money by opening these orchards. These are just hidden businesses and can be replenished at any time. After sending away Yume and the others, Suchin took Tang Feng and Lin Yan directly to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Suchin chose a place for a long time. At this time, he took out the statue of the Sound Witch. Mr. Su, what is this? Tang Feng asked curiously. The main reason why I brought Tang Feng here is because Tang Feng is now the general controller of the agency. And he is usually responsible for controlling these agency devices. I have written down its functions and usage methods. You can study it yourself. Suchin handed Tang Feng a note. Tang Feng glanced at the description on the note and was shocked. The method of use is not difficult. His focus is not on the method of use. The key is the effect of the description. This looks a bit like the method of the demonic sound sect. But the killing method is more ferocious. And it also contains so many magic methods of heaven and earth. Tang Feng said with some surprise. As for the effect of the description, Tang Feng had no doubts at all. Their fate was in Suchin's hands. Suchin didn't need to fool them at all. It was simply unnecessary. In this way, in order to give you a more intuitive understanding, you can feel it for yourself. Suchin walked to the statue of the witch. Mr. Su, This is not necessary. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Tang Feng said quickly. But he spoke slowly. Su Chen had already targeted them both and activated the witch statue. Voice of confusion. This is a passive effect. It only confuses and affects attributes, and does no harm. As for unrhythmic sound, Su Chen didn't activate it, fearing that they wouldn't be able to handle it. There is a strange voice in my head, which feels so tortured. Tang Feng quickly covered his ears. But it was still useless to cover my ears. And those voices continued to think. Tang Feng changed his mind, and tried to use his true energy to seal his perception. But when he mobilized his Jinqi, he found that all the Jinqi he could mobilize was affected. And even using the Jinqi seal to sense it still didn't help much. It may also be because his qi is too weak. Linlin was also like this. She wanted to resist the music, but there was nothing she could do. The two of them couldn't hold on any longer and rolled on the ground. Mr. Su, I have felt it. Enough is enough, Tang Feng said quickly. Su Chen saw that the effect was pretty good, so he stopped the music confusion. Is this the one that confuses people? I don't know how terrifying the sound of killing is. Thinking of the introduction just now, Tang Feng shuddered. Although he was feeling very uncomfortable just now, he did not suffer any substantial damage, so it could not be the sound of killing mentioned in the introduction. So, is this enough to deal with your mother? Su Chen did not answer Tang Feng's words, but looked at Linlin. This is also the reason why Su Chen brought Linlin up. She is naturally invincible. If there is a stronger killing sound, it will be difficult for her to escape even if she uses all her cards, Linlin said with lingering fear. Is it just difficult? Su Chen touched his chin and thought. What he wanted was not that it was difficult, but that Linlin would never be able to escape. Chapter 152 Evolution Orange Template. Devil's Cave Demonic Celestial Master. So, your mother has a lot of tricks up her sleeve? Su Chen glanced at Linlin. I only know that she is trusted by her superior in the organization. And her superior is very strong. So it's normal for her to have a little more trump cards, Linlin said, as if stating the facts. Is that so? Su Chen nodded. It seemed that the other party was still not simple. But it doesn't matter. He is now level 90, and will soon be level 100. After he crossed the threshold of level 100 and his strength increased greatly, Linlin would no longer have anything to fear. However, with the current leveling speed, I still have to be patient and patient. By the way, have you met her recently? Did she notice anything unusual about you? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. We didn't meet in person. We just had a phone call through a special channel. And they just asked me if I had any information about the blessed land. I was told by my boss, Linlin said truthfully. Very good. Then you can just tell her that you found the information about the blessed land and ask her to come over. Su Chen smiled softly. Sure enough, after having Linlin, it would be much easier to lure Linlin here. Bing Feng has never been a member of her faction, and any action she takes will be met with suspicion. Just wait. Your mother will be reunited with you soon. Su Chen looked at Linlin and said relaxedly. In order to reunite Linlin's mother and daughter, he is willing to spend so much thought. What kind of spirit is this? However, Linlin didn't seem to feel Su Chen's enthusiasm, and there wasn't much expression on her face. After Su Chen went online the next day, directly teleport everywhere and create templates like crazy. Not for anything else. Just to upgrade the Ghost Ship entry. Ghost Ship, after using this template, the Skeleton Core's stealth ability will be improved to a certain extent. And it wasn't just one day. It took Su Chen almost 3 days. Su Chen painted a lot of templates. Hound, Wood Beetle, Rumpelstiltskin, Black Flying Lion, Dark Slime, Werewolf, Snowman on white ground, Wood Demon. In addition to this, there are some white templates that I didn't even look at, running around the map. These monsters are relatively easy to spawn templates. After brushing out this template, you should be able to collect 100 evolution points by disassembling it. Su Chen looked at his harvest, then clicked Decompose directly. Evolution points plus 100. 100 points should be enough. And it's not a waste of the special template of Ghost Ship. Su Chen directly used all 100 evolution points to strengthen the Ghost Ship template. All the evolution points turned into energy points, rotating around the Ghost Ship template, and then surrounding the Ghost Ship. Enhancement completed. Please check. After hearing that the enhancement was successful, Su Chen quickly clicked on the Ghost Ship template. Ghost Ship, after using this template, some of the agile combat units of the Skeleton Core will gain primary stealth, and the remaining units will gain a certain degree of reduced presence. Suchin was stunned for a moment when he saw this template. Hey guys. Inspired combat unit? Are they really just commandos? Suchin thought of his machine gun assault team. They were the agile combat units. Right? In addition, there are skeleton assassins who are sneaking around, as well as various skeleton werewolves and the like. Most skeleton soldiers are quite clumsy, but it would still be nice to reduce the sense of presence. 100 evolution points are upgraded to orange, which is a bit of a loss, but the particularity of the ghost ship template is acceptable. Suchin waited. Decomposing the orange template can add 100 evolution points, which is equivalent to using an orange template plus a dark gold template to get an orange template. But the accounts cannot be calculated like this. Generally speaking, orange templates are not very useful for decomposition. So, it's okay. That's it for the template. The skeleton soldiers haven't been used up yet, so I'm going to catch a boss. Suchin put away the template and evolved it the next time he was summoned. Templates are about precision. Not too much. Devil's Cave. After reaching level 90, teleportation to other continents has not yet been unlocked, but I have obtained permissions for some high-level maps on the main continent. In a place like the Demon's Cave, the equipment explosion rate is very low, and the monsters are extremely combat intelligent. After all, those who can survive in such a harsh environment as the Devil's Cave are all the best at their level. There is no such thing as the most ruthless, only more ruthless. After Suchin arrived, he found that there were only a few people fighting monsters on the outside. If it's inside, there should be no one there. Of course, if there are people, he doesn't mind using skeleton soldiers to clear the area first. Suchin naturally looked down upon ordinary monsters. Suchin directly bypassed the outer area. It turned out to be a demon cave, and the powerful demon was naturally in the cave. Suchin walked directly in. After walking inside for a while, there were no traces of player activity here. All the capable players above level 100 have gone to develop in other worlds. Those who are over level 100 and still stay in the main continent usually have more gangsters. Entering the depths of the demon cave, even if it is more than 100 levels, it will not be able to stand up. Although the delivery of the demon cave is poor, the demon is ruthless enough. Therefore, those bastards who are over 100 levels generally will not come to a place like the demon cave to ask for trouble. That's what's so good about the demon cave. The monsters wandering outside are usually not very strong, and the powerful monsters have their own caves. Just walking outside took Suchin more than an hour. Occasionally there was a little trouble, but it didn't cause much commotion. It was eliminated with a little dispatch of the elite team. That's almost it. If you go further inside, I probably won't be able to defeat the monsters above level 150. Suchin stopped. A demon above level 150 is too powerful and has a high IQ. It is very likely that the opponent will detect him through induction. By then, before the wave of skeleton soldiers was destroyed, the demon found him directly. Just this big cave. It must be very powerful to occupy such a large area. Suchin found the largest cave in this area. A thought came to my mind. An army of millions of skeletons gathered. Of course, he didn't attack the front line and let the skeleton soldiers charge directly. As soon as the skeleton soldiers in front entered, they were swept away by a huge sword light. Who has entered my formation? A yellow-robed Taoist more than 3 meters tall appeared in the sky. Name, Demonic Heavenly Master. Type, Demon. Level, 138. Level, Mythical Boss. Skill, Unknown. Holding the grass? It seems that you have provoked a ruthless person. Seeing the yellow-robed demon Dao holding the Heavenly Master sword in front of him, Suchin shrank back. But the skeleton soldiers were not afraid. A huge defensive barrier was raised by the skull shield in the front row. Chapter 153 The Golden Armored Warrior and the Spreading Dough become an army. Even low-level undead dared to break into this place without permission. The demonic celestial master also discovered that a group of skeleton soldiers had broken into the territory. A talisman suddenly appeared on his hand. After chanting for a while, this talisman was surrounded by the meaning of thunder and lightning. Go! The evil master raised his hand and threw the talisman with the meaning of thunder and lightning at the skeleton soldier. This talisman directly crossed the barrier built by the skeleton shields. An ordinary skeleton soldier, after being attached, was unable to move. Then the companions who came into contact with the skeleton soldier were the same. Since the venue was not particularly large, the skeleton soldiers were very crowded together at this time, which resulted in the lightning talisman directly electrocuting a large area of the skeleton soldiers. although this skill is mainly for control and damage is auxiliary. But the level of the Demon Dao Celestial Master is too high, and the class difference is still at the myth level. In addition, lightning has a certain restraint effect on dark creatures, which results in this slow damage being enough to consume the blood of a level 90 skeleton soldier. It was Su Chen who discovered it quickly and immediately put a distance between the skeleton soldiers behind and the skeleton soldiers in front. Only then did the spread of lightning stop. Is this Birdman so powerful? He won't be able to destroy the group with just one skill, right? Su Chen felt it was outrageous when he saw it. However, the energy of the Thunder Talisman should be limited. After it is transmitted within a certain range, it should no longer be transmitted. Otherwise, one skill can kill millions of skeleton soldiers. Even if this is a mythical boss, it would be a bit exaggerated. These low-level undead creatures still have some intelligence. The demonic Heavenly Master frowned. He originally thought that these skeleton soldiers were simply too numerous and would be destroyed with just a few lightning talismans. Now it seems that it will take a little more effort. However, the Demon Dao Celestial Master still did not feel that these skeleton soldiers were a threat. Their abilities were too low, and they could not even break through its defense. But the next second, the demonic Heavenly Master changed his mind. Call out! Call out! Call out! First, several arrows attacked. But the Demon Dao Heavenly Master didn't take it seriously, and just made a simple defense. Naturally, some were missed. But it was the omissions that caused direct harm to him. Although the damage was not high, the damage was really felt. How is this going? Do these archers have special demon-breaking powers on each arrow? The Demon Dao Celestial Master was suddenly shocked. This made the demonic Heavenly Master have to get serious. Although the damage is not high, with so many of them here, the stack of archers can still cause a certain amount of damage to him. His target became those archers, and he wanted to destroy them all. What follows will do no harm to him. He just thought this. Then came the overwhelming magic. The demonic Heavenly Master's protection this time was a little stronger than last time. Boom! But this time, the demonic Celestial Master was pushed back several steps. Damn it! Why can these lowly things break through my defense? The demonic Heavenly Master was a little annoyed. It seems that they are not just archers. These skeletons seem to have certain defense-breaking capabilities. The demonic Heavenly Master immediately recited the formula. 7 flying stars surrounded him. Each of these flying stars contains huge energy. Go! The demonic Celestial Master pointed his hand, and the 7 stars were thrown towards the skeleton soldiers. But this time, instead of passing through the barrier like last time, he collided hard with the barrier. Boom! The barrier was directly penetrated by the 7 stars. But the energy of the 7 stars was also weakened a lot. After breaking through the defense of the skeleton shield, the 7 stars began to plunder among the skeleton soldiers. However, every time Shixing flew over a gathering place of skeleton soldiers, he would be fiercely counterattacked by the skeleton soldiers. He didn't care about the damage Shixing caused to them. The skeleton soldiers gave up their defense, and the 7 stars flew over to pierce them. But they also slashed at the 7 stars before they were shattered. Every time the 7 stars pass by a skeleton soldier, their energy will be reduced, until 1, 2, 7 stars dissipated one after another. What the hell are these? The demonic Celestial Master finally discovered something was wrong with these skeleton soldiers. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers are not passively beaten all the time. They are always attacking the Demon Master. It's just that the Demon Dao Celestial Master has been avoiding or resisting. While dodging, the demonic Heavenly Master took out a few talismans and quickly stacked them up to look like a strong man. Go! After the demonic Heavenly Master stacked it, he threw it directly into the skeleton soldiers. A 6 to 7 meter tall strongman appeared in the skeleton formation. It is covered in golden armor. Although the skeleton soldier has the ability to break defense, it not only has high defense, but also has a lot of health. But its damage is unambiguous. With a casual wave of his fist, a large number of skeleton soldiers were dropped instantly. And with a casual kick, a large number of skeleton soldiers were crushed. This isn't the end yet. The demonic Heavenly Master took out a large handful of soybeans from a bag on his waist. Go! As the Demon Dao Heavenly Master roared angrily. These soybeans have all turned into human soldiers wearing armor. And all of them are well equipped and powerful. Go! Those human soldiers turned from soybeans can actually speak human words. For a time, the golden armored warriors and bean soldiers caused a certain impact on the skeleton soldiers. However, the skeleton soldiers quickly launched a counterattack at this time. The one who stood up was the Skeleton Artillery Regiment. Because the Golden Armored Warrior is 6 to 7 meters tall and has a wide body, he is a natural target. Skeleton artillery is characterized by high power, but poor accuracy. Suchin realized this when he was fighting in Shacheng. Otherwise, he would have had several more crystal cannons. But at this time, no matter how crooked the shot is, with a height of 6 to 7 meters and an extremely wide body, if the fault tolerance rate can still be shot crookedly, it will be difficult to evaluate. Compared with being an artilleryman, it may be more suitable to play interstellar. Heavy artillery. The skeleton artillery didn't hold anything back either. They only had 2 skills. One for bombardment, and the other for heavy artillery. At this time, he activated high damage skills without hesitation. Suddenly, the huge golden armored warrior was hit hard by gunfire. And those soybean soldiers are another elite corps. Chain lightning. The skeleton thunder technique is a bit like the thunder talisman used by the demonic heavenly master before. Lightning is conductive. Compared with the thunder talisman, a single chain lightning may not be as destructive. But what if thousands of chain lightnings are constantly superimposed? The skeleton thunder method also had an advantage against the soybean soldiers. The 2 elite units, the skeleton artillery and the skeleton thunder technique, were almost able to mark each other. It seems that it is also important to increase the proportion of elite units. The elite units at level 90 are already so powerful. Even Suchin couldn't help but admire this effect. Chapter 154. The younger sister thought that there was a team of 6 men. The soybean soldiers and golden armored warriors did not benefit from the 2 elite units, and they themselves faced a large number of skeleton soldiers. Other ordinary skeleton soldiers also completed the last hit directly. Soon, the golden armored warriors fell, and the soybean soldiers were also eliminated one by one. The demonic heavenly master's face looked a little ugly. At this time, the demonic heavenly master sensed something was wrong. How dare you do this little trick? A fire talisman immediately appeared in the demon down master's hand, and he threw it behind a rock. Boom! Suddenly hundreds of skeletons were blown away. But just a few hundred doesn't make much of an impact because there are nearly 20,000 of them. Skeleton gun assaulter. Skeleton hunter. Skeleton scout. This is exactly that strike team. They had just taken advantage of the fierce fighting situation to sneak around from the flank. I haven't used the template for Ghost Ship yet. Otherwise, they should be more difficult to detect when they can obtain primary stealth. These skeleton soldiers are the remaining skeleton soldiers. However, Suchin felt that evolution was only limited to this wave of events. And this demonic heavenly master was indeed strong. The remaining skeleton soldiers probably won't be able to deal with him. Even at the mythical level, there are upper and lower levels. Suchin had seen many mythical bosses in his previous life. Even if he wasn't the one who fought them, he had also watched many videos. With just these few moves, this Demon Dao Celestial Master is already a leader at the myth level. However, the assault team had no fear and shot directly at the demonic heavenly master. Ta-da-da. Da-da-da. There were also a lot of grenades thrown at them, which was like a barrage of artillery fire. Earth Talisman. The demonic celestial master gathered together an earth element defense. However, the attacks were too intensive, and the skeleton army had its own defense-breaking ability. So the earth defense was immediately defeated. Wind Spirit Talisman. Wind Control. Unable to resist. The demonic heavenly master also increased his speed and tried his best to dodge this wave of fire. But under such intensive shooting, the demonic heavenly master was still knocked out of a large amount of blood. However, the demonic heavenly master still found an opportunity. Many skeleton assaulters' magazines suddenly ran out of ammunition. And at this time, there was a fire vacuum. Fire bending. The 3-meter-tall Demon Dao Celestial Master breathed fire over a large area from a commanding position. Wind Spirit Talisman. At the same time, the demonic heavenly master also threw the Wind Spirit Talisman in his hand. Suddenly, the strong wind increased the intensity of the fire, and a large area of the skeleton assault team fell directly. By Yubu. When the demonic celestial master was breathing out fire, a large number of hidden skeleton snipers came into action at this time. He barely moved when he breathed fire. He took almost full damage from these sniper bullets. Despicable low-level undead. The demonic heavenly master had already suffered some injuries at this time. The body of the demonic heavenly master slowly floated in midair. Skeleton snipers and other skeleton soldiers did not miss this opportunity and attacked the demonic heavenly master crazily. But this time, the demonic heavenly master's whole body was formed into a shield by spiritual energy. Even the skeleton army with the ability to break defenses did not cause any harm to the demonic Heavenly Master. CNU on body protection. This is a great skill of the demonic Heavenly Master. Therefore, even if the skeleton army has the ability to break defenses, it will be difficult to break through it this time. The demonic Heavenly Master in midair looked down at the skeleton army. Several talismans were floating around him. And the demonic Heavenly Master was mumbling something. Hold the grass. I'll slip away first. When Suchin saw this posture, he felt that it was difficult to deal with. So he quietly slipped away alone. After Suchin ran a certain distance, he saw fire clouds gathering around the demonic Heavenly Master in midair. And among these fire clouds, there is a lotus condensed by flames. Wrath of Vulcan. The fire lotus slowly descended, and then emitted a huge explosion of energy. Fall gently. But the skeleton army could not escape. The next moment, the fire lotus disappeared. The skeleton army is completely destroyed. This scene was extremely shocking to Suchin from a distance. The demonic Heavenly Master slowly fell to the ground. At this time, the Immortal Essence bodyguard was still there, and Suchin was still preparing to evolve new skeleton soldiers and install the Ghost Ship template. There was a temporary calm here. Come back. After solving these, the demonic Heavenly Master also closed the Immortal Essence body protection. These despicable and low-level undead people who didn't know where they came from actually dared to hurt him. This is the best punishment for them. However, he was also a little weak at this time. Not only did he consume a huge amount of mana, but many of his skills were on cooldown. Moreover, the skeleton soldier's attack also injured him. I guess I need to rest for a few days. I don't know if those strange low-level undead will come again. It seems that I have to set up a hidden magic circle. I'll leave these strange undead to the big demon deep in the Devil's Cave. The demonic celestial master thought the same way. It was so weird that he never wanted to fight those undead again. He has a certain level of wisdom and even discipline that can be described as strict. And he doesn't even know what fear is. Even the demon master still remember that his 7 stars were placed among the skeletons. Not to mention the melee skeleton soldiers, who had to be chopped off when hit. The long-range skeleton soldiers all wanted to take a bite out of the 7 stars. The key is, it's obviously just a low-level undead, but it can break through his defense. Even if the damage is very low, it can't handle the large number. A wise and reckless man can still break your defenses. But the demonic celestial master doesn't want to mess with him. Just when the demonic Heavenly Master wanted to return to the cave. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of footsteps coming from not far away made the demon Dao celestial master stunned. Masaka? The demonic celestial master slowly turned around. More skeleton soldiers than before were approaching it in a semicircle. It's not over. Right? The demon Dao celestial master did not dare to entrust Dada at this time. 5 thunders are coming. The first move is a big move. This ultimate move, like Vulcan's Wrath, needs to be launched in midair. But this time, he didn't have immortal energy to protect his body. I just took a few photos of the defense of the Earth Spirit Talisman. The demonic celestial master in midair was naturally bombarded as if he were a target. The demon master carried all the damage and finished singing. Suddenly thunderclouds gathered. Boom! 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 5 huge lightning pillars fell from the sky, then moved slowly among the skeleton army. Every time he comes into contact with the skeleton soldiers, it takes seconds. After a while, seeing that the skeleton soldiers at his feet had been wiped out, the demonic Heavenly Master also slowly descended. But it was different from just now. Just now, there were some superficial injuries. But this time, the Celestial Master's robe on his body was beaten to pieces. The Demon Dao Celestial Master also looked weak. Just as the Demon Dao Celestial Master was recovering in place, the assault team, which had been looking for a place to hide in stealth, suddenly emerged from the shadows. Ta-da-da. Da-da-da. This time, the number has increased from less than 20,000 to more than 20,000. And the firepower directly covers the Demon Dao Celestial Master in all directions. Chapter 155 Conquering the Demonic Way. Information about the Immortal Way from the Wordless Heavenly Book. The Demonic Celestial Master was already in a weak state. After being attacked by countless machine guns, he could only take out some Earth Spirit Talismans as a defense. But these Earth Spirit Talismans cannot resist it at all. But at this time, the Demonic Celestial Master took out the damage, and took out a special spell, and started chanting it. When Suchin saw it, the Demonic Heavenly Master was preparing to escape. This is not possible. If the Demonic Heavenly Master escapes, won't his work be in vain? Suchin waved his hand. and a ship suddenly appeared out of thin air on the land. Name, Ancient Ghost Ship. Level, 118. Skills, Ghost Cannonball. Summon Ghost Warrior. Charge Ghost Cannon. Green Light Cannon. Teleportation. Ghost Captain Summon. Violent Thunder Field. Suchin released the Ancient Ghost Ship. Although there is no water here, and the ghost ship can hardly move except for teleportation. This is the strongest combat power Suchin currently has. It can't move. And now the Demon Dao Celestial Master has no ability to attack it. Suchin summoned it to use it as a turret. Ghost Cannonball. Green Light Cannon. The ancient ghost ship also made no extra moves and directly aimed at the Demon Dao Celestial Master for bombardment. Originally, the demonic Heavenly Master could barely withstand the previous damage, and was ready to use his ultimate move to escape. However, these two powerful attacks made the demonic Heavenly Master dare not resist forcefully. There is no other way but to forcibly interrupt the chanting and dodge. And just when the demonic Heavenly Master was dodging, the ancient ghost ship used its ultimate move after a brief preparation. Fear Storm Field. Immediately, the area of the Demon Dao Celestial Master turned into a gathering place for thunderstorms. At the same time, with the continuous firing of the skeleton team, the demonic Heavenly Master finally gave up and fell to the ground. It wasn't easy. I almost ran away from him. Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to the demon road, Suchin put his hand on top. Soul gift. Slowly the demonic Heavenly Master stood up. And he understood a lot in an instant. Xiao Dao has seen the Lord. The demonic Heavenly Master sighed, but still bowed respectfully. Suchin also clicked on the panel. Name, Demonic Heavenly Master. Type Demon. Level, 138, affected by the Immortal Way. Level reduction is exempted. Level Mythical Boss, due to spying on a small part of the Immortal Way. He is exempted from being unable to evolve. Skills, Earth Spirit Talisman. Wind Control Technique. Wind Spirit Talisman. Black Ice Curse. Fire Control Technique. Thunder Light Talisman. Spirit Control Technique. Transformation. 7 stars continuous beads. Trapped Immortal Technique. Golden Armored Warrior. Spread beans into soldiers. Immortal Essence Guard Body. 5 thunders descended. The Wrath of the God of Fire. The 5 Elements Art. The God Talisman of the Heavenly Master. And the Thunderous 9 Heavens, unlocking the Immortal Way. The stars in the sky are restored and the destiny is hard to violate. Winsu Tian Quan. And the stars will fall. From now on, just call him Yao Dao. Suchin casually changed his name to something easier to remember. Remember the trail. Yao Dao nodded. By the way, what happened to your immortality? Suchin asked curiously. This is the first time he has seen someone who can directly avoid the level reduction, and can avoid being unable to evolve without the contract flower. The power used by the Lord should belong to the Shinto. For the immortal, this is another system. As for what the Immortal Way is, Xiao Dao only had an understanding of it, because he got a wordless heavenly book. Unfortunately, Xiao Dao's qualifications were too shallow to find out. As Yao Dao said, he took out a simple book from his sleeve. There is nothing in this book. Suchin took it, and it was just like what the demon said. It was a wordless heavenly book. After tinkering for a while, Suchin didn't understand how to read this book. What is recorded on this? Suchin looked at Yao Dao and asked. Non-Xiao Dao deliberately hides clumsiness. The meaning of Immortal Dao cannot be conveyed in words. An oral explanation is ineffective. Yao Dao replied respectfully. Through the power of his soul. Suchin also saw that Yao Dao did not lie, and was sincere in every word. Then wouldn't it be useless for me to hold it? Suchin frowned. Not only could he not understand it himself, but he also used the game system to analyze it. But there was no response. There is a method in the Immortal Way. The unity of spirit and mind. If we merge our souls with the Master, we can also share my understanding of the Heavenly Book. However, the qualifications for the minor path are still shallow, and it is impossible to grasp this avenue. Yao Dao shook his head and said. Suchin listened and thought about it. Why it felt so familiar. Isn't this the unity of thoughts? It's just that there is no contract flower now. And we can only wait for the next contract flower to be born. Take it back and think about it carefully. Suchin returned the wordless heavenly book to Yao Dao. Anyway, how much demonic knowledge you have. After fusion, you can think of it yourself. In fact, with the Master's cultivation in the Divine Way, there is no need to devote himself to studying the Immortal Way. Whether it is the Divine Way or the Immortal Way, he will eventually lead to sainthood. Yao Dao took the wordless heavenly book and said something at the same time. Tongsheng? How much do you know? Suchen asked curiously. I don't know the specific path. But for this world, the immortal path is lacking. And taking the divine path is an easier path to sainthood. Yao Dao replied. Will practicing Shinto and immortal Tao together make it easier to attain sagehood? Suchen suddenly remembered this matter. These are two different roads. Roads that no one has ever traveled before. Just like the master practicing Shintoism. He has no sense of the wordless heavenly book. This cannot be changed by hard work. After hearing this, the demons felt a little ridiculous. Is that so? Suchen pondered. But he has the ability to unite his thoughts. And he can also absorb and fuse the demon's experience with the immortal's path. Others cannot follow this path. But he can. You go and rest first. However, Suchen didn't plan to study this issue now until the flower of the contract bloomed. The trail then resigned. The demon nodded and disappeared. Unexpectedly, someone who just wanted to catch a boss and use it as a coolie to upgrade would have such unexpected gains. Suchen was very satisfied with this trip. There are almost 10,000 skeleton commandos left. Suchen took a look at the battle damage. Soul Grant is on cooldown. And with a thug as powerful as Yao Dao, it seems that there is no need to catch it anymore. Suchen just planned to consume these skeleton soldiers directly. As for consumption, it is also very simple. Just find a place where the big demon lives. Let the skeleton soldiers rush into the cave. And it's just a sudden meal. A sleeping demon was woken up from his sweet dream. With the great demon's anger, the remaining 10,000 skeleton soldiers were all wiped out by the great demon. However, they still caused some damage to the big demon due to their sneak attack. This made the big demon vent his anger. But he couldn't find anyone. So he had to fight with the big demon in the cave next to him. He opened his mouth to ask the other party if he had summoned something strange to attack it. The other big demon was not easy to bully either. And the two big demons immediately started fighting each other. At this time, Suchen had already left the Devil's Cave. Chapter 156 Showdown. Stop pretending. Cheat. Copy door. Suchen has teleported back from the Demon Cave. Before upgrading, let's break the record of Starlight City Dungeon. Suchen walked to the dungeon door. Compared with the previous dungeon, this dungeon has more people. After all, this can be considered a very high-level dungeon in the main continent. Express train. Only 2 bosses are missing. The price is affordable. Come quickly. Come here, and have at least half of your body equipped with gold. Gold weapons are not enough. Don't bother with silver. Is there any boss who can help me? I need to go through the mission. Although Suchen is now rich and has no shortage of money, his own equipment is rubbish. Many of the equipment on his body are still at level 50 or 60 and have not been replaced. Mainly, Suchen felt that level 100 was a watershed, and he was too lazy to fight monsters without relying on equipment. But in the eyes of outsiders, it looks like the standard equipment for a rookie. Many teams just looked at Suchen and looked disgusted. However, there was still a team that invited Suchen. Want to join the team? We build our own team. Suchen was a little surprised. He already has such a rubbish suit. Why would anyone invite him? Looking at the opponent's equipment again, Suchen instantly understood. It turns out that the other party is also in the same garbage suit as himself. There are 7 people in the team. All of them are junk suits. The kind that are disliked by everyone. And there are 2 good-looking girls in this team. Some good-looking girls are more willing to hug their thighs. These 2 girls are willing to work hard on themselves, which proves that they are more self-loving. No time. However, Suchen still refused out of habit. He can now integrate the 2 legendary bosses, Chicken Brother or Dark Knight. With these people, it is very easy to clear the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, he showed great strength. And a group of salted fish shouted 666. 2 girls with good character will also have a good impression of him. Maybe if you use more routines, you can develop something with the girl. But what's the point? After knowing the super world and the changes in the future world, this matter will not help the future at all. It's just a waste of time. By himself, he just let the demon speed pass record. Unlike when he is in a team with others, he has to hide it. As for subduing a few younger brothers, Suchen was not even interested. After possessing Heartstopping, he now only believes in people who are bound by their souls. And there is no need to speculate on the so-called human nature, including those 2 girls who seem to have good character. Yep, it's obviously the same as us. And it's the same as 250,000 to 80,000 yuan. That is, people have bad tempers and cannot recognize themselves. Forget it. Don't say it. It's up to others whether you want to join the team or not. After a few mutterings, a few people forgot about it and continued looking for new teammates. Ignoring anyone, Suchin walked directly to the door of the dungeon. Starlight City. Level limit, level 9099. Please select the difficulty level, normal level, warrior level, king level, hell level. Suchin was more casual and chose the H.L. level. After entering the dungeon, Suchin had a thought in his mind. Suddenly the demon appeared. Use the fastest speed. Suchin Yen gave the order concisely and concisely. Then please, Lord, please keep up. Yao Dao understood what Suchin meant and said to Suchin, want speed? Suchin directly summoned Chicken Brother to unify his thoughts. Suchin's operation made Yao Dao a little curious, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He directly took out a talisman. Popular. After the demon chanted, 2 talismans were attached to himself and Suchin respectively. Facing some miscellaneous fish-level monsters, demon ways and even skills are useless. Just using the sword energy of the Tianshi sword, those miscellaneous fish were killed in seconds. Originally there was one thing that was very troublesome in Starlight City. There are many pillars in the Starlight City copy. There are monsters on each pillar. After the monsters are eliminated, the Starlight will be guided to the next pillar. However, the wind talisman affixed to the demon Dao can directly control the wind. Suchin followed the demon path and jumped directly from the pillar. There is no need to be like other players, who have to kill the monsters on the pillars and wait for the Starlight to guide them. Starlight City is semi-forbidden, although it can take off. Under unguided Starlight, those stars will actively attack, and purple clouds in the sky will also attack with purple thunder. The demonic path directly broke through the Starlight defense, and faced the purple thunder attack without worrying about it. Just use the Earth Spirit Talisman to defend it. In front of millions of skeleton soldiers, the Earth Spirit Talisman is vulnerable. But here it appears to be extremely strong. This is faster than 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers. Suchin had been following the demon path all the way, and couldn't help but make a mental evaluation. The pillar area here is small, and millions of skeleton soldiers cannot be deployed at first. Secondly, the skeleton soldiers can only kill monsters and wait for the Starlight. Even if they can kill the monsters in seconds, waiting for the Starlight still takes time. Soon, the 2 of them reach the top. In front of it is a green light barrier with 3 puppet monsters guarding the 3 mechanisms. Defeat the 3 puppets respectively and open the mechanism, and the green light barrier will disappear. According to the normal process, this is how it should be done. But Yao Dao had no intention of doing that. The one the Lord wants to destroy should be the great wizard behind the barrier. Right? Yao Dao asked. Right. Suchin nodded. He also wanted to see what Yao Dao would do. 7 stars Lianju. Go! 7 beads appeared next to Yao Dao, and headed forward with an angry shout. Boom! The 7 beads directly exploded the green light barrier. Moreover, it has not lost its power, and still contains considerable power. The great wizard on the top of the Starlight was resting at this time, and suddenly 7 stars directly surrounded it. It didn't even realize what had happened. I saw 7 stars in a row, lining up one by one, piercing through it. Boom! Without even a single move, the boss fell. At this time, the world announcement also sounded. World announcement. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for breaking the Starlight City record in 50 seconds. Ah! Isn't this a bit too much? Seeing this time, Suchin was a little stunned. He thought that this record might be fast, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Lord, the trail just didn't know the location. If I try it again, I can shorten the time by half or even faster. Seeing Suchin expressionless on the spot, Yao Dao thought that Suchin was not satisfied with the speed. So he spoke again. After hearing Yao Dao's words, Suchin was speechless for a moment. Lord, is this too slow? Then I can only use the magic talisman, which only takes 1/5 of the time this time. Seeing that Suchin was silent, Yao Dao thought that Suchin was unhappy. So he spoke again. That's enough. You did a good job. No need to fight anymore. Seeing that Yao Dao wanted to increase the time, Suchin quickly stopped him. The 10-second clearance is here. Don't get impatient. The demonic way will soon develop a 3-second clearance. What will others think when they see it? Show your cards. Stop pretending. Sheet? Chapter 157, Luochio. The future human Valkyrie? In this case, Xiao Dao was relieved. The demon was relieved when Suchin said these words. Suchin looked at the demon Dao and felt that the demon Dao was on a different level than the ordinary mythical boss. Is this the reason for understanding part of the immortal way? Being able to impress demons who understand the immortal way. It seems that my personality charm is really good. At this time, a system prompt interrupted Su Chen's thinking. You are currently the record holder of Starlight City, and you have obtained the gain buff, Light attribute plus 10%. Light properties? Huh? Su Chen was stunned when he saw this news. I have to say that this buff is quite strong. After all, the percentage is still a high value like 10%. But the light attribute is useless to him? Does he have to say that the holy light will surround you every time he commands the skeleton army? That's outrageous. Although there is 10%. It is only a single attribute after all. So even the original record holder probably won't feel bad. Su Chen thought this way. There are very few people who specialize in the light attribute. At most, their skills include some holy light skills. Even the priest profession is mainly about healing. Su Chen took a look at this entry, and saw that it was obviously meant to cause harm. How about I go defeat the Holy Sea, and get some holy light skills? Su Chen touched his chin and thought. Although he summons the skeleton army, there are no occupation restrictions on the skills he can learn. As long as he has a skill book, he can learn them. But thinking about it, it's really a bit crazy. As the god of the undead, he fought with someone. The other party prepared a dark resistance equipment potion, but suddenly took out the holy light hammer. We'll talk about this later. So let's slip away now. Su Chen returned to the city directly. World Channel. World announcement. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for breaking the Starlight City record in 50 seconds. A simple world announcement immediately caused online players to explode. First, question marks flooded the screen, which lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Slowly, the players returned to normal. But the words in their mouths were still exciting. I remember Star City well. The original record was close to 8 minutes. Right? The process in that place was very slow. The first long-lasting record was 15 minutes. It was not until a mysterious player UG appeared that the record reached 8 minutes. I thought 8 minutes was the limit. Are you kidding me? 50 seconds? Officials came out to take a look and found someone openly cheating. I had doubts before, but now I can basically confirm that Luo Chio is a piece of cake. 50 seconds? Haha. Even if he kills monsters in every pillar for 50 seconds, he still can't complete a third of the process. Be confident. You won't even reach a fifth of the way. Those stars paved the way slowly. But Luo Chio's ability to cheat in New World is really awesome. As soon as this 50-second record came out, almost no one believed that Luo Chio was a technical master. Almost everyone thought that Luo Chio was a piece of cake. Compared with the World Channel, the forum is extremely noisy. Because of Luo Chio's previous behavior, he attracted a lot of fans. And now some fans have lost their followers. But there are some fans who are simpler, playing well only to fail. You can't do it. And neither can Big Brother Luo Chio? Some people are just sour. These statements appear in every corner. This made everyone even more disgusted with Luo Chio. The passers-by were just eating melons. But they were also angered by these remarks. An old post was dug out. Big P, Starlight City test. This is a test done by Big P in the past. And a thoughtful person upvoted the post. Big P would use his own connections, find some masters, get some elimination information from big guilds, and combine it with his own testing. The limit time for each pillar is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. This limit time means that once you enter, you can instantly kill monsters. This time is not difficult to measure. By deducting the time spent fighting monsters from the total time, you can get the pure time of each pillar. This plug-in cowhide is 3 minutes faster than the second monster. This is a real deal. Let's wait for the official decision. Speaking of the official, I get angry. I have never seen the official take any big action. I really don't know if it will be dealt with. I really feel sorry for Miss UG, who was robbed of her record by being hung on the wall. Not only UG, but also the Cool Tone Ba Dao and others were all victims of Luo Chio. I used to pretend it, but now I'm too lazy to pretend it. For a moment, the players on the forum were all outraged. However, Big P himself did not come forward to make any response. Not only Big P, but also some more authoritative high-end players did not come out to comment on this matter, as if there was a tacit understanding. Snowy wasteland. A woman wearing a thin white skirt walked in front, followed by an old woman. Even in the game, in such a harsh environment, if you don't do a good job of keeping out the cold, you will lose blood. But the woman didn't have any difficulty, including the old woman behind her. World announcement. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for breaking the Starlight City record in 50 seconds. Hearing these words, the woman in white stopped. She slowly stretched out her hand, and a ball of light slowly condensed in her hand. My strength is diminished. Her hands were shaking. Obviously, she is the original record holder UG. How could it be? At this critical moment, the old woman behind was also surprised. Master, she will definitely be very disappointed because UG is useless. UG lowered her head in disappointment. It would be okay if this incident happened in normal times. But now the Holy Sect has been repeatedly attacked by the Soul Sect. And now is the critical moment for her to compete for the position of the Saint. This record was made after spending a lot of money to learn that light attribute buffs would appear in Starlight City. Before entering the game, she had secretly learned about the connection between the new world and reality. In reality, she is good at using light-based techniques, which greatly increases her ability in reality. It took a lot of effort to maintain this record. Now that she has exceeded the level, if it is taken away, it is taken away and cannot be taken back. Yuji, don't be too disappointed. This record is too exaggerated. It's not a matter of hard work or not. I believe adults know and won't blame you. The old woman comforted her. No, it's all Yuji who is useless. Yuji still blames herself very much. It's useless to say more now. We have to find Ningxue Jade quickly, so that we may still have a chance of winning in the competition with the Holy Girl. The old woman changed the topic and said, if you can be elected as a saint, you will be cultivated by various precious resources of the Holy Sect. The Holy Door will not be born. Therefore, when troubled times come, the saint will be promoted by the Holy Sect to become the representative of the Holy Sect. And her title will be the World Suppressing Valkyrie. Chapter 158. Luo Chio is in a delicate situation, and is in a good mood. Sunset Guild. Originally, at this time, the Sunset Guild was meeting to discuss matters. World announcement. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for breaking the Starlight City record in 50 seconds. After this world announcement came out, the meeting suddenly stopped. Holding the grass, Luo Chio probably didn't use some strategy, but just cheated. Right? They sold us the guide before. Could it be that he cheated it, but was afraid of official account ban? So he sold it to us? Sledgehammer's loud voice spoke immediately. Fortunately, the people in the conference room were all the backbone of the guild who knew about this matter. The others were speechless when they heard Sledgehammer's words. If what Sledgehammer said is true, and their guild used the guide obtained by a cheat, wouldn't they also have to be banned? If you don't know how to speak, you don't have to speak. Then you looked at Sledgehammer with a smile. Obviously there was no air conditioning in the conference room. But Sledgehammer felt a chill. I'm not being outspoken. If I'm not careful. Sledgehammer shrank his head. The meeting ends today. Then you stood up and walked directly outside. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. I wonder what Feng Yu is thinking. What is the president going to do? Sledgehammer couldn't help but said. Clang. Cold Hugh directly took the bow and hit the head with the sledgehammer. You damn star. What are you doing? Sledgehammer immediately said angrily. The boss asked me to knock it. Lang Hua pointed at his communicator, and then said, you should also keep your mouth shut. When he thought of the way Feng Yu looked at him just now, Sledgehammer suddenly became more honest. Then you felt that it was really necessary to understand what was going on. After all, their guild is the #1 seller of Luo Chio's strategies. If Luo Chio is punished, their guild will not be able to escape. But he didn't know anything about it. So after thinking about it, he had no choice but to call his elder brother. If they are the first buyers of Luo Chio's guide, then his eldest brother's guild is the second buyer. The eldest brother knows more things than himself, so it is best to go to him to find out more about this matter. When he arrived at his residence, Feng Yu made a video call. Compared with the usual back and forth calls needed to contact my elder brother, this time I got through in one go. You want to ask about Luo Chio? Wu Jian on the other end of the phone said slowly. Obviously, Wu Jian also heard the announcement, and he also guessed that Feng Yu would come to him. Yes, I always felt like something was wrong, so I wanted to ask. Feng Yu nodded and admitted with a smile. Luo Chio's current situation is very delicate. Wu Jian said expressionlessly. How do you say this? Feng Yu frowned. That Yu-Ji, how much do you know? Wu Jian did not answer directly, but asked a question. I heard that he is an independent player, and has not joined any guild. He usually keeps a low profile, and only hears his name when there are events and activities. Feng Yu answered honestly. It seems that you are just like outsiders. That Yu-Ji is very dangerous. She is the person that Mr. Qin and the others have been dealing with recently. Wu Jian said lightly. You mean? She is the holy sect. Thing Yu's eyes widened. But before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Wu Jian's gesture. The reason why I tell you this is that it is best not to let anyone know about your recent relationship with Luo Qiu. Forget it about Mr. Qin. But if you have to face Yu Ji, your father will be the first to deal with you. Wu Jian's expression became serious. This is just a copy record that hasn't risen to that level. Right? Feng Yu said with some disbelief. For things like copy records, you should take them if you have the ability. Who can be blamed if you don't have the ability to keep it? Could it be that someone has broken your record and you still want to seek revenge? As far as I know, Yuji seemed to have spent a lot of money for this copy, which was very important to her. Although with the style of the holy sect, he would not do the same thing as the previous Badao. It is true that Luo Qiu is definitely on the list of the holy sect. Wu Jian shook his head and said, how could this happen? In order to have a good relationship with Luo Qiu, we even offended Master Qin's people. Then you couldn't accept it for a while. If Luo Qiu sells us strategies again, will we still want them? Could it be obtained by cheating? At this time, Feng Yu seemed to remember something again. Cheating? My stupid brother. Do you know what you're talking about? Wu Jian suddenly laughed. Feng Yu was not annoyed by such a smile. What he knew about this game was not as good as his brother's superficial knowledge. He also didn't understand where Wu Jian got this information. However, Wu Jian obviously had no intention of explaining to him and avoided the topic. It depends on the situation. I always feel that Luo Qiu is not that simple. Although the holy sect controls the disciplines of the world, it may not be. Wu Jian didn't finish his words, and it was obviously not appropriate to continue. Well, luckily I have a big brother to answer my questions. Feng Yu probably had a strong idea in his heart at this time. The other side. R. Dragon Court Guild. Inside Gui Xuan's residence. It's really interesting that someone from the holy sect actually faced off against Luo Qiu. Gui Xuan smiled. The recent actions against Luo Qiu can be stopped. After laughing, Gui Xuan said to Shur next to him, Teacher, do you want to stop all the time? Or do you have other arrangements? Shur asked one more question. You are worthy of being my apprentice. The ghost laughed and then stood up. That Luo Qiu is not simple. I have been planning to lure the snake out of its hole for so long, but I have not been able to lure out the forces behind him. So now we have to change our strategy. Gui Xuan gently shook his fan. Let the holy sect play the role of leading the snake out of its hole? Shur asked tentatively. Clever. It just so happens that the candidate saint girl was also hit at the same time. As for how to hinder her, it can be regarded as a test for you. The devil's calculations turned his head. Teachers can rest assured that students will not disappoint teachers' expectations. Shur nodded. Gui Xuan was in a good mood. And the two people he wanted to deal with actually gave him room to drive away tigers and devour wolves. By the way, I made a detection disc on a whim last night, and it's in my master's cabinet. You bring that thing to Linlin. With that thing, she should be able to find the blessed land I want right away. Gui Xuan said softly. Okay, teacher. I will go offline and do it now. Shur nodded. Luo Qiu, candidate saint, blessed land. These three things have all made great progress today. Gui Xuan took a sip of tea and felt that today's tea was more mellow than usual. Chapter 159, Setting up a Great Formation. The Dark Marks of the Strong. Valley of the Dead. Two figures slowly walked in from the entrance. After entering from the entrance, the soil here becomes softer. The gray mist in the air was slowly floating around. The temperature was not low, but it made people feel like there was air conditioning behind them. These two people are naturally Su Chen and Yao Dao. The two of them didn't pay any attention and continued walking deeper. The surrounding brightness became darker and darker, and there was silence. Suddenly, a ghost emerged from the ground and attacked the two of them. However, before the ghost could get close, it was electrocuted by the lightning that invisibly surrounded the two of them. Ghosts like this are all over the Valley of the Dead. Are you really sure that they will all be wiped out at once? Su Chen glanced at Yao Dao. Xiao Dao will need about 2 or 3 days to collect materials and set up a killing array. With the power of thunder and lightning, and the power of immortal energy, he should be able to destroy them all. Yao Dao inquired about the terrain and said, Material? Just tell me what you want, and I'll have someone do it for you. Su Chen waved his hand. Su Chen is not short of money now. He had some savings from selling strategies before, and later borrowed some from the caravan in Shacheng. That's fine. But I'm in trouble. Yao Dao nodded. Then Yao Dao wrote down the required materials. Su Chen took the list and sent a message directly to Bingfeng. After Bingfeng received the notice, he immediately started to do it. Let's go inside and explore for a while. It will take some time to acquire materials, Su Chen said slowly. Yao Dao also nodded, and the two of them continued walking inside. The demon Dao was originally more than 3 meters tall, but he had already understood part of the immortal Dao, and it was easy to change his body shape. In order to maintain respect for Su Chen, he has turned into an ordinary person. Moreover, immortal Dao also has the ability to disguise himself. Su Chen no longer needed to wear a mask to hide. The demonic path directly helped Su Chen disguise himself into a different look. Click. Suddenly, there was a sound of trampling dead grass and fallen leaves, which attracted the attention of the demon. Demon Dao immediately told Su Chen through soul transmission. Don't disturb him yet, Su Chen said calmly. Yao Dao nodded. The two walked and finally arrived at a dark forest with numerous ancient trees, with vines crisscrossing it like spider webs. And there are still little green lights in the air, floating in the dark forest. You too. The road ahead is dangerous. Please stop here. From behind, a strange voice floated. Su Chen turned around and saw the person clearly. The person who came was wearing a black robe, but the style seemed to be that of a mage, and he also held a staff in his hand. However, the shape of the staff caught Su Chen's attention. The staff is usually inlaid with gems as the driving core, and the man's staff is a skull dragon head, and the body of the staff is the coiled body of a bone dragon. Moreover, the overall aura of this person is sinister and oppressive. If it were not for the unique player logo, this person would be a humanoid monster. Bone dragon staff? And this look is that of the necromancer named Dark Hin. This look seemed familiar to Su Chen. He is considered a top player among the necromancers. But he is not just a necromancer, but should be a more powerful advanced profession. However, he has never announced it to the public. He has only said that he is a necromancer. The key is that this person is very strange. He seems to be the same as himself, and does not belong to the player camp. Oh! What dangers lie ahead? Or are you the danger? Su Chen said with great interest. There are both. And Hin said lightly. Then I'll see if it's dangerous enough. Su Chen made a gesture. Yao Dao suddenly understood. Yao Dao took out a talisman and threw it directly towards Enhin. She had been cursed, and Hin didn't expect that the other party would suddenly make a move, and directly formed a bone shield to resist. Boom! Although he resisted, Enhin took 2 steps back. You too. I don't want to start a war, but if I have to. Dark Trace was speaking on the surface, but he was whispering incantations and ventriloquism. Seeing this scene, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Dark Mark's undead summon seemed to be instantaneous, because he often fights with people and then summons undead monsters with a wave of his hand. But later someone discovered that Dark Mark's summoning of the dead still required reciting a spell. It's just that he was talking to people on the surface, but secretly ventriloquizing spells, so his sudden action seemed to be instantaneous. Although he had seen through it, Su Chen did not expose him, but pretended to be attracted by his words. Even the demons didn't take action, and Hin saw this scene and snickered in his heart. A wave of his hand. Suddenly, a large number of skeleton warriors came out, as well as dark knights and giant ghosts. Still want to fight? I said, I have no intention of fighting with you two. And Hin looked at the two of them and said calmly. In fact, it was not that he was a coward, but that he felt the violent aura of the demon from the beginning. Although the opponent's level should not be higher than his, he was not sure of defeating him. The players in the first tier are now around level 150160. But no one can say that they will definitely win if they really want to challenge a level 138 evil master. Although big guilds often push mythical boss, that is a boss fought by a group of elite players. While Hin was talking, Su Chen kept staring at the bone dragon staff in Hin's hand. Rumor has it that Peak Dark Mark can summon 5 bone dragons. The bone dragon staff in his hand is surrounded by 5 bone dragons. But there is only one now. Now it seems that it is a growth-oriented equipment. Su Chen couldn't help but take another look at the dark forest ahead. The reason why Hin cares so much may be related to the growth of the bone dragon staff in his hand. Now it seems that it is indeed dangerous. So we will listen to your advice. Su Chen looked at Hin and showed a kind smile. It seems that you two are also talented people. I would like to express my thanks in advance. Hidden Mark also reported his family status. At this time, he also had a small reputation. If he added to his reputation, the other party would not be able to fight back. Let's go! Su Chen glanced at Yao Dao. Yao Dao had already grabbed a handful of soybeans from the bag and was about to send some soldiers out to deal with the undead creatures. But Su Chen's words made him loosen his grip, watching the two people walking away. And Hen breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly ran into the dark forest. Under the layers of seals, the skeleton of a great demon is slowly being refined. Great! With the energy of this big demon skeleton, a second bone dragon will be born soon. And Hen was extremely excited. It is also because of this incident that he can scare the other party away as much as possible to reduce unnecessary complications. Lord, Xiao Dao was still confident of defeating him just now. After walking far away, Yao Dao said proactively. He didn't understand why he wanted to withdraw. Don't rush. Let's arrange the formation first. You know where to place the ultimate move of the formation. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's it. Xiao Dao understood. Yao Dao immediately understood. Chapter 160 Purify this valley. The dark traces that don't want to give up. Su Chen glanced at his gloves and suddenly remembered something. I called Bingfeng directly. Sorry, Mr. Su. It still needs some time. As soon as the call was connected, Bingfeng said immediately. He was still acquiring those materials. Thinking that Su Chen called at this time to urge him. You need the materials as soon as possible. It doesn't matter how many times the gold coin is higher than the market price. If you don't have any money, just borrow it. In addition, you can purchase 10 concentrated bombs for me. Stick them together with strong glue and send them over to me. Su Chen said with a chuckle. Although he didn't know why Su Chen wanted the concentrated bomb again. Bingfeng didn't dare to ask. So he could only agree immediately. At the same time, he also lamented Su Chen's wealth. Even their president was not so generous. But thinking about what happened in Shacheng, Bingfeng understood. After all, Su is always a big boss working for the god of the undead. There are many evil people like Shacheng in the entire new world. If the money is not enough, punish those evil people. Su Chen moved his wrist. He suddenly remembered that his gloves had a skill that ensured a hit when thrown. So he improvised and asked Bingfeng to make 10 concentrated bombs. Originally, I just thought there was something in Kung Kong. Anhin, why are you doing this? Su Chen looked at the place deep in the valley, shook his head and smiled. Let him see that there is nothing to lose. At most, it is used temporarily when it is very pleasing to the eye. What's more, not everything can catch his eye. And now Su Chen's taste has improved. I am not a beggar. I want everything I see. Really? After a while, the materials purchased by Bingfeng have been mailed over one after another, including the 10 concentrated bombs. They had been glued together with strong glue, and Bingfeng had thoughtfully prepared detonators. Su Chen gently weighed the large package made of 10 concentrated bombs. And he had to say that it was quite heavy. If you don't have the necessary gloves, such a heavy package can be delivered to the customer's hands accurately. At the same time, Su Chen summoned all the contract spirits. They all followed Yao Dao's instructions and arranged these materials in the corresponding locations. Su Chen handed over the command to Yao Dao. Since this large formation is to cover the entire Valley of the Dead, given the width of the Valley of the Dead, it will take a lot of time to just go around in one circle. If it weren't for the demon Dao who understood the immortal Dao and had the support of immortal Yuan, he wouldn't be able to set up such a large formation. Yao Dao nodded, and then began to command all the contract spirits to start operating in the Valley of the Dead. Although it is dark here, there are still many players practicing here. At this time, a team of players were leveling up in a ghost-infested area. Most of their team members are paladins, priests and other light attribute professions. And the Valley of the Dead is a leveling holy land for them. Of course, they are not an elite team. After all, at this point in time, the main battlefield of New World is already in the outer lands. How capable can those who are still hanging around in the main continent be? At this time, they were also in a tough battle. They had been killing ghosts here and directly ushered in the ghost boss. Just when they couldn't stand it any longer, the ghost boss stopped attacking and seemed to be in pain. Huh? Is it because the wattage of my holy light is too high? It even scared the boss. A paladin in front said doubtfully. Look, the boss's health is decreasing rapidly. Good opportunity. A priest later discovered this. Okay. Look. I ended it. Well, why is my bar also going down? A paladin was about to charge forward, but found that his blood volume was also dropping rapidly. Ah. Me too. Priest, please give me more blood. Add your sister. I can't even add it myself. The entire team fell into panic. Look. There are a few stars on the ground, which seems to be what these things are for. Careful people discover something. At this moment, the ghost boss screamed and disappeared. Obviously these starlights are of light attribute and can restrain the ghosts quite a lot. So the ghost boss couldn't hold it on even though it had more health than them. Has this been purified? But why don't you stop? We represent the light camp. I have never heard that the priest profession can be purified by the holy light. Everyone was in panic. But their blood volume is still losing. The same scene happened in every corner of the Valley of the Dead. Dark Forest. And Hen saw that the big demon skeleton in the middle was getting closer and closer to being refined. And Hen was also very excited. And just to be on the safe side, he has summoned his only bone dragon. He didn't summon it before because the bone dragon was making too much noise, and he wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. But it's almost done now. Based on his first experience in refining the skeleton of a great demon, when the refining is about to be completed, it will make a certain noise. Anyway, it would alarm the surrounding high-level monsters or players. So he simply summoned the bone dragon in advance to avoid having to chant again. Just as Enhen looked at the big demon skeleton in the middle with great expectation, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are you losing blood for no reason? Enhen frowned, then ate a piece of health-recovering biscuit. But this doesn't work at all. It's better to lose more than to get it back. The same situation happened to Bone Dragon. At this time, Bone Dragon's blood volume dropped faster than him. Are these star points? Seeing the starlight constantly sticking to the Bone Dragon, Enhen finally realized something was wrong. Enhen can escape if he wants to at this time. After all, he is also one of the masters above level 150 and in the first echelon. Damn it. The refining will be completed soon. But the skeleton of the great demon in front made Enhen not want to give up. Boundless Shadow. After Enhen muttered for a while, he used his own skills. Suddenly, a dark purple mist came out of the air. This dark purple mist slowly dispersed in the air, surrounding him and the bone dragon, forming a layer of protection. At the same time, fight against those star points. Although the blood volume is still dropping, it has been greatly reduced. Enhen breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of the dark purple mist, it should be able to sustain the refining of the bones of the great demon in the field. As for the bone dragon, Dark Mark did not take it back. Although the bone dragon's presence is a waste of blood, if the bone dragon is destroyed, it will be very laborious to reload. The bone dragon has thick blood and can handle it. And I always feel that this sudden change is not that simple. And Hen thought so. Keeping the bone dragon present can be considered a bit of a sense of security. Chapter 161, if you have any other moves, just use them. Time passed by minute by second. Outside the dark forest, almost no undead or players can be seen. Most of it has been purified. This guy is quite persistent, Suchin said while holding a compass. The pictures in this compass can be used to observe the situation in the formation at any time and be released in the form of pictures. Of course, if Dark Mark could be destroyed so easily, then he would not be worthy of becoming one of the top undead warriors in his previous life. This time we meet a master. My lord, the energy emitted by that skeleton is extraordinary. It should be the skeleton of some demonic beast, Yao Dao said next to him at this time. So that's it. Suchin nodded, seeing that Enhen is still gritting his teeth and persisting like this. Plus Enhen had 5 bone dragons in his previous life. This is probably the second bone dragon that Enhen has trained. This big demon skeleton can be sold for money, or used as materials to refine weapons and armor. You can also give it to Brother Chicken or devour it in the dark night. Anyway, it has the power of contract. And these are nutrients. If it is useful, then Suchin will have to requisition it for justice. What will happen if we increase the intensity? Suchin glanced at Yao Dao and asked. Since this formation is mainly about killing, I use materials for the entire formation that are violent and unstable. In the case of a lack of stability, forcibly increasing the intensity will accelerate the collapse of this formation. Yao Dao replied. Let's do this. Directly destroy some of the remaining undead that are still resisting, and then gather all the energy in the dark forest area and pour it all out. After hearing this, Suchin made a decision. Anyway, he didn't expect this formation to be used repeatedly, although these materials cost tens of millions of gold coins. So what? Congratulations to player Luo Chio for upgrading and reaching LV.91. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for upgrading and reaching LV.92. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for upgrading and reaching LV.93. Looking at the soaring experience, are these gold coins still important? Yao Dao is a contract spirit and will not share his experience. All the monsters that were destroyed by the formation in the Valley of the Dead were all added to his experience. And because of his identity as the god of the undead, he does not belong to the player camp, including those players who were killed in the Valley of the Dead. Their experience was also counted for him. Suchin was happy to exchange gold coins for experience. It's just that there was no such channel before. Now that there is a demon path, this channel for exchanging gold coins for experience has been added. Therefore, Suchin always felt that the contract spirit was more about finesse than too much. Previously, a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimp contract spirits were scattered out to fight their own way, which was equivalent to several clones practicing leveling. Thinking about it now, it makes me drool. This kind of experience of directly refining the entire Valley of the Dead is called efficiency. Well, except for the top existences in the Valley of the Dead. They have basically been completely wiped out. To eliminate those top beings in the Valley of the Dead, the only way is to use the ultimate move. After the Demon Dao operated the formation with high power, he reported to Suchin. Okay, then ignore them, and aim directly at the dark forest. Suchin looked at the compass and chuckled. The other side? And Hen is really feeling aggrieved now. He could obviously run, but looking at the skeleton of the big demon in front of him, he couldn't. He was always on guard, always feeling that these inexplicable starlights were coming from bad intentions, or even aimed at him. Dark Hen took a look at the bone dragon's blood volume, and quickly used his skills to add a mouthful of blood to the bone dragon. And just after he made this move, the stars began to gather towards him crazily. If those starlights were floating aimlessly like snowflakes before, then now those starlights condensed into snowballs, with a clear target to hit him. I've always felt something was wrong. Indeed, seeing those starlights stop pretending, and Hen already understood that someone was secretly targeting him. Anti-magic barrier. Suddenly, a circle appeared around the dark mark. The color was also dark purple. Those starlight clusters hit the barrier and were immediately blocked from the outside. But they couldn't completely block it, and a little bit of starlight still penetrated. But this penetration is acceptable for dark mark. If you have any other tricks, just use them. And Hen said with a cold smile. He knew that someone was secretly targeting him, and this sentence was somewhat provocative. However, he just wanted to attract the opponent from the secret through provocation. The threat from the enemy in the secret was too great, so if he cooperated with the bone dragon in the open, he would have a chance. It was as if he heard in Hen's words. The starlight clusters outside stopped hitting the barrier, and instead gathered outside. The stars gathered together, slowly grew larger, and then formed the shape of a hammer. Come on! Seeing those starlight balls forming a starlight hammer, Dark Trace felt a little weak. Boom! Immediately, the starlight hammer hit the barrier. There was a fierce collision between the two sides. Dark Hen knew that this barrier could not be broken, and continued to deliver magic power to maintain the operation of this barrier. He has a passive skill that allows his blue bar and health bar to merge into one. This also has the advantage that he can use blue bottles and red bottles at the same time, which is equivalent to doubling the amount of recovery. But this also has a disadvantage. Even under such consumption, his blood volume also dropped. He could replenish the magic in the barrier, but he never expected that the Starlight Hammer was also replenishing energy. The starlight of the entire Valley of the Dead is gathering towards the dark forest and converging on the Starlight Hammer. This can't go on like this. And Hen also knew that defending like this was not an option. Attack! Dark Hen commanded the bone dragon outside and used energy consumption towards the Starlight Hammer. At the same time, he also switched to attack form. Boom! Finally, the starlight was scattered. But Dark Hen has also paid a price. His hybrid bar has been reduced to a certain level, and the bone dragon has also consumed a lot of energy. This forced Dark Hen to take the bone dragon back. If the battle continues like this, the new bone dragon will not succeed, and the original bone dragon will be destroyed. Watching the surrounding starlight disperse, Dark Hen relaxed a little. But at this moment, a big package flew towards him. At first glance, this thing is not a good thing. Anti-magic barrier. In his weak state, Hen still managed to hold up the barrier. But the big package passed through the barrier and fell directly into his hands. Hen quickly threw it away. Seeing the big package being thrown away, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, the big package appeared in his hands again. Don't wait for Dark Mark to throw it out this time. Boom! A huge roar exploded within the barrier. And because of the existence of the barrier, the explosion detonated directly within the barrier, making the power even more fierce. Chapter 162, Level 100 inherits divine power. And the demonic path signs a contract. After the firelight dissipated, silence fell in the dark forest. After a while, click, there was a sound of branches being trampled, which was the sound of two people stepping into this area. What? The bone dragon staff didn't explode. It just exploded in ordinary legendary jacket and armor. Suchin shook his head and threw it into the ring. Boring. Congratulations to player Luo Chio for upgrading and reaching LV.100. Oh, this guy has quite a lot of experience. Suchin glanced at the game's system prompts. After killing Dark Mark, he has reached level 100. This is of course not just the experience of Darkhan alone. All the monsters killed by the formation in the Valley of the Dead have turned into his experience. As the god of the undead, it's not too much to gain some undead experience. Right? Before Suchin could check the panel, when he reached level 100, the flower of contract bloomed again. Yao Dao, please take a look at the contents of this contract. Suchin sent the contract information of the flower of contract to Yao Dao. However, Yao Dao only took a cursory look and nodded in agreement. You don't have to think too much. It's all done voluntarily, and not forced. Suchin asked curiously. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have entered the Shinto way. I am willing to follow Your Majesty on the path. The demon's way is congratulations. Shinto? Suchin was a little confused. According to Yao Dao's previous statement, he had already entered Shinto. But why did he say that he had already entered Shinto now? Suchin suddenly remembered that he must have received some inheritance at level 100. So he quickly opened his personal panel. Player, Luo Chio. Occupation, God of the Dead. Level, 100. HP, 300000. MP, 210000. Strength, 8500. Intelligence, 25,000. Stamina, 7,800. Spirit, 31,000. Physical defense, 125,000. Magic defense, 115,000. Legion skill, fire enchantment. Inherited skills, summon ordinary skeleton soldiers. Soul grant. Dark mark. Dark evolution. Unity of mind. Vampire bodyguard. Breathtaking. Darkness descends. Divine power. Divine power, no description. Level 100 is a big threshold. And the attributes of level 99 and level 100 will be much different. Especially for more powerful professions. The gap will be larger. And some powerful professions will even double their income. This is why there are completely two worlds above and below level 100. But when Suchin looked at his own attributes, he saw that they were more than doubled. Some attributes have tripled. And some have more than quintupled. Suchin had thought that the profession of the god of the undead would undergo major changes at level 100. But he did not expect the changes to be so drastic. However, compared to the basic attributes, Suchin was more concerned about the inherited skills. He thought the biggest change was the inheritance skills. Whether there would be 2 or even 3 more. But there was only one more, divine power. The key is that this divine power has no description. So Suchin doesn't know how to use it. But the demon in front of him seemed to understand something. Watch him complete the contract quickly. Lord, it's your turn to agree. Even Yao Dao urged Suchin when he saw that Suchin had no reaction. Okay. This was the first time that Suchin was urged to sign a contract. Suddenly, Suchin couldn't adapt. But soon, the contract was signed successfully. Name, Demonic Way. Type, Demon. Level, 138. Level penalties are reduced due to the influence of immortality. And level penalties are reduced due to divine power. Currently, you can continue to upgrade. Level, Mythical Boss. The advancement is accelerated by the influence of immortality. The advancement of level is accelerated by the influence of divine power. Skills, Earth Spirit Talisman. Wind Control Technique. Wind Spirit Talisman. Black Ice Curse. Fire Control Technique. Thunder Light Talisman. Spirit Control Technique. Transformation. 7 stars Continuous Beads. Trapped Immortal Technique. Golden Armored Warrior. Spread Beans into Soldiers. Immortal Essence Guard Body. 5 Thunders Descended. The Wrath of the God of Fire. The 5 Elements Art. The God Talisman of the Heavenly Master. And the Thunderous 9 Heavens, unlocking the immortal way. The stars in the sky are restored and the destiny is hard to violate. Winsu Tian Quan. And the stars will fall. Unexpectedly. Even after signing the Flower of Contract. The demon's level was not downgraded. Not just the influence of immortality. but also the influence of his newfound divine power. Doesn't this mean that after reality and the demonic thoughts merge, his strength will directly become a level 138 demonic? Sure enough, the divine way has been accomplished, and the small way must once again congratulate the Lord. After the contract was completed, Yao Dao became more aware of the changes in Su Chen and immediately bowed and said, I now have an extra magical ability. Do you know how to use it? Su Chen seemed to understand Yao Dao, so he shared the skill of Shui with Yao Dao through a contract. Yao Dao didn't expect that Su Chen didn't know how to use his abilities, but after thinking about it, it was normal. Su Chen seemed to have just entered Shinto. Moreover, sharing this Shinto insight with him would also be of great benefit to him. I thought about it carefully. Lord, I am practicing the immortal way, and I don't know much about the divine way. But initially I think I should be able to use this power to teleport and open a field to suppress the opponent. Yao Dao analyzed slowly. I see. Su Chen nodded. As for more functions, they still need to be developed slowly by the master. Xiao Dao can only come up with these for the time being. Yao Dao said ashamedly. No problem. Su Chen waved his hand. He still has some insights into the immortal way in his mind, but he has not yet digested them. Su Chen didn't think so much for the time being, but looked at the pile of demon skeletons. By the way, you should be able to use the power of the contract to absorb this. Right? Originally, Su Chen planned to give it to An Yi and Brother Ji to devour. But now that there are ruthless people like Yao Dao, it is natural to cultivate more Yao Dao. After all, due to the influence of divine power and immortality, the level of demons can continue to increase, and the level can even be improved faster. As for Xiao Ji and Xiaoan, eat stars. You too? Apart from eating, I also know how to dry my hair every day. I have indeed gained an ability to be converted into energy now. The power of the Lord. Yao Dao looked at it and said in surprise, Why are you talking about this? Since we have signed a contract, we are our closest partners. You can improve your strength and use these resources as you wish. Su Chen also patted Yao Dao on the shoulder, trying to make his expression more amiable. However, Yao Dao had probably understood Su Chen's style recently, so he could only nod his head without embarrassment, indicating that this was what he should do. Yao Dao knew in his heart that if Su Chen encountered a stronger contract spirit again, the position of his closest partner would have to be replaced. If you see through it, you dare not tell it. So all he can do now is make himself as strong as possible. Chapter 163 Linlin? Huh? I'll make sure she never comes back. Reality. New base. After Su Chen came out of the game cabin, he directly summoned several contract spirits. Brother Ji and An Yi discovered the newcomer Yao Dao. Goo goo. Brother Ji looked at Yao Dao doubtfully. What are you talking about? From now on, he will be your eldest brother. When I am not free, you all have to listen to the command of the demon. Mr. Su Chen knocked on the chicken head. Goo goo. Brother Ji shrank his head in grievance. Su Chen was obviously very friendly to them before, but now Su Chen is so serious. Meet big brother. And he was sensible and said Lo immediately. And he felt the terrifying strength of Yao Dao from the beginning, so he was very cautious from the beginning. Goo goo. Brother Ji also said Lo knowingly. No. Everyone is serving the Lord. Yao Dao waved his hand. Look. What is a pattern? The more Su Chen sees the demonic path, the more he likes it. Kindness? Where is Yume? After Su Chen called, he found that Yume did not appear. By the way, he remembered, Yume will evolve to the mythical level at level 100. Now it seems that it should be evolving in a closed manner. Thinking of this, Su Chen stopped disturbing Yume. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the next action is done with Demon Dao and without Yume. Su Chen also gave an order in his heart. Let Bingfeng, Linlin, Tang Feng and others come back. Hall. Su Chen was sitting in the main seat, while Yao Dao was sitting in the passenger seat. Next is Brother Dark Knight Chicken. Bingfeng, Tang Feng, Linlin and others are sitting below. All he needs to do is write a plaque like Zhoumi Hall on it, and he can become a mountain bandit. Pooh! What a bandit! It's a gathering place for righteous people. Let me introduce you first. His name is Yao Dao. From now on, he will be the second in command. No, he will be the deputy commander here. You all have to listen to him except me. Su Chen introduced the demonic way to everyone. Everyone also paid tribute to the demon one after another. After such a long time, it's time for us to take action against Linlin. Linlin, you are responsible for bringing Linlin over. If necessary, you can ask the Bingfeng team to cooperate with you. After the introduction, Suchen also began to assign tasks. Yes, my lord. Linlin stood up and responded. Yes, my lord. Bingfeng and Blue Bird's Tai Man and his group also stood up at the same time and responded. Tangfeng. After Linlin arrives, you activate the witch statue. The crystal cannon is too noisy and is not necessary. You can use other small dark gold devices with your organization team at will. Suchen continued to deploy. I understand. Lord. Just be optimistic. Tangfeng was also extremely excited. After such a long time, he was finally able to use these devices for actual combat. As for the others, they cooperated with the Demon Dao to set up formations and make various arrangements. Suchen arranged again. Yes. The others also echoed. Seeing the new base now operating in an orderly manner, Suchen nodded with satisfaction. After taking care of Linlin, no one in this city is qualified to cause trouble for him. Originally, she didn't even know about this super world. But Linlin dared to change her mind. It was her turn to pay the price. Linlin? Humph. She will never come back. A simply furnished office, but with many secret security facilities surrounding it. A well-maintained middle-aged woman was sitting on a sofa chair, her legs wrapped in silk high heels swaying. Linlin looked at the disc on the table, seeming to be thinking about something. Her superior secretly arranged for someone to send this detection disc, saying that it could find the location of the Blessed Land. The superiors were real, and didn't say how to use it. Linlin is still wondering how to use this detection disc. Drop. At this time, the communicator on the desk rang. The lady wants to see you. Would you like to let me in? The communication was sent by security outside. Linyin. What is she doing here? Let her in. Linlin still nodded. Although she didn't know why Linyin came in, she didn't forget to put away the detection disc. Linyin is her daughter on the surface, but in fact, she has a superior-subordinate relationship. This thing was sent to her by her superior. How could it be seen by her subordinates? Open the door. Xiaoyan, why do you have the time to come here today? Linlin showed a friendly smile. Mom, look what you said. I can't come and see you if I have nothing to do. Linyin answered with a lively smile, holding some pastries and fruits in her hand. The security guard at the door couldn't help but smile heartily when he saw this scene. Linlin is a strong woman, and she is so lucky to have such a beautiful, lovely and caring daughter. Click. But after the door closed, the intimacy between the two disappeared. Tell me what's going on. Linlin put away her smile and put on an indifferent expression. Seeing Linlin's behavior, Linyin squeezed her fist lightly. Many times she had really hoped that the scene just now was true. But that kind of behavior is always just for people to see. And it has been like this since childhood. However, she remembered her mission for this trip and loosened her fingers again. I discovered information about the Blessed Land. Linyin also put on a serious expression and reported. Oh! When Linlin heard this, she was not as happy as expected, but rather a little strange. After all, she had just received the detection disc. As long as she knew how to use it, she would be able to find that blessed land. But now suddenly Linyin said that she had found the blessed land. How did you find it? Linlin also asked one more question. I found a deer in the mountains yesterday. I followed it curiously and found a lake. I checked it and found bursts of spiritual energy, but rarely just a trace. Linyin said according to the lines prepared in advance. It says that the blessed land is currently under lockdown, so the traces of it should be emanating from the lockdown. Linlin thought it was very reasonable. Come on. Take me to have a look. Linlin picked up a windbreaker and planned to leave. Yesterday I felt that there seemed to be monsters in the water. Should I bring Bingfeng and his group with me? Linyin said suddenly. Bingfeng had a sneak attack weapon given by Suchen. Of course, if Linlin felt it was not needed, she would not mention it again to avoid arousing suspicion. Also, Linlin thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Anyway, Bingfeng has the leverage in her hands and can only be at her mercy. Although she is strong, she is very cautious. If the monster is really strong, she can throw down the ice wind as a delay to let herself escape. Linyin also snorted in her heart. She knew very well that Linlin was such a person. In terms of despicability, Linlin is not even inferior to the Lord. However, Linyin was shocked after having this idea. She knew very well that if she slandered Suchen, she would be tortured by the power of the soul. Not only is it painful, but it may also arouse Linlin's suspicion and delay the Lord's important events. But after a while, she felt no pain at all. Wouldn't slandering the Lord result in punishment from the power of the soul? What happened? Okay. I have informed Bingfeng. At this time, Linlin's words made Linlin not dare to think more about it. Chapter 164. Is this security guard playing his true character? Tuck tuck tuck. The ice wind came very quickly. On the one hand, this is an office area for superpowers, and it doesn't take much time to come at his speed. On the other hand, he was already ready, waiting for Linlin to call him over. Come in, Linlin said with a smile. Normally, Linlin didn't have a good look towards Bingfeng, but thinking that Bingfeng might be used later, she put on a good look and let Bingfeng block her if there was any danger. Inspector Lin, what do you want from me? Bingfeng pretended to be confused and asked. It's nothing. Just a little thing. I thought you didn't seem to have any tasks recently, so I called you by the way, Linlin said with a smile and glanced at Linyin. Linyin snorted in her heart. She still didn't know her mother's little thoughts. But this was originally planned. And Linyin also put on a smile. Brother Bing, this is a little pastry I made. Try it and see if there is any improvement. Linyin took the pastry with both hands. Linyin was also active in the office building during this period. Even without Su Chen's influence, the two of them had met many times. Miss Lin made it by herself. So I want to try it, Bingfeng said, pretending to be interested. Mom, you should eat some too. I've been doing this for a long time. Linyin brought the pastry box to Linlin again. You young people can just eat it by yourself. Linlin waved her hand and went out directly. Linyin and Bingfeng looked at each other and saw a look of pity in each other's eyes. This pastry was naturally tampered with. There was nothing in the position where Bingfeng held it. Su Chen had placed other good things. However, this link is just the icing on the cake and will not affect the master's overall plan. The two looked at each other and then returned to normal. A specially treated commercial vehicle drove out from the building. Linyin was driving. After all, Linyin discovered that place, and she had to lead the way. Linlin was sitting in the passenger seat, while Bingfeng's three-person team was behind. There was chatting and laughing along the way, and Linlin was not as serious as before, but more approachable. However, Linyin and others knew that this was just Linlin's mask, because Linyin said that there are monsters that may be dangerous. She talked and laughed with Bingfeng and others, but it was just to let them relax their vigilance at the critical moment so that they could sell. The car didn't go too fast because most of the journey was on small roads. Mom, it's that mountain in front of you. Do you feel anything strange? Linyin calmed down and spoke normally. It looks ordinary. Let me take a look. Linlin hesitated for a moment, then took out the detection disc. The pointer inside the originally simple detection disc began to shake, pointing in the direction of the mountain ahead. It really is, Linlin murmured. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. Who would have thought it would be in such a remote place? And it looks very ordinary. Even if you have seen it, you can't feel any difference. By the way, I forgot to mention it just now. That mountain seems to have been contracted for planting by some orchard owner. Linyin deliberately patted her head at this time, as if she had forgotten. Kindness? Linlin frowned, already a little unhappy. Can you forget to mention such an important thing? If outsiders like Bingfeng weren't still here, Linlin would want to scold Linyin right now. Just like, from childhood to adulthood. Don't worry, Inspector Lin. I brought a memory eraser. If anything goes wrong, I can handle it easily, Bingfeng said with a smile from behind. Yes, it doesn't matter. Linlin had to force a smile and answer. Soon, the car drove to the gate. Stop. What are you doing? The access control at the gate was put down. One was wearing a hat crookedly, and his security uniform was baggy, with a white vest underneath all hanging out. It's not so much a security guard as it is a second-rate guy who forced himself into a security uniform. However, when Linyin and others saw the security guard, they had a strange expression on their faces, as if they were suppressing laughter. We are in the fruit business in the city, and would like to discuss cooperation with your boss, Linyin replied with a chuckle. Linyin was young and beautiful, and her dress was fashionable and sexy. The security guard's mouth was crooked when he looked at her. Hey, the boss said you can't just let people in. If you want to go in, you have to register your contact information. The second-rate security guard took out his mobile phone with a somewhat obscene smile. There isn't even a registration book. At this glance, he wanted to strike up a conversation and asked for Linyin's contact information. Linyin smiled sweetly and gave her number to the second-rate security guard. After the security guard confirmed that the contact information was correct, he let Linlin and others go. However, this process almost made Linlin, Bingfeng, and others unable to hold back any longer. I don't know where Mr. Su got the interest to play the role of a security guard himself. The key point is that this second-rate security guard acted so well that he couldn't find any flaws at all. It looked like he was acting in his true colors. The security guard is so low-spirited. So the boss here must not be a good person. This beautiful mountainous area is really wasted on him. After entering the gate, Linlin hummed. When the security guard was chatting with Linlin just now, he looked at her with a lewd look, which made her feel sick. Linlin didn't dare to think too much while driving. But when Bingfeng and the others heard this, they couldn't hold it in any longer. After driving for a while, Linlin stopped the car. The road ahead is too narrow. Let's walk up it. Linlin opened the car door and said, there are pastoral roads ahead, and it would be too difficult to drive up them with a car. However, several of them are people with special abilities. They themselves are not slower than the speed of cars. They only drive to avoid shocking the world. Let's go! Soon, several people got out of the car. Along the way, there are many fruit farmers in the fruit and vegetable growing areas. Unlike before, those with supernatural abilities did not appear. They are all ordinary people. Why are most of the fruit farmers here young? Linlin noticed something was wrong after walking for a while. According to common sense, young people rarely become fruit farmers, and more are older people. There's nothing we can do about it. Most of Su Chen's men are young people, and it's hard to find any older ones. But Linlin didn't think too much. After all, judging from the security guard at the door, the boss here is not a good person. As the city's inspector, she has nothing to fear. When halfway up the mountain, Linlin suddenly stopped. Let's go. Why don't you go? Linlin urged. I remember. It seems to be around here, Linlin said, as if she was lost in memories. At this time, Bingfeng had quietly walked up. Chapter 165. I caught Linlin. And the demonic path is left to you. However, Bingfeng seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, and did not take action immediately. Just when Linlin was about to say something else, she suddenly felt in a trance. There seems to be some singing? Linlin suddenly fell into a daze. Bingfeng saw this scene and understood that Tang Feng was activating the witch statue. Taking advantage of Linlin's distraction, Bingfeng took out a metal ring with a faint white light and put it directly around Linlin's neck. Click! As the metal ring was locked, Linlin finally came back to her senses. Bingfeng, what are you doing? Linlin immediately shouted angrily at Bingfeng. You dare to plot against me. Do you want me to reveal your identity? Oh, my identity. Bingfeng said with great interest, please tell me. What is my identity? Seeing Bingfeng's arrogant look, Linlin was furious. You? A spy planted by the reclusive Zhan family. Do you really think I didn't find out through the investigation? Bluebird Teeman obeys the order. You and Linlin take action to capture this spy. Linlin ordered directly. Ha 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 ha. Bingfeng smiled and held his stomach. Squatting down. No. No. It's too funny. I turned out to be a spy of the Zhan family. Ha ha ha. Bluebird Teeman didn't move. And even her daughter Linlin didn't move. Why? You haven't taken action yet. Do you want to betray the supervisory committee? Linlin noticed something was wrong. But she still spoke sternly. It's not that she doesn't want to do anything to Bingfeng. The metal ring around her neck was suppressing her spiritual power. And she was resisting now. Ha ha ha. I can't stop thinking about the happy things. Linlin, it's better for you to tell your good mother. Bingfeng smiled wildly when he saw Linlin's appearance. Linlin was a little in disbelief when she heard this. It was normal for Bingfeng to betray her with the Bluebird Teeman. But Linlin had been trained by the Soul Sect since she was a child. Just go ahead and capture him. Maybe Mr. Su will treat you well. Linlin said expressionlessly. Who is Mr. Su? But now is not the time to think about this. You don't think that you can stop me just by relying on this, right? Linlin's momentum exploded at this time. Suddenly, Linlin attacked Linlin. Boom! Bingfeng passed over immediately and helped Linlin resist this force. But they were still no match for Linlin. The two of them were knocked away. But the moment the two of them landed, a force held them up and placed them gently on the ground. This saved both men from injury. Mr. Su, your subordinates are not doing their job well. The two of them immediately knelt down after seeing the face of the visitor. It doesn't matter. You've done a great job. Su Chen smiled lightly and walked towards Linlin. Linlin took a closer look and saw that the person in front of her was the security guard at the door just now. Next to the security guard was a man who looked like a Taoist priest. The person in front of her is the President Su, who Lin Yin betrayed the Soul Sect and took refuge in? From the previous move, Linlin had already felt that the opponent was not weaker than her at her peak. Not to mention that her spiritual power was now suppressed by the metal ring. Escape. This was Linlin's first reaction. From Lin Yin to Bingfeng's rebellion. It is obvious that this is a carefully prepared game. As long as you escape and report this matter to the Soul Sect, the Soul Sect will send experts to settle the matter. She has no doubt about the power of Soul Sect. You worked so hard to find me, and wanted to leave the first time you saw me. Su Chen sighed lightly. But he and Yao Dao stood there, and did not take any action. Just as Linlin was flying into the air. Call out. A giant arrow flew towards her. 1,000-weight crossbow. It was obvious that Tang Feng was controlling the agency. Boom! After hurriedly resisting, Linlin was injured immediately. But at this time, the secret mechanism still did not stop. Linlin knew that if she didn't fight hard today, she wouldn't be able to escape. She used the secret method of Soul Sect. Lin Yin reminded. After making a certain amount of losses, Linlin's strength suddenly increased greatly. Even stronger than when she was not suppressed by the metal circle. Okay. You can collect it. Su Chen glanced at the demon next to him. Just when Linlin was trying her best to escape, she discovered that a chain appeared on the metal ring around her neck. And the other end of the chain was in the hands of the Taoist priest. Come back. Demon Dao used his strength to pull back the chain in his hand. Being pulled like this, Linlin was pulled directly from the sky. Linlin fell heavily to the ground. While Linlin was being thrown to pieces, Yao Dao condensed a magic formula in his hand. Trapped Immortal Technique. Several rays of light condensed into metal rings. And these metal rings were placed on Linlin's ankles and wrists. Lock. Demonic way of pinching method. Suddenly, the metal circles formed chains, and these chains connected the metal circles together. Lord, the trail has it under control, and she can no longer escape. After doing it, Yao Dao looked at Su Chen and said, Woohoo! Let me go! After doing this, Linlin could only struggle on the ground. But the more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Let's just say, can you please stop being so naive? How can I shoot you after I've been preparing for so long to catch you? After Su Chen walked over, he slowly squatted in front of her. Who are you? Linlin looked at Su Chen like a frightened little white rabbit. Didn't I say that you have been looking for me? Didn't I just come to you? Su Chen squatted in front of Linlin with great interest. Slowly slid his fingers from his face to his chin. And lifted it gently. It has to be said that although Linlin is already in her 30s, she is a practitioner after all, and she pays special attention to maintenance. The tenderness of this skin is comparable to that of Lin Yin. After Lin Yin knew her situation, she gradually calmed down and thought slowly. She accidentally glanced over and saw Bingfeng's eyes full of resentment when he looked at her. Only then did she remember. It seems that Bingfeng was given a task before, which was to investigate the powerful, mysterious man who suddenly appeared. Even Lin Yin, who had been under the control of the Soul Sect since childhood, was in the other side's camp. In this way, the other party seems to have the ability to enslave. Which makes sense. Combined with the Taoist priest's mysterious method, it seems normal for the other party to have this ability. You are? That mysterious person who appeared by chance. Bingfeng never found out that he had been controlled by you long ago. At this time, Linlin suddenly reacted. Really clever. But no reward. Su Chen patted Linlin's face. There was a snapping sound. Such a clear sound made her feel extremely ashamed. But her attempts to struggle against the chains were getting tighter and tighter. Seeing that she is still very energetic, Yao Dao will help me torture her. And I will come back tomorrow. Su Chen took the chain and threw it to Yao Dao. When using absorbing, it is best to use it the weaker the opponent, the higher the success rate. And he will not be so tired when the opponent is mentally weak. Chapter 166, Avenger Bingfeng. The Warm Man Su Chen. Just when Su Chen was about to take a rest, Mr. Su. A weak voice sounded. Su Chen turned around and saw that it was Bingfeng. How? In fact, as soon as Bingfeng opened his mouth, Su Chen knew what this guy was thinking. But he still asked deliberately, Mr. Su, can I assist you? Bingfeng carefully asked his words. Okay. But don't go too far. After all, she will also be one of my subordinates in the future. Su Chen said with a chuckle. Yes, yes. Bingfeng nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Chen didn't expose Bingfeng's careful thoughts and went back to rest. That night, in a newly built basement, the talisman in Yao Dao's hand was stuck around. Okay, now this place is isolated. No matter how she screams, she won't disturb other people. After Yao Dao made the magic circle, he returned to the cushion to meditate. Vice President Yao, how should we deal with her? Bingfeng asked the demon path. Because Yao Dao was appointed by Su Chen personally as the second in charge. No, he was the deputy commander. In order to be more realistic, Demon Dao became the titled demon vice president. Linlin was tied to the torture device at this time, and her body was trembling as she watched the two people in front of her discussing how to deal with her. It's up to you to decide. I'll practice until early in the morning, and then I'll take action. Yao Dao waved his hand gently, indicating that Bingfeng could do whatever he wanted. He had just devoured the great demon skeleton, and up to now, he was still slowly absorbing it. Before, he had been holding back because he had to do things for the gang leader. Now that he has some free time, he naturally has to digest this energy. Okay, Vice President Yao. I have done long interrogation work before, and this is my business strength, Bingfeng said with a smile. Yao Dao nodded, then closed his eyes and meditated to start refining energy. After seeing Yao Dao's actions, Bingfeng turned around and slowly approached Linlin. Bingfeng, don't mess around. I was wrong about what happened before. Linlin felt the evil look in Bingfeng's eyes and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Now that you know you were wrong, what did you do? Bingfeng said as he picked up a whip woven from tree vines. And on the whip, Bingfeng also used the power of ice to give the whip some coldness. Snapped. Bingfeng swiped towards the thigh without mercy. The thigh wrapped in black stockings was immediately torn, leaving a red whip mark. After whipping, Bingfeng pressed the end of the whip against Linlin's forehead. Bingfeng, how dare you do this to me? You will be the first to be rescued by the Soul Sect. Linlin knew that begging for mercy was useless, so she immediately cursed. So noisy. Bingfeng rubbed his ears. Then he took off his socks, pinched Linlin's mouth open with his hands, and blocked it. Don't you like to be on top? How does it feel to be a prisoner now? Bingfeng's eyes were filled with a sense of accomplishment of revenge. Next, whip sounds came from the basement one after another. However, due to the sound insulation provided by the demon channel, nothing could be heard from outside. The night passed slowly. The dawn broke through the dark night and brought light to the starry sky. But for Linlin, her dawn did not come. Over the course of the night, she passed out several times. Every time she fainted, Bingfeng used secret techniques to force her to wake up. This was a trick Bingfeng often used during interrogations. Bingfeng fell into the mood of revenge and forgot the time for a moment. When he tried to whip the whip again, he was stopped by a voice. Enough. It turned out that Yao Dao slowly opened his eyes. Yes, Vice President Yao. Hearing Yao Dao's words, Bingfeng responded obediently. At the same time, he also put away a lot of messy stuff. From the looks of it, it seems like there is no need for me to take action. Just when Yao Dao was about to take action, he found that Linlin was already very weak, whether spiritual or otherwise. Yao Dao took a deep look at Bingfeng, but he didn't expect that this guy was still a talent. There is no need to take action anymore. Just go to Mr. Su's residence and wait, and notify Mr. Su when he wakes up, Yao Dao said to Bingfeng. Yes, Bingfeng replied. He glanced at Linlin again. In any case, the revenge for being cheated by Linlin was finally avenged. About half an hour passed. Su Chen suddenly appeared in the basement. Lord, it seems that you have initially mastered the use of divine power. Yao Dao stood up and said with a smile. It's okay. But if you hadn't withdrawn, I might not have teleported in so easily. Su Chen stretched his muscles. At this time, Linlin was very exhausted physically and mentally. But with the magic spell cast by the demon, she couldn't even faint. Linlin was also surprised when she saw Su Chen teleporting in. Who are these people in front of me? He was actually able to do things like teleportation that even top experts couldn't do. Su Chen slowly walked towards her, but she didn't react. After a night of torture, she was unable to resist. Su Chen pinched her face and moved it from side to side, as if looking at some goods, which was a blow to her self-esteem. At this time, Su Chen pinched her chin and asked her to look directly into Su Chen's eyes. Tired? Take a good rest when you are tired. Su Chen's tone suddenly became gentle. Linlin, who originally wanted to resist, felt a strong spiritual force trying to wrap around her. Then a wave of sleepiness hit her, and she couldn't hold on any longer. At this time Bingfeng also came in. Okay. Let's arrange for someone to help her have a good rest. Let's live with Linlin first, and let Linlin take care of her first. Suchen said slowly. Yes. Bingfeng quickly agreed. Suchen nodded and teleported back to his room. Although Linlin had targeted herself in every possible way before, now she has let people take good care of her regardless of the past grudges. How broad-minded is this? And because she was afraid that the mother and daughter would be lonely, Suchen arranged for them to live together. Thinking about it, she was really considerate. More news about the Soul Sect should also surface. But Linlin is too weak now. So let's put the matter of Soul Sect aside until she recovers. Suchen shook his head. In the face of such important information from the Soul Sect, he still considered Linlin's health, and was even willing to wait for the arrival of precious information. If there were a Best Man award in the world, I would definitely be troubled by winning too many awards. Just when Suchen wanted to enter the game, suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadow. Take a closer look. It turned out to be Yume. Suchen then remembered that this little girl had completed the evolution to the mythical boss before. And now that she took the initiative to show up, she should have completed the evolution. Chapter 167 Bloodline of the True Ancestor. Xiao Kong Kong. Do you believe in online dating? Lord. Yue spread her little wings and flew over with a flutter. Feeling Yume's enthusiasm, Suchen touched his head. Come! Let me show you how you will look after your evolution. Suchen wanted to click on Yume's panel out of habit. But as soon as I started, I forgot that this was reality, and where did the panel come from? Forget it. Let's advance to the game. Soon, Suchen appeared in the game. Yume also came out of the shadow. Suchen clicked on Yume's panel. Name Yume. Variety Vampire. Level 100, changes with the summoner's level. Level, Mythical Boss. The next level of Vampire True Ancestor requires awakening the True Ancestor bloodline. Skills, Scarlet Claws. Bloodsucking. Rapid Self-Healing. Dark Affinity. Charm. Strong Invisibility. Magic Mist Protection. Blood Perception. Shadow Possession. Blood Domain. Immortal Body. Vampire Transformation. Beginning of Night Flower. Plate of Silent Night. Weapon, Holy Grail, mythical level. Evolved into an artifact after awakening the bloodline of the True Ancestor. Can he actually evolve into the True Ancestor of a vampire? Suchen couldn't help but look at Yume with admiration again. 3 powerful-looking ultimate skills were added. But he was still more surprised that they didn't have the blood of the True Ancestor. But if you want to awaken your bloodline, it's hard to say. There should be a certain amount of True Ancestor blood in Yume's body. But we don't know how much or what the concentration is. The thinner the bloodline, the more difficult it is to awaken the bloodline. And it may even be impossible to awaken the bloodline. The best way is to find other people with the blood of the True Ancestor. Not only can it cause a reaction in Yume's bloodline, but even if it fails, it can also increase the concentration of Yume's bloodline. But other vampires with True Ancestor blood are difficult to catch. Even if you find it, you may not be able to deal with it. So there is no need to rush this matter. The most important thing at the moment is actually to get the Heart of War out quickly. Otherwise the upgrade speed will not be able to keep up with the pace of the game coming to reality. Suchen also remembered this matter. Before reaching level 100, he could also upgrade by enslaving high-level monsters and violently brushing low-level monsters. But after level 100, not only the experience bar becomes thicker, but the difficulty of monsters is also different from before level 100. Take the current level 138 Demon Dao as an example. A level 138 demon has a certain level of understanding of the immortal way, and coupled with some of the divine understanding given by himself, it should be very powerful. However, in the world outside the main continent, whether it is wild monsters or dungeons, it is quite difficult to brush. Even if the Demon Dao is stronger than the ordinary mythical level, it still has no ability to compete with the current mainstream resources and defeat the 150 level mythical boss Demon Dao. Good resources must be guarded by powerful monsters. Even if he captures more boss, the efficiency of fighting with the same class cannot be increased by more numbers. Therefore, Suchen felt that the Skeleton Legion could really perform on the stage after level 100. The Heart of War becomes particularly important. The Heart of the Dragon and the Eyes of the God Realm are not unique items. So don't worry. But there are only a few ancient talismans. And one missing one counts as one. The ancient weapon talisman is now Suchen's first target. The locations of ancient military symbols are concentrated on the ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield is a branch map of eternal battlefield. The eternal battlefield is an area ruled by the law of killing. In that place, soul fragments were sent from all walks of life every day and turned into monsters in the eternal battlefield, where wars broke out all the time. It is unrealistic to rely on skeleton soldiers to push the monsters there. No one has ever counted the number of monsters there, and tens of billions are conservative estimates. After the monsters in the key eternal battlefield die, they will be reborn in the eternal battlefield and join the battle again. This is somewhat similar to the mechanism of Su Qin's skeleton army. The difference is that Su Qin's skeleton army will become stronger every time it is destroyed. In the eternal battlefield, the same soul will become weaker every time it is resurrected. Of course, the eternal battlefield is always supplemented by souls from all walks of life. This is the terrifying thing about the eternal battlefield. However, monsters on the eternal battlefield cannot leave the eternal battlefield. Once they leave the eternal battlefield, they will become weaker all the time, and they will not be resurrected if they die. Otherwise, with the mechanism of the eternal battlefield, the world would have been unified. It is not feasible to forcefully promote the eternal battlefield. Even if it is feasible, the time before the game comes to reality cannot be wasted. Su Qin rubbed his forehead. Therefore, we still have to find that little Kong Kong. Su Qin opened the mark marked last time. Among the many marked players, Xiao Kong Kong occupies the most conspicuous position and enjoys VIP treatment. But how to make Xiao Kong Kong listen to him and help him do things is worth discussing. What are the shortcomings of this little Kong Kong? Su Qin fell into memories. Xiao Kong Kong had a certain reputation in his previous life, and some of the original mysterious veil of Xiao Kong Kong was also revealed. By the way, the reason why Xiao Kong Kong's information in his previous life was leaked seems to be because of his woman. Su Qin suddenly remembered this matter. Xiao Kong Kong is not only keen on taking advantage of small things, but he is also a cheerful person. The key is that he still drives a big car with a child. He likes gentle and familiar people, and is gentle and considerate to him in his 30s. Xiao Kong Kong was played by such a woman in his previous life. The other party is the president of a guild, and has a certain amount of power. Xiao Kong Kong seems to like strong people. In her 30s, she is good-looking, strong, yet gentle and considerate. Su Qin thought about it, and a candidate appeared in his mind. Isn't that Linlin? Although I haven't asked yet. With Linlin's real strength, she will definitely not be weak in the game. Even people like Bingfeng knew that New World could help practice in reality. But Su Qin didn't believe that Linlin didn't know. It goes without saying that she is good-looking, and this has been recognized by Su Qin. Linlin has been in a high position for a long time and has a strong temperament, which is also very suitable for her. As for being gentle and considerate, isn't that just a personality design? After a few days of special training, Linlin will be okay. If a talent like Xiao Kong Kong doesn't join our group, it would be a real loss. Su Qin couldn't help but laugh. In his mind, he was already beginning to outline the development between Linlin and Xiao Kong Kong. How to meet in a reasonable way, and then how to let Xiao Kong Kong enter the gentle land step by step. Linlin has certain strength, plus the resource support she provides, and the ability to locate Kong Kong's position at any time. These are great arrangements. Online dating has developed appropriately. Isn't it just face-to-face dating? As long as the small space is free to face the base. Chapter 168, Familiar Soulsec Mark. Layout Plan. The next day. Real world. Su Qin crossed his legs and sat on the main seat, looking at the woman in front of him with a smile. Lord. After a day, Linlin had almost accepted this reality. But the moment she actually opened her mouth still made her feel a little awkward. Don't be nervous. Just get used to it. Don't you think your daughter is quite proficient now? Su Qin looked at Linlin with a chuckle and said gently, please introduce yourself again. The soul sect and your identity in New World. Linlin took a deep breath and organized her words. 10 minutes later. That's probably it. Linlin breathed a sigh of relief, finally explaining the matter clearly. She had not said these things for a long time because she had the mark of the soul sect on her body. But the new mark planted by Su Qin quietly erased the mark of the soul sect. Otherwise, these contents will trigger the penalty of the old mark. At the same time, it was also very shocked. It didn't expect that Su Qin could even erase the mark of the soul sect. Doesn't this mean that the force represented by Su Qin is more powerful than the soul sect? Linlin was pouring tea for Su Qin at this time. Su Qin took a sip, while sorting out the information he had just obtained. Linlin actually had a similar life experience to Lin Yin. They were both brought to the soul sect since childhood for secret training. What makes me know more about Lin Yin than Lin Yin is the information obtained by Linlin with higher authority. The highest level figure she has access to is Chinen, who is honored as the Ghost Master in the Soul Sect. Most of the time she is in contact with his disciple Missin. I came to the city for the blessed land that Ghost Master Chinen was looking for. Moreover, Linlin also took out the detection disc and handed it over. In addition, there are some basic internal structures of Soul Sect. But the Soul Sect is too mysterious, and what she knows is only superficial. At this time, Suchen was grasping the detection disc. How do you feel about this pattern? Where have you seen it before? Suddenly, Suchen saw a somewhat familiar pattern. It was a symbol, a bit like an ancient inscription, and the shape looked like a slanted weapon. It's like two crossed weapons, but one of them has been taken away. This is the mark of the Soul Sect. After being marked, it will be blessed with secret techniques. Before Linlin could speak, Linyan next to her spoke first. Is it the mark of the Soul Sect? Suchen closed his eyes and recalled quietly. When everyone saw Suchen like this, no one dared to speak, and they all waited quietly. I remembered that during that mission. At the end, I seem to have seen this similar mark from someone coming to the battlefield from behind. Suchen finally remembered. He has not forgotten that when he was a mercenary in his previous life, the last mission was just an ordinary large mission. At that time, he also felt that it was a matter of luck that he encountered the army of the undead. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of doubts about this. And now this imprint similar to that of the Soul Sect has made the whole incident even more confusing. Of course, he was not sure that this was the mark he saw that day. After all, his memory was vague at the time, and there seemed to be some differences between the two marks. But it may be true that it is involved. Suchen opened his eyes and saw everyone waiting for him. Now Suchen couldn't think of any clues in this, so he could only not think too much about it for the time being. Tell me about your identity in New World. Suchen glanced at Lin Yin next to him. And you, too. New World is required by Soul Sect for leveling and development, and we will also receive game resources provided by Soul Sect. Currently, I am the president of UX of Wacho, a first-class mid-level guild with an ID of Jin Yuming. However, I was founded with the help of Soul Sect's resources, so I still have to listen to Soul Sect's orders. The Soul Sect currently does not have an overt guild in the New World, but it is said that all super first-rate guilds have members of the Soul Sect, and it is unknown how powerful the Soul Sect has gathered in the dark. Linlin made an introduction and said, Suchen had heard about this guild, but he didn't expect that the president of Yueshi Huaqiao was actually Linlin. However, it cannot be said that this guild belongs to Linlin. The Soul Sect has given resources to cultivate its power, so it must have some informants to monitor it. Your Majesty, my ID is Tu the Killer, and I serve as the vice president in the Uexahua dynasty. Lin Yin said a little embarrassed. Even if she said her ID, she would feel childish. Suchen didn't pay much attention. Snapped. Suchen snapped his fingers. Bing Feng understood and distributed the copied information to those present. This person named Xiao Kongkong has a great effect on me. This is also your first mission. Linlin. Suchen tilted his head and looked at Linlin. I saw Xiao Kongkong's profile saying that he likes mature women. This made Linlin immediately understand what Suchen wanted her to do. I will complete this first task. Lord, please rest assured. Linlin didn't pretend to be coy. If Lin Yin was too thin-skinned, it might not be easy to introduce her like that. But Linlin's current position in the Soul Sect was achieved through means. It's good that you have this confidence. I will provide you with the help you need. At the same time, anyone you want can cooperate with you on this matter. Suchen glanced at the others and said calmly, This is not Linlin's task alone. It belongs to all of you. Do you understand? Understood. Mr. Su. The other people nodded. That's it. You can come to me after you discuss a feasible plan. Suchen waved his hand and went to play the game. After Suchen went back to playing the game, everyone was ready to disperse. Where are you going? Just as Bing Feng was about to leave, he was stopped by Linlin. How? Are you still thinking about what happened before? Bing Feng was not afraid and walked up to Linlin. Now we are all working for the Lord. If you want to take revenge for what happened before, you can take action and see if I don't fight back. After such a long time, Bing Feng also knew Su Chen's attitude towards his subordinates. If there was internal fighting because of the previous grudges, Su Chen would not forgive him. You were just doing business before, doing things for the Lord. So naturally I won't care about it anymore. Linlin looked at Bing Feng with a slightly serious expression. That's okay. That's it. I still have many things to do, as the Lord has commanded me to do. Bingfeng smiled softly and prepared to turn around. You forgot? Linlin stopped Bingfeng again. The Lord just said that anyone I want can cooperate with Xiao Kong. Bingfeng's expression was a little unnatural. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to avenge his personal revenge? But think about it. If he slapped Linlin so much before, it was not just a matter of public revenge. Chapter 169. Mengcheng set up a trap. Xiao Kong took the bait. Since it is Mr. Su's mission, you tell me what you want me to do. After hearing this, Bingfeng lost his temper. To be honest, you do this and that. And that's okay. Linlin told her plan. Will this work? Why don't I think it's reliable? After hearing this, Bingfeng frowned, and it also requires the cooperation of other guilds outside. Mr. Su said that he would give me support. You don't need to worry about other things. I will personally report to Mr. Su. Linlin said lightly. Well, anyway, it was you who came up with the plan. If it fails, Mr. Su will take care of you. So don't scream. Bingfeng agreed with his hands. You don't need to worry too much. Linlin snorted coldly and turned around. Dream World. Dream City. Originally, this world was a hidden world with nowhere to be found. But after some players completed the hidden mission, they opened the Dream Bridge. As a result, this world has become another area for players' activities. The Dream World actually did not exist originally. But after the War of the Gods, countless god-abandoned ruins appeared. Those creatures turned into dream spirits wandering around this world. But after countless years of evolution, some highly intelligent and powerful dream spirits also appeared. Dream City is a city built by powerful dream spirits. The Bridge of Dreams is not unique to the human world. There are bridges of dreams in many worlds, where many races of beings go back and forth. As the ruler of this world, the powerful dream spirit has naturally formulated relevant rules. At least the basic order will be maintained in Dream City. Dream City's recent business hasn't been very good either. Xiao Kong yawned. Of course, this bad business does not refer to the business run by Mengcheng, but his own theft business. There are many powerful beings among the people who come to Dream City, but Xiao Kong does not dare to steal from those aliens. Once discovered, the friendship of the entire group will be directly reduced, and they will be wanted. His main target is actually the players. However, the players who come to Dream City all know that this is a place of right and wrong. They are all very smart and understand what it means to keep their wealth private. It stands to reason that there are many hidden tasks in the dream world. So there isn't a big boss hanging around? Xiao Kong actually came to Mengcheng. He was not interested in some small shrimps, but he just wanted to attack the big fish. Just when Xiao Kong was bored, he suddenly saw someone teleporting over from the Bridge of Dreams. There were 3 people in the group, led by a white-haired man, followed by a burly man and a woman in blue. He looks a bit familiar. He seems to be some kind of vice president of the Ghost Guild. Because Xiao Kong often steals things, he will clearly remember some famous people. Xiao Kong quietly lowered his presence and quietly approached the 3 people. Brother Bing, we took a screenshot of the Sunset Guild's treasure map. I really didn't expect it to be related to ancient items. The woman in blue whispered. These 3 people are naturally Bingfeng, Teeman and Blue Bird. Ancient items? Or was it intercepted from the Sunset Guild? Hearing this, Xiao Kong suddenly became energetic. His inheritance is an ancient inheritance. Anyone who can touch the ancient times will not be simple. Xiao Kong used his skill again, further weakening his presence, and followed the 3 of them. Shoo! Hearing this, Bingfeng quickly stopped the Blue Bird. Keep your voice down. If things come to light, and the Sunset Guild talks to you, do you think the guild president can withstand the pressure? Besides, we didn't report this matter to the guild, and the guild president definitely wouldn't protect us, seeing that no one was paying attention around him. Bingfeng said slowly. Then Brother Bing, what are we doing in Dream City? Tai Man asked angrily. Going to the ancient battlefield is very dangerous. Some special items in Dream City that can resist soul attacks will be of great help to the ancient battlefield. Bingfeng replied softly. Then the few people stopped talking and found an inn to stay in Mengcheng temporarily. It looked like they were going to stay for a while. So my chance came. Xiao Kong thought proudly. Time passed slowly. Xiao Kong seemed very patient. His fighting ability is not too strong. Bingfeng is a well-known expert no matter what. If he is caught by Bingfeng, he will definitely not be able to beat him. What he is good at is stealing, hiding, tracking, etc. But during this time, he discovered that Bingfeng and his group were not only being targeted by him, but there seemed to be someone secretly following them. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty for Xiao Kongkong. However, although it increased the difficulty, it also made Xiao Kongkong more convinced of how precious this treasure map was. At this moment, a call prompt appeared. Xiao Kongkong quietly retreated to a safe place before answering the call. I have already inquired. And it seems that the Sunset Guild has indeed lost something. Then you asked people to search for it secretly, but did not make any announcement. Xiao Kongkong was not idle during this waiting time. He also entrusted an information dealer he knew to find out about the Sunset Guild. It's still a secret for people to look for. It seems that this treasure map is really not simple. Xiao Kongkong once again increased the value of this goal. Thanks to another colleague of mine who has resources in the Sunset Guild. I found out about this matter. So this time, the cost has to be increased by a third party. Since we have cooperated for so long, we will charge 100,000 gold coins, said the tipster on the other end of the call. Why don't you go and grab it? Just 50,000 gold coins. Xiao Kongkong curled his lips. He knows the quality of this product. And even regular customers will quote a high price, and then slowly bargain down the price. This time it's not the same as before. It's really 100,000, and I won't even charge you any intermediary fees. If I ask a friend, I'll give him this price. The information dealer did not bargain again this time, and said directly, if you don't give it, our cooperation will stop here. Okay. I'll email it to you shortly. Xiao Kongkong heard the other party say this, and it seemed that he was serious. Otherwise, given the other party's smooth character, he wouldn't have said this. By the way, do you have any good ideas? How about I give you these 100,000 gold coins for free, and let me send someone to be your assistant? The information dealer knows that Xiao Kongkong likes to take advantage of others. Moreover, he felt that the thing that could make Feng Yu, the smiling tiger, anxious, was definitely not an ordinary thing. You have a beautiful idea. I will give you 100,000 gold coins every penny. Xiao Kongkong curled his lips and hung up the call. He likes to take advantage of small things. He is not stupid. It seems that it is really developed this time. Xiao Kongkong's eyes showed excitement, and he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his hand. But it's the other person who is in trouble. 0. Thinking of this, Xiao Kongkong couldn't help but glance at the direction where the man was lurking. Chapter 170. A stupid thief can also succeed. Xiao Kongkong is dumbfounded. But it's not entirely a bad direction. At least the other party didn't notice me. Maybe I still have a chance to reap the benefits. Xiao Kongkong couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. With such a relationship, Xiao Kongkong was even less anxious. He wants to wait for the other party to make the first move. No matter whether the other party will be discovered or not, he will always be at an advantage. When a fight breaks out, he can fish in troubled waters. If the other party also succeeded by stealing, then since he is more skilled than the other party, this is just a job for him. The next step is to wait patiently before the opponent made a move. Xiao Kongkong steadied himself. Sunset Guild. Boss, I've asked around everywhere, but I haven't found any news about the treasure map so far. Sledgehammer gasped. To be honest, this was the first time he saw Feng Yu looking so panicked. How so? Feng Yu looked a little disappointed. This time the call was not just for the elite group, but for the entire group. Let a group of people mobilize their efforts to find it. But they cannot make this matter public. This made everyone curious as to what kind of precious treasure map they had lost, causing Feng Yu, who always had a smile, to become like this. But no one dared to ask. If you ask at this time, just wait to be Feng Yu's punching bag. Forget it. I'll find another way to deal with this matter. You can go do your own thing, and don't worry about it. Feng Yu waved his hand. Then Feng Yu sat on the chair a little decadently, with a lonely expression on his face. That was the first time anyone had seen him. Boss, Sledgehammer wanted to say something. You go down with him too. Feng Yu held his forehead and waved his hand, as if he didn't want to say more to them. All right. Seeing this, Sledgehammer knew that he had nothing to persuade and left the room with everyone. But when he exited, he looked at it with some confusion. Why didn't the cool colors come out? As the door closes, Feng Yu's expression also changed instantly, returning to the smile that often squinted his eyes. Well, my performance just now was quite passable, Feng Yu said with a chuckle. If you hadn't told me in advance, I would have thought that something valuable that could affect the guild was really lost. The cold tone said helplessly. But why didn't Sledgehammer tell him? I think Sledgehammer was really anxious and was looking everywhere. Everything Sledgehammer does is too breezy. And I'm afraid that if I tell him, it will be in vain if he doesn't know how to act. Feng said with a smile. It's a cold tone when I think about it. With Sledgehammer's character, if he was told in advance, he would definitely not be able to perform it. On the contrary, looking anxious like this makes it more real. However, although this matter was a simple effort to help Luoqiu, I didn't expect that there was really a spy in my group. Although Feng Yu said with a smile, there was an endless chill in his words. I was surprised at first and didn't believe it. But now it seems that there is really a traitor, Lenghua said helplessly. Originally, I was a little hesitant about Luoqiu's request. But now it seems that I was right to agree. Feng Yu's murderous aura was gone, and he looked warm and genial again. The reason why he hesitated was because of what his elder brother said last time about the holy sect. But this matter is just a gesture, and there is no need to announce anything to the outside world. So it is not too entangled. And it not only helped Luoqiu, but also proved that there was really a traitor in his group. Looking at Feng Yu like this, Lin Hu knew. Next, Feng Yu is going to investigate and clean up the group. Dream City. 2 days passed. There is no day or night in Dream City. The entire dream world is like this. In chaos. Feng and his party also left the city after doing some shopping in Mingcheng. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Kongkong has gradually lost his patience. If he goes by the usual rules, he can get it done within a day if he finds an opportunity. But there is someone secretly watching Feng and his group, which means that his attack time must be after that person. So it was not his decision at all when to take action. After 2 days of exhausting some of Xiao Kongkong's patience, Xiao Kongkong became particularly excited after the other party finally started to change his actions. He didn't even notice that he wasn't as cautious as usual. After leaving the city, Xiao Kongkong originally thought that he would be able to take action right away. But a few more hours passed, and the other party still didn't make a move. This made Xiao Kongkong's mentality almost collapse again. This kind of mentality of having to wait for the other party to take action first. But the other party never takes action is a kind of torture for him. If the things in the other party's hands weren't too precious, he wouldn't want to wade into this muddy water. Just when Xiao Kongkong was tortured to the point of numbness, the three of Feng were suddenly attacked by the dream beast. After fighting for a while, the person who had been hiding finally took action. But the way the man took action made Kong dumbfounded. The thief was wearing black clothes. He actually chose to speed over and grab Feng's waist with his hand. There are many things in New World that cannot be stored in storage spaces. So this has led to the prevalence of caravans in New World. And after long-term observation, the treasure map is also an item that cannot be stored in the storage space. Feng has been using a small bag recently, hanging on his waist. This stupid thief. Originally, Xiao Kongkong was still looking forward to seeing what method the other party would use to steal. But seeing such a rough move, even Xiao Kongkong couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly. I have been so cautious recently, and waited so long for the other party to take action. I thought the other party had 2 tricks. But now it seems that the other party is just a newbie in stealing. What on earth was I waiting for? Xiao Kongkong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known that the other party was such a fool, he would have done it earlier. Why would he have to be tortured for so long? However, I don't know if it was because the dream beast was too threatening, or if I didn't expect anyone to know that the treasure map was in the bag on my waist. Feng didn't protect the bag immediately, and when the thief in black was caught, he actually succeeded. After succeeding, the thief in black did not hesitate to fight and ran away, holding grass. Is this okay? Xiao Kongkong was dumbfounded. Lon, hold on to this dream beast and we'll chase it. After sensing that the treasure map had been stolen, Feng immediately chased after him with Timon. As a result, this theft battle turned directly into a chase battle. Hold the grass. So I have to run along. After seeing Feng chasing the black-clothed thief, Xiao Kongkong started to curse. Chapter 171. Is this a wealthy woman? A chase ensued. Little Kongkong was as tired as a dog, but he still had to follow. But what made Xiao Kongkong happy was that the chase didn't last long. And soon the two of them caught up with the mysterious man in black. Feng's strength is still quite strong. Coupled with Tai Man's help, the mysterious man in black was obviously defeated by 1 against 2. During an attack, Feng pretended to attack, but actually grabbed the hooded mask of the man in black. A head of black hair flowed out from it, revealing a beautiful face. This person is Xiao Kongkong, who was secretly observing, was planning to take a screenshot and then identify it from the database. However, Xiao Kongkong was not affected by the beauty and just looked at it a little more. The girl in front of him is still too immature. What he really likes is the kind of intellectual and beautiful big sister. Are you from Huachao? Bing Feng seemed to have an impression of the other party. Before Bing Feng could react, an attack came immediately. Of course Bing Feng knew who it was, and immediately blocked it. Clang! The attack was blocked. Boom! But the opponent suddenly kicked him, causing him to roll on the ground several times. This woman is planning to take revenge. Bing Feng climbed up from the ground. Are you from Huachao too? Although he knew it in his heart, Bing Feng still said this. Now that you know it, why don't you get out of here? The person took off his mask. See the moonlight! See the moonlight! One of these two voices was spoken loudly by Bing Feng. The other one was whispered secretly by Xiao Kong. As a fan of young mature sisters, Xiao Kong is still very interested in Jian Yuming, the president of Yushi Huachao. Jian Yuming, don't be too arrogant, Bing Feng said according to the prearranged lines. Talkative. Jian Yuming didn't say much nonsense and immediately attacked Bing Feng. This is different from the prearranged lines. According to the pre-written lines, there will be a small dialogue, and then you will beat him away. But he just made a sneak attack. This crazy woman clearly wants to avenge herself. Bing Feng himself is weaker than Linlin. And in the script, he must lose. Therefore, facing Linlin's sudden sneak attack, Bing Feng was helpless. All kinds of slaps and kicks were delivered by Linlin in the gaps between his blocks. Bing Feng was really frustrated and could only sell a flaw and was immediately defeated. See the moon? I remember this time. Bing Feng viciously said the lines he had lined up before. But this time, the lines were conveyed by Bing Feng's true feelings. So there was no trace of performance at all. After saying that, Bing Feng ran away with Timan rolling and crawling. Mom, I'm sorry I was discovered, Linlin said pretending to be guilty. Wow, they actually still have a mother-daughter relationship. Xiao Kong already felt eager in his heart. A beautiful, mature woman that he had fallen in love with was actually the wife of someone else. This was simply unbelievable. If you find it, you will find it. It will only be more troublesome. Bing Qianli is nothing to be afraid of, Linlin said lightly, seeing the mother and daughter preparing to leave. Xiao Kong knew that he would have no chance if he didn't take action. Forget it. Let's use a limited skill. After Xiao Kong waited, he felt that the chance of forceful action was too small. So he could only use a limited skill with a 1-week cooldown. Who knew things would turn out like this? I originally thought it was a melee. But Bing Feng turned out to be such a weakling. Limited skill dimensional stealth. After using the skill, Xiao Kong disappeared. This is different from ordinary invisibility. Ordinary invisibility, or sneaking, uses camouflage to cause visual deception. Nowadays, the game has been running for more than a year. Not to mention top players. Relatively well-off players will prepare some anti-stealth measures to guard against theft or sneak attacks by thieves. Even the masters among thieves can only rely on some physical skills, so that stealth can barely deceive some low-end reaction methods in the past. In the face of truly high-end reactions, experts have no choice but to deal with hardware problems. But dimensional stealth simply disappeared into this dimension and got stuck in the dimensional barrier to move. This has gone beyond the scope of anti-hiding. Only those who know the laws of space or carry a space-type artifact can detect the anomaly. This is also where Xiao Kong's confidence lies. Arrive. Xiao Kong squatted behind Linlin and couldn't help but swallowed. But he immediately looked away and found the location of the treasure map. Reach out. Xiao Kong was also a little nervous. After reaching out from the dimensional barrier, he would be expelled by the dimensional barrier in 1 minute. And when he stretched out his hand was not controlled by the dimensional barrier. Therefore, the speed must be fast. The strike must be ruthless. And the strike must be successful. Got it. Xiao Kong looked at the bag with the treasure map and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He glanced at Linlin. He even wanted to touch it. But just thinking about it was unrealistic. Then when his hand was retracting the dimensional barrier, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. If it weren't for my special perception skills, I really wouldn't have noticed that there was a little thief here. It was Linlin who caught Xiao Kong's empty hand. Naturally, this was said casually. She didn't have the ability to sense space. And it all depended on Su Chen's reporting of Kong's position. Xiao Kong was very panicked and quickly pulled his hand back. But he couldn't even defeat Bing Feng, let alone Jian Yuming, who was stronger than Bing Feng. Soon, Linlin also discovered it and helped to hold Xiao Kong's hand to prevent him from pulling it back. Xiao Kong couldn't pull it back with his empty hands. And he was very anxious. In 1 minute, his true colors will be revealed. In order to show weakness, Shao Kong threw the treasure map bag on the ground, indicating that he didn't want it anymore, and asked the other party to let him go. But Lin and Lin came here just for him. The so-called treasure map was just a fake created to guide Shao Kong to the ancient battlefield. Soon, a minute passed. Shao Kong was repelled by the dimensional barrier. Woohoo! Sister, please let me go! After Shao Kong was free, he sat on the ground and pretended to be pitiful. Not to mention, this little thief is quite handsome. Linlin's eyes revealed a bit of provocation. Shao Kong does look quite gentle, and looks like the kind of person who is being taken care of by a rich woman. Ah, this. Seeing Yueming's words made Shao Kong stunned. Is this being spotted by a rich woman? Don't plan on treating me together, mother and daughter, in this wilderness. Shao Kong's mind began to have wild thoughts. Okay, I'm not kidding you, little thief. I think you have some skills. Do you want to go look for the things on the treasure map together? Linlin suddenly said seriously. The location of the treasure map is in the ancient battlefield. Do you dare to go? Hold the grass. It seems that he is really attracted by the rich woman. Chapter 172. Summoning has been revised. The first demigod is chosen. Suchen stretched and yawned. Let Linlin take Shao Kong to find out about the ancient weapon talisman. Suchen muttered to herself and turned off the communicator. Recently, Suchen was not idle when he provided Shao Kong's coordinates to Linlin and others, which made him feel a little tired. The purpose this time is just to design Shao Kong to go to the ancient battlefield to find ancient talismans. As for recruiting Shao Kong to join the group, it will take some time. Although some of Shao Kong's personality traits are controlled, it still takes a certain amount of time to build trust between Linlin and Shao Kong. I just want to get Shao Kong out of reality with just a few words. How stupid is Shao Kong? Once the ancient weapon talisman is obtained, it's okay. It's not too urgent to recruit Shao Kong into the gang. Next, it's time to think about Dragonheart. Suchen also took his thoughts back from Shao Kong. Dragons, in people's minds, are sacred and powerful beings. However, in New World, dragons are not that rare, nor are they beyond the reach of players, except for the legendary dragon, which is still one of the ceilings of combat power in New World. But the dragons below are not so strong, leaving aside some worms and pseudo-dragons. It's hard to say whether their hearts are the dragon's hearts that Heart of War needs. So Suchen's target is the dragon clan under the legendary dragon. Suchen took out the map. Metal dragons such as gold dragons, silver dragons, and bronze dragons basically live in groups in Dragon City and cannot be offended. And they are protected by the legendary dragon Diamond Dragon, which is really impossible to defeat. Suchen crossed the metal dragon gathering place. Gem dragons don't live in groups. Jade dragons, topaz dragons, sapphire dragons, crystal dragons, and amethyst dragons are all orthodox dragons. It's a pity that they like to collect treasures so much that the weaker ones are hunted down by human warriors. The rest are all strong and able to run, and it is difficult to find them. Suchen eliminated the choice of gemstone dragon again. Among the elemental dragons are the Holy Light Wyvern, the Shadow Dragon, the Snakeneck Wind Wyvern, the Fire Wyvern, the Frost Wyvern, the Mountain Rock Dragon. However, not only is the environment where they live obviously harsh, but they also live in small groups. Suchen crossed out the elemental dragon again. That leaves fewer choices. Only the 5-color dragon type and the earth dragon type are left. Earth dragons have very low intelligence. They are divided into steel dragons, mountain dragons, horn dragons, thorn dragons, and underground demon dragons. They are also easy to deal with because they do not have the habit of living in groups. But they don't even have bloodline inheritance. Although they are orthodox dragons, I doubt whether their hearts meet the requirements. Suchen shook his head and still denied the dragon element. Then, next, only the 5-color dragon series is left. The 5-color dragon series includes red dragons, black dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, and white dragons. Like elemental dragons, they like to live in places that suit their attributes. Among them, black dragons and red dragons do not have the habit of living in groups, so they are suitable choices. Red dragons like fire, and black dragons like darkness. I'd better find a black dragon. Suchen thought of this, and finally confirmed his choice. The living environment that the black dragon likes is also a place that can improve the combat effectiveness of the skeleton army. When fighting other dragons, the environment they live in will be a bonus to themselves. And some will be weakened if there is no bonus to the skeleton army. The living environment of the Black Dragon, at least the skeleton army, can also be improved. But before that, the skeleton soldiers must be summoned first. Suchin thought like this and activated the skeleton soldier summons. But this time is different from before. The original, summon heavy skeleton soldiers, became summon Dark Legion. Suchin immediately clicked on his own panel to check this skill. Player, Luochio. Occupation, God of the Dead. Level, 100. HP, 300000. MP, 210000. Strength, 8,500. Intelligence, 25,000. Stamina, 7,800. Spirit, 31,000. Physical defense, 125,000. Magic defense, 115,000. Legion skill, Fire Enchantment. Inherited skills, Summon the Dark Legion. Soul Grant. Dark Mark. Dark Evolution. Unity of Mind. Vampire Guard. Breathtaking. Darkness Descends. Divine Power. Summon the Dark Legion. 1 million elite skeleton soldiers. 2 million ordinary skeleton soldiers. And 100,000 random ordinary dark creatures. Now the Dark Army will generate a super mythical leader. And the super mythical leader will have a weakened bodyguard group. Upgraded the conditions are to consume all the ordinary skeleton soldiers plus elite skeleton soldiers. And to devour monsters above the myth level, the number requirements increase in sequence. And you can check the progress through the energy bar. If you cannot complete the 2 advanced conditions, you can still summon the Dark Legion again. But this time summon cannot evolve. Hold the grass. Level 100 also comes with a revised version? Suchin complained while looking at the skill introduction. Suchin took a look and saw that he was getting stronger. After all, the proportion of elite troops was no longer increased, but fixed at 1 million. 1 million elite troops are terrifying to think about. Secondly, although the main part is still summoning skeleton soldiers, it is not just skeleton soldiers, but 100,000 ordinary random dark creatures. Secondly, there is the super mythical boss. The level of super myth is above myth, but has not yet become a god. Like the demon Dao, there was still a certain gap between the super myth and the demon Dao before. However, after uniting with Suchin's mind, the demon Dao can not only understand the immortal Dao, but also the divine Dao. But even so, the demon path is still a little far away from super myth. In addition, there are a very small number of demigods. But because they are too rare, they are not included in the public classification. But the cost of such enhancement is that the upgrade conditions become more stringent. In the past, upgrading only required simply consuming all of them. But now it not only required consuming all 3 million skeleton soldiers, but also required devouring a sufficient number of mythical monsters. But fortunately, even if it doesn't evolve, you can still perform the next damage-free summoning. Summon the Dark Legion. Suchin planned to see how this new version of the summons was like first. The leader is being generated. Please select a branch. Demigods will be generated for the first time. Soul type, or witch type, or demon type. Holding grass. Is it so exciting? Seeing this, Suchin was a little confused. Whether it was a soul demigod or a witch demigod, Suchin was very excited. However, Suchin didn't have much feeling for the demonic demigods. There seems to be very few demonic demigods who are particularly powerful. Suchin thought about it and gave up on the demon demigod. Should I choose the soul type or the witch type? Suchin was thinking. What powerful guys are these 2 types of demigod level creatures? Chapter 173 Demi-Dragon Lich and his Ghost Dragon. Or a Witch Demigod. After struggling for a while, Suchin made his choice. Although the Soul-type demigods are also very attractive. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, the Witch-type demigods are probably not as good as the Soul-type. But Suchin still considered the whole thing. After all, this is a figure of the same level as the leader of the Dark Legion. For the team's amplification power, the Witch-type is slightly better. I don't know how long it will be before the second demigod appears. If it is the second demigod, Suchin is interested in the soul-type demigod. After Suchin made his decision, a storm of black energy appeared around him, and the whole world became dark. The first ones to come out were ordinary skeleton soldiers. After all, it was just a look, and there was no target for action yet. So Suchin didn't release everything. But even so, the entire land was already covered with skeleton soldiers. Moreover, Suchin discovered that these ordinary skeleton soldiers were not simple, and had undergone great changes. Their equipment has changed from ordinary heavy equipment to equipment made of rare metals. And there are magic lines shining on them. which are obviously simple enchantments. Moreover, their bones have become silver-level strength bones, and they can withstand the opponent's attacks even without equipment. The overall look no longer looks like it was falling apart when walking, even in a 1v1 against players of similar levels. Suchin felt that the skeleton soldiers had a certain chance of winning. Let's look at the elite unit skeleton soldiers. Their equipment is even more exaggerated. Not only made of rare metals, but also inlaid with precious stones. Players who are worse at the same level don't have as good equipment as they do. Their bones are gold-level strength bones, and both their life and defense have been greatly enhanced. Suchin casually checked the attributes of several skeleton soldiers. Name, Skeleton Lightning Technique. Level 100. Life limit, 90,000. Maximum strength, 500. Intelligence, 3300 R. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 2000. Endurance, 1000. Movement speed, 500. Attack speed, 300. Passive, immune to 12% of damage caused by light series. Skills, Lightning Strike. Enhanced Lightning Strike. Enhanced Chain Lightning. Energy Saving Spellcasting. Lightning Enchantment. Name, Skeleton Machine Gun Assaulter. Level 100. Life limit, 110,000. Maximum strength, 500. Strength, 2,800. Intelligence, 2,500. Agile, 2,000. Spirit, 1,000. Endurance, 1,500. Movement speed, 2,000. Attack speed, 1,000. Passive, immune to 12% of damage caused by light series. Skills, Gunfire Charge. Fragmentation Grenade. Violent Firepower. Name, Skeleton Shield. Level 100. Life limit, 170,000. Maximum strength, 1,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 100. Endurance, 2,000. Movement speed, 200. Attack speed, 100. Defense, 150,000. Passive, immune to 12% of damage caused by light series. Skill, Shield Defense Array. This level of enhancement is too exaggerated, isn't it? Each of these elite units surpasses the silver level boss. How many times will it evolve to catch up with the gold level boss? Suchin was stunned when he looked at the attributes of the skeleton soldiers. A gold level boss is not scary. But what if this number becomes 1 million? And not only the elite soldiers, but also the other ordinary skeleton soldiers have exceeded the strength of the elite monsters. Although it can't compare to the boss level. It's 2 million. And after evolution, it may not be able to reach the level of bronze boss, or even silver boss. It seems that the synthesis of the Heart of War is urgent. Suchin felt outrageous when he thought about evolving to have 1 million gold boss, and 2 million bronze and silver boss. In addition, there are 100,000 dark creatures. There are vampires, gargoyles, lycanthropes, ghosts, stitch monsters, etc. Their attributes are equivalent to those of ordinary skeleton soldiers, and they can be regarded as a rich variety of soldiers. After all, the skills have been modified into Dark Legion instead of Skeleton Legion. There must be other varieties. Suchin doesn't have much feeling for these 100,000 dark creatures. He stared into the black mist. At this time, a phantom dragon flew over. When approaching Suchin, the phantom dragon disappeared directly and turned into a disembodied figure in black robes. My lord. The figure in black robes saluted. Name, Dracolic. Type, Witch Clan. Level, 100. Level, Demigod. Skills, Gaze. Control Undead. Fear. Magic Resistance. Summon Ghost Dragon. Arcane Magic. Dragon Form, Dragon Breath. Weapon Spell Use and Spell Transformation Ability. Immortality. It's actually a Dracolic. Suchin's eyes lit up after seeing it. The Dracolic can be said to be the ceiling of demigods. As long as there are living beings around it, the Dracolic can be transferred infinitely and achieve immortality. Under God. Unless some specific conditions are met. Dragon Lich will be in an invincible position first. There seemed to be few skills because they were condensed. Suchin took a closer look. The arcane secret method contains hundreds of skills, large and small. And the dragon form has dozens of skills. If all of these are revealed, it will be too dense. What kind of dragon are you? Suchin asked. Dragon Lich is actually an evil dragon from ancient times that will become Dragon Lich after transformation. When the ancient evil dragon knew that there was no hope of becoming a god, he would use secret methods to transform into a Dracolic to escape reincarnation. It's like a cultivator who fails to overcome the tribulation and becomes a loose immortal. The subordinate is the green dragon. Dragon Lich is very straightforward. Suchin nodded. Generally, the ancient blue and green dragons would specialize in this way, while the white dragon, one of the 5 color dragons, would insist on reaching the legendary dragon level. Even if he fails to reach the legendary dragon level, he will not choose to degenerate into a Dracolic. How many ghost dragons do you have? Suchin asked curiously again. Dragon Lich understood and waved his hand. Suddenly, 2 ghost dragons surrounded the Dracolic, one on the left and one on the right. The ghost dragon and the bone dragon are on the same level. Neither of them are orthodox dragon levels. But compared to the bone dragon, the ghost dragon has a high level of immunity to magic and moves very fast. While the attack is high, each attack also comes with its own debuff. The bone dragon has partial power, while the ghost dragon's attacks are mostly magic attacks. Like the bone dragon, the ghost dragon becomes stronger by constantly devouring the power of souls. Chapter 174 New Skeleton Army vs Purgatory Black Dragon. The Nest of Dragons. This place is very remote. On the universal map drawn by humans, the Valley of the Dragon is already at the edge of the map. The areas on the edge are restricted areas for humans. A group of people walked in the Valley of the Dragon. Boom! The surrounding magma suddenly became restless. At the same time, wisps of sinful fire seemed to have discovered the creature in front of them and approached the pedestrian. Earth Talisman. The group of people in front of me are naturally Suchin Yaodao and others. Demon Dao also used Earth Spirit Talismans to resist the fire of these sins and karma. But just after the contact, the red fire of sin burned into ashes with the Earth Spirit Talisman. Xianyuan Body Protection. Seeing this, the Demon Dao didn't dare to be too big. He directly used his immortal energy to resist the fire of sin and karma. This is the Black Dragon's move. And it seems that it has discovered us. Suchin's eyes narrowed slightly. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, bursts of energy fluctuations appeared in the sky, and the flames from the magma dyed the sky crimson red. A black dragon finally appeared, its huge wings whipping up furious winds of flames, with a roar that resounded throughout the valley. Name, Purgatory Black Dragon. Type, Dragon. Level, 170. Grade, Super Mythical. Skill, Unknown. It's so strong. I'm no match for it. The demon next to him felt the breath of the black dragon and couldn't help but say, Demon Dao is still hovering on the threshold of Super Myth. But even if it reaches Super Myth, there is still a huge level gap between it and the black dragon. The Dragon Lich on the side didn't feel anything. With its demigod status, it is suppressive to the super mythical black dragon. But there is a 70 level difference between the two, especially after the level is higher. The attribute span of each level is very high. This makes it difficult for even the demigod Dracolic to face this black dragon, which is 70 levels higher than it. However, although there is a high probability that the Dracolic with the characteristics of immortality cannot defeat the black dragon, it is extremely difficult for the black dragon to kill it. Come! Show me your power. Suchin looked at the black dragon, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, an army of 3 million skeletons and 100,000 dark creatures appeared. After receiving the order to attack the black dragon, the skeleton army did not hesitate at all and attacked directly towards the black dragon. The black dragon is flying in midair. But for the skeleton army, it is no more difficult to deal with than the enemies on the ground. The firepower of the enemy's skeleton army on the ground is mostly due to the fact that the skeleton army is too crowded. In fact, there are only so many attacks that can hit the opponent. In the sky, there is nothing you can do about melee combat. But there is a huge target for long-range combat, especially after the 100-level revision. The skeleton soldiers' weapons have been upgraded, and their range is much stronger than before. There is a difference of 70 levels between level 100 and level 170. This gap is indeed huge. But after all, after passing the 100-level threshold, the gap between heaven and earth is not that big. I am in a position where I can fight. Not to mention, the skeleton soldiers have the ability to break defenses, so they won't have the embarrassment of being unable to cause damage with their attacks. The black dragon hadn't launched an attack yet, but it was attacked by the ants on the ground first, which made it very angry. Karma Fire Dragon Breath. The black dragon dived and glided directly, spraying dragon breath flames from its mouth. Even the Earth Spirit Talisman of the Demon Dao could not defend against these karmic fires. Suchin felt that a single encounter with the skeleton soldiers would cause huge losses. He had already done everything. After the black dragon destroyed all the skeleton soldiers in several attacks, he made a second call to supplement. But a huge and thick barrier resisted the attack of those dragon breaths. Is this the combined defensive formation of the big shields? Su-Chen looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The large shield barrier at the beginning could only block some cannonballs. But now it is so outrageous that it can even withstand dragon breath for one round? Only then did Su-Chen remember. Not only did the large shields undergo a 100-level leap, but the number also increased from several thousand to tens of thousands. Click! However, after resisting the dragon breath industry fire this time, the barrier formed by the large shield was directly broken. The black dragon in the sky was obviously very surprised. The black dragon family is different from the earth dragons, whose intelligence is close to that of wild beasts. Black dragons have high intelligence, and they also use strategies in battle. The reason why the attack is so random is because the opponent is too weak. Who would use tactics with the ants? But the situation in front of it exceeded its expectations. However, the black dragon had no intention of retreating. Instead, there was greed in his eyes. If the other party has such power, wouldn't it be good for it to devour it? The entire black dragon clan has an almost paranoid desire for power. In order to obtain powerful power, they can even devour their entire clan. Therefore, it is impossible for the black dragon clan to live in groups. If two black dragons meet and don't fight to the end, they can be regarded as modest gentlemen among black dragons. At this time, after the black dragon saw that the barrier was broken, he directly chose to pursue the victory. The black dragon in the sky, waving its wings. Suddenly a storm of rage was set off and attacked the skeleton army. Compared with the karma fire spit out from the black dragon's mouth, the quality of the fire in the flame storm set off by its wings has dropped a lot. But even so, without the protection of the large shield barrier, many skeleton soldiers were still defeated and fell to the ground. At this time, Dragon Lich also took action. The two ghost dragons roared and attacked the black dragon from the left to the right. When the ghost dragon and the black dragon were entangled, the Dracolic was not idle either. After the Dracolic cast a spell on an area, the destroyed skeleton soldiers stood up again. This made Su-Chen stunned. Good guy. He doesn't even need to recruit troops. Is this right? When the two ghost dragons were temporarily fighting together, the skeleton army quickly responded. Especially the skeleton commandos. With all their firepower, some of the black dragon's scales were knocked off. You know, the black dragon's dragon scales are actually very hard after being tempered by countless karmic fires. However, the skeleton soldier's armor-breaking ability and frequent attacks really hurt the black dragon. The black dragon could no longer care about the two ghost dragons at this time. He directly threw away the two ghost dragons and rushed towards the skeleton core. Ghost dragons have super mythical combat power, and their physical immunity is ridiculous. The fire of karma is limited in a fight. Their damage is simply too low compared to the skeleton army, so the black dragon simply ignores them. But when the black dragon was about to charge towards the skeleton army, a green dragon appeared in front of it. It turned out that Dracolic directly activated his dragon form and went to stop him. Clang! The black dragon's angry claw was directly caught by the Dracolic. Roar! The black dragon sprayed out its angry breath. The Dracolic did not give up, and also sprayed out dragon breath to fight. The red and dark green dragon breaths clashed in midair. Chapter 175 Dragon Lich and Demon Dao asked for black dragon materials. At this time, Su-Chen felt a little itchy after seeing the battle. Directly ordered a commando skeleton soldier to come over. Give me your gear. Su-Chen gave the order. Soon. Su-Chen held a rifle in his hand, but the magazine was too heavy, and Su-Chen was too lazy to carry it. The commando skeleton soldier who had handed over his equipment was idle, holding magazines and grenades next to him. I haven't used it for a long time, so it's a bit rough on my hands. Su-Chen picked up the gun and got familiar with it. In his previous life, he was a mercenary. Although gaming skills and equipment accounted for most of his skills, he still used thermal weapons. After aiming at the black dragon, Su-Chen started shooting continuously. Duh. After firing out one magazine, he directly picked up another magazine from the skeleton soldier next to him, loaded it, and continued shooting. In his previous life, it would have been more difficult for him to shoot accurately from such a long distance. But after understanding the divine way under the power of God, there was no difficulty. Lord, is this? The demon next to him was a little confused. The power of the gun hit the black dragon, but it didn't cause much damage, not even scratching. However, Su-Chen didn't answer the demon yet, and kept firing one magazine after another. Alright. After Su-Chen used up another magazine, He threw the gun directly to the skeleton soldier. Quenching poison, 10 layers. Chaos, level 10. Damage amplification, 10 layers. Domination, level 10. Burn, 10 layers. Suchin didn't forget that he also had a skill called Dark Mark. Dark Mark, the damage you cause will add any negative status to the opponent. Quenching. Chaos. Damage amplification. Dominance. Burning. A single type can be stacked up to 10 layers. When a single status is stacked, the detonation effect can be triggered. Detonation effect. Poisoning will turn into poisonous explosion. Chaos will turn into madness. Damage will be doubled as the damage is deepened. Dominance will become temporarily under your control. And combustion will turn into pyrolysis. Originally, detonation was passive. But now through divine power, you can actively control whether to detonate or not. After Suchin studied Shui, he developed many uses. Let's start with the familiar immortal real fire. By the way, it also needs to be detonated first to increase the damage. Suchin snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the black dragon. When there was no detonation before, compared with the dense attacks, the black dragon did not pay too much attention to this state. But after the detonation, the black dragon finally felt the pain. The immortal fire is more powerful than the fire of sin and karma, and cannot be extinguished at all, especially as the damage deepens. It becomes even more painful. It was very intelligent, and quickly figured out where the previous attacks with abnormal status came from. Its eyes were locked on Suchin. This frightened the evil spirit. The master was right beside him. If he was injured by the black dragon, he would take the blame. Demon Dao directly summoned the golden armored warrior first, and at the same time grabbed a handful of soybeans from the bag on his waist, and summoned some soybean soldiers. These are just delays. The demonic path simultaneously activated the power of the immortal essence, and held the heavenly master's talisman in his hand to prepare for resistance. Damn it. What are you looking at? But Suchin was not afraid at all, and directly triggered another poisonous explosion. Boom! These injuries are deeper than those of Dracolic and Skeleton Legion. The dragon scales on its body were blown off piece by piece, and it was already seriously injured. Roar! The black dragon rushed towards Suchin crazily. This scared the demon into a cold sweat, and he felt as if he was facing a powerful enemy. Snap! But Suchin snapped his fingers. Chaos broke out. Suddenly, the black dragon felt his body moving around uncontrollably. During this period, the skeleton army was naturally being heavily attacked. The Dracolic was also worried that the black dragon would hurt Suchin, so it gave up its defense and used all its strength to attack the black dragon. After the chaos was over, the black dragon was really scared. It has felt that the state no longer supports it to fight here. Even though Suchin's expression was hateful, Black Dragon just glared at Suchin fiercely, and remembered Suchin's appearance and breath. Obviously, he planned to escape first. As for remembering Suchin, it is naturally for revenge in the future. Want to run? Suchin couldn't help but laugh when he saw the Black Dragon trying to run away. He still has a domination that has not been detonated. Just as the Black Dragon spread its wings and fled, not only was its body inoperable, but its consciousness began to blur. Suchin directly commanded it to fly to the place where the skeleton soldiers were densest, and then laid down on the ground. Then, the Black Dragon's huge body fell to the place where the skeleton soldiers were the most, and all the melee skeleton soldiers were densely covered with the Black Dragon's body. Of course, under Suchin's command, he did not forget to leave a place for Dracolic to output. Roar! When the Black Dragon woke up again, it was unable to escape. After standing up and attacking a few times, boom! The Black Dragon fell heavily to the ground. Is this a win? It's so simple. Suchin helplessly spread his hands. This can only be blamed on the new version of skeleton soldiers being too strong. If it were the version of skeleton soldiers before level 100, it would probably take several waves to defeat it. But this new version of the skeleton soldier not only has the strength of the skeleton soldier greatly improved, but also has an additional demi-dragon lich. A level 100 demigod is also a demigod. My lord, if you give me the Black Dragon's keel, I can refine a powerful bone dragon. At the same time, dragon teeth can also be refined into dragon tooth talismans, which can be used as personal soldiers of the lord. Before Suchin could check his trophies, the Dracolic came to ask for something from him. How much will the strength be reduced? Suchin frowned and asked anyway. The Black Dragon is a level 170 super myth. If the Bone Dragon and the Dragon Tooth Soldier can maintain this level or lower it slightly, it will still be worth it. just based on the surface strength. The loss will not exceed 10%. But whether it is a bone dragon or a dragon 2 soldier, their own attack methods cannot compare with the black dragon itself. Dragon Lich explained to Su Chen. That said, the level won't drop too much. As for the gap in combat power between the bone dragon and the body dragon, there will still be a difference. He needs the dragon's heart. So it is naturally impossible to use Soul Grant. And now the Dark Army also needs to devour mythical monsters to evolve. Okay. Take the dragon bones and teeth. Su Chen nodded. After putting aside the keeled bones and teeth, the black dragon still has many treasures. Just when Su Chen was about to check his trophies, the evil spirit ran out again. Lord, I also want to get something. I can refine the dragon tendons into dragon ropes, the dragon scales into dragon scale armor, and the dragon skin into soft armor. When the Demon Dao saw that Dracolic was getting resources, the Demon Dao also came to join in the fun. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. Co-author. This black dragon is for you too. Right? Chapter 176. New ideas for the Ice of God realm. The proud demonic way. Seeing what Yao Dao wanted to say, Su Chen was too lazy to listen. Take the black dragon's heart and divide the rest between you two. Su Chen waved his hand, making a gesture to let Yao Dao divide the spoils. Anyway, after removing the dragon bones and dragon teeth, they can't be gifted with souls. The only use of these materials for him is to sell them. It's better to leave it to the Dracolic and the Demon Dao. Precious materials like this are usually sold only when they are really useless. Anyone who has some channels that can convert the value of these materials will not choose to sell them. Just when Su Chen was about to take the black dragon's heart and dodge, he found that the skeleton soldiers were about to attack the black dragon. But they stopped in place because there was no order. This is how the same thing. Su Chen looked at Dracolic. Dracolic is currently the commander of this dark army, so he should know the thoughts of these dark creatures. For such a master, although the black dragon's body has been decomposed, its remaining soul power can be used as nutrients for the evolution of the dark army. Dragon Lich explained while breaking down the dragon bones. It turns out that evolutionary energy can be achieved without the body. Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard this explanation. In this way, the materials of mythical monsters can be decomposed. However, Soul Grant cannot be used on defeated mythical creatures. This is also an option. Then devour it. Su Chen waved his hand, and a black mist enveloped the black dragon, absorbing the remaining soul power of the black dragon. The branch has reached the evolution conditions and has automatically evolved. The current status can be viewed. Ordinary skeleton soldiers, increase the number by 100,000. Elite skeleton soldiers, increase the number by 10,000. Random dark creature, slightly enhanced in strength. Super mythical boss, 10% progress bar. Has the number of elite skeleton soldiers only increased by 10,000? It's a bit slow. Su Chen frowned. But fortunately, it was not an optional evolution, but a comprehensive evolution, which made Su Chen reluctantly accept it. If you could only choose one of several items at a time, then this evolution would be too strenuous. After evolution, the number of skeleton soldiers has been made up. The number of ordinary skeleton soldiers reached 2.1 million, and the number of elite skeleton soldiers reached 1.01 million. Some of the 100,000 dark creatures have advanced. My lord, it's done. At this time, Demon Dao also came over and said. At the same time, he handed the black dragon heart to Su Chen. Linlin and the others are in charge of the ancient weapon talismans, and now they have to get the ice of the divine world. Su Chen put away the black dragon heart and muttered to himself. The ice of the god realm is precious or precious. Whether it is precious or not. In the god realm, although it is not seen everywhere, it is actually the fog of the god realm that condenses under certain circumstances. But the precious thing is that it is a thing from the god realm. It is not easy to enter the divine realm. The divine realm is located above the sky of the human realm. It is the place where ordered beings and neutral beings are placed in the divine kingdom. A place where hundreds of sentient beings and hundreds of millions of heavenly beings live. In the divine realm, in addition to the gods, there are also divine envoys who serve as divine envoys, divine generals, and guards of holy places. In particular, divine envoys have authority over the lower realms. By the way, maybe I should use my brain among the creatures under God. Su Chen changed his mind. It is not yet time for him to go to the god realm, and it is not easy to go. In fact, in addition to angels and saints, there are also heavenly clans, some of which are scattered in the human world. If you want to know the whereabouts of these people, there should be records in the Holy See. Suchin frowned. The Holy See's information was confidential, and he wanted to borrow it to read. But they probably wouldn't lend it to him. Although the Holy See is hard to talk to. Now I can only borrow some information from them. And even borrow some sacred objects or skill inheritance. Suchin didn't forget that he also had a buff. Starlight City record holder. Obtained gain buff. Light attribute plus 10%. Ordinary holy light skills are boring. If you want to improve them, just grab some holy light forbidden spells and the like. Ahem. No. Just borrow them for a look. Suchin covered her mouth gracefully, hiding the smile caused by excitement. 3 days later. During the past 3 days, Draculic was in seclusion while refining the Bone Dragon and Dragon 2 soldiers. Suchin did not rush and patiently waited for the results of Draculic's refining. The same is true for demons. But Suchin didn't waste time. He spent the past 3 days constantly looking for mythical creatures to attack. Compared with fighting a level 170 super mythical creature like the Black Dragon, which is very difficult, it is relatively easy to fight an ordinary mythical creature of around level 130 to 150. In the absence of the two powerful forces of Dragon Lich and Demon Dao, Suchin simply relied on quantity. The Holy See is not someone to be trifled with. Even if it is just a weaker branch of the Holy See, there are still strong people in charge. Not to mention that the Holy Light has natural restraint against the Dark Legion. At least, he had to evolve the Dark Army first before Suchin had the confidence to fight. Suchin had just beaten an ordinary mythical creature, and was going to take a break before continuing the fight. But he found that the evil spirit was looking for him. And he still let himself return to reality, saying that he wanted to see him for something. Suchin was a little curious. Why should we talk about it in reality? In reality, after Suchin logged off, he went directly to the office in his house. When Suchin arrived, Yao Dao had arrived early. Tell me, why are you so anxious to find me? Suchin sat on the sofa, put his feet directly on the desk, and said casually, Lord, please see what this is. At this time, Yao Dao took out a bundle of ropes that looked like rubber bands and placed them on the desk. Suchin was also intrigued by Yao Dao's words. He put his feet down from the desk and looked at the bundle of ropes. This thing looks pretty solid. Can it withstand damage? Suchin picked it up and pulled it a few times before saying, Lord, just use your strength. Yao Dao said confidently. Suchin's current strength is extraordinary. But after several tests by Suchin, he only left a very small scratch on the rope. This can't be it? Suchin suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, the demon said that he wanted Long Jin to practice the dragon rope. Yes, it is refined from the dragon tendons given by the Lord. Yao Dao smiled proudly. No. How did you get things out of New World? Suchin suddenly thought of this. Although he now understands the power of the gods, and has his first glimpse of the divine ways. But if you want to bring something from the New World to the real world, you still can only rely on that little ring. And although I can bring it every time, I can't bring much. I can only bring a little. But next, Yao Dao placed the dragon scale armor made from dragon scales, and the soft armor made from dragon skin on the desk one after another. Hold the grass? How did you do it? Suchin was really shocked. Chapter 177 Not for profit. Only for peace. Look at the dragon ropes. Dragon scale armor. And dragon skin soft armor placed on the desk. Suchin fell into silence. Lord, this is exactly what Yao Dao is saying. Yao Dao did not explain what items were on the table, but looked at Suchin with a serious expression. You say. Suchin was in a thinking state. This mountain. No. Not just this mountain. In the entire surrounding area, the flow rate of spiritual energy has reached the density of my world. And it is constantly condensing and accelerating. Yao Dao said slowly. You mean? Suchin frowned and thought of a possibility. Yes. The barrier between our place and that world is weakening. After I discovered this problem, I tried to see if I could cross the two-world passage. Originally, my ability was not enough to temporarily cross it. But opening up the divine way on the Lord allowed me to understand. And I made progress in the immortal way and reached the super mythical level. So I can bring something back from that world like the Lord in the ultimate state. The demon said. Click. Suchin lit a cigarette and squinted slightly. How can barriers be weakened in advance? Suchin smoked a cigarette and looked at the ceiling and thought. Suchin knew the usefulness of this land. Not only could it achieve a spiritual energy cultivation speed that surpassed the original New World, But it would also create some secret passages to produce some new world props. In the previous life, this was jointly controlled by several major guild forces. In addition to the functions that are known on the surface, there are actually many things that have not been announced. Suchin was just a little mercenary in his previous life and was not worthy of entering this blessed land. He could only take a second look when passing by. But he doesn't understand it at all. But it will obviously take a while for the game to merge with reality. By the way, when I was getting the materials, some monsters also took the opportunity to come over. But they were very weak, and I had already dealt with them without letting the world know about them. Yao Dao added another sentence. So that's it. I get it. After hearing this, Suchin slapped his forehead. He has always believed that the time when the game comes is the time in his memory. But in fact, from the moment he was able to summon the first skeleton soldier in reality, he should have realized that the new world had already quietly spread in this world. In fact, he has always relied on the memory of his past life, wondering why he didn't notice any movement in his previous life if he arrived early. But now that I think about it, monsters may have already come to the world. But just like what the demon said, they are very weak and can be easily dealt with. As for letting ordinary people not know, that is too simple. Even a weakling like Bing Feng of the supervisory committee can erase and fill the memories of ordinary people. So it shouldn't be difficult for others. And if this place follows the original progress, Linlin should have found this place with the detection disc, as she said. People from the Soul Sect would naturally come to take over that place. It is not difficult to deal with the weak monsters that arrive early. As for the major guilds controlling this place, just as Linlin said, the Soul Sect will never put itself on the bright side. This seems to be jointly controlled by several major guilds. And it seems that the Soul Sect is behind the scenes. Although Suchin didn't understand, the human beings in this world had declined to such an extent. And the Soul Sect and those in the hidden world were still hiding and not showing up, just operating those big guilds as puppets. By the way, after you discovered this situation, did you make any hidden arrangements? Suchin suddenly remembered this. If this blessed land were to be known to others now, he might not be confident that he could control the situation. Lord, please rest assured that a spirit-locking formation has been set up along the trail. And the outside world has also used soundproof formations and blindfolds as cover. At that time, he was afraid that the aura would spread out and the energy would be too violent. So Xiao Dao took it upon himself to use Dragon Crystal to stabilize Soling Town and asked for your forgiveness. Demon Road reported. Well, you did a good job. Use the Dragon Crystal as long as you use it. If you still need it, just find another dragon. Yao Dao, you have made a great contribution this time. If you have any needs in the future, you can tell me. Suchin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yao Dao's words. If you attract those big forces in advance, you may not be able to hold on when faced with a siege. My lord, according to the cracks in this area are gradually expanding. The energy of this dragon crystal should not be enough. Yao Dao did not care about his own achievements, but added, well, it seems I will pay more attention to collecting these energy items next time. Suchin also nodded. Lord, if this continues, both worlds will fall into chaos. Yao Dao said with some worry. Every time you take something out of New World, it should cause the crack to get bigger. After noticing such changes, Yao Dao no longer dared to continue to take things from the New World, and could only temporarily take out the current things for refining. The world is unstoppable. It just comes earlier or later. Suchin stood up, walked slowly to the windowsill, and looked at the scenery below the mountain. Demon Dao, what we are thinking about is not how to stand in this world, but how to be the controller of this world. So even if this great age arrives earlier, as long as it can help us become stronger, there is no need to worry about it. We are not doing this for ourselves. Only when we become the masters of the world can we ensure the stability of this world. Suchin's eyes were filled with determination. Then Suchin turned around and said word by word, we are all doing this for world peace. After saying these words, even Suchin felt that he was too majestic, let alone a demon. There is no way. Who calls myself too kind-hearted? For the sake of all the people in the world. What does this little suffering mean? Suchin said that. But Yao Dao was still a little worried. If you play like this crack will completely shatter the barrier between the two realms. And the two realms will inevitably be devastated. Yao Dao opened his mouth to say something, but Suchin stopped talking. If he said anything else, he would be like a villain persecuting the world. Well, for world peace, Demon Dao can only echo this. Hurry up and enhance your own strength. With your talent, You will be able to accomplish something in the great world. Su Chen patted Yao Dao on the shoulder. Thank you, Lord, for your appreciation. The demon immediately bowed his head. Chapter 178. A bunch of losers. They can't even defeat a skeleton soldier. Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Chen said calmly. The person who came was Linlin, who glanced at Yao Dao and was a little surprised. Lord, I have something to report. Linlin lowered her head and said, Explain? Su Chen nodded. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of letting Yao Dao go out, Linlin didn't think much about it. Yao Dao was now considered the second in command. No. According to the master, he was the deputy commander. There was a letter from the Soul Sect urging news about the Blessed Land. In fact, I suppressed the letter 2 days ago. But this time it said that if I haven't found it yet, I will send someone here personally. Linlin said anxiously. It's good to send someone over. Let him come over. Su Chen immediately became happy when he heard it. If he was asked to go out and fight against the Soul Sect, he might still feel a little hesitant. But it doesn't matter who dares to come to his home ground to fight. There are so many crystal cannons. There are statues of witches. And the defensive formations arranged by the demon path itself. Anyone can kill the Soul Sect. So, how should I reply? When Linlin heard what Su Chen said, she hesitated and said, Just say that it was found. But it was guarded by a vicious beast and needed support. Su Chen blurted out without thinking. Apparently, this was something he had considered before. The Soul Sect would definitely not let this place go so easily. Instead of letting Linlin hold it back, it would be better to take the initiative. It's Mr. Su. Linlin heard Su Chen's arrangement and nodded. However, Linlin's expression was still a little worried. Obviously, she has been under the shadow of the Soul Sect for a long time and has an instinctive fear of the Soul Sect. By the way, you two accompany me to Yanwu Square. Su Chen glanced at Yao Dao and said, By the way, call Tang Feng. The martial arts arena is a virtual venue, and the equipment is taken directly from New World. Although Linlin didn't know what Su Chen was going to do, but Su Chen said so. She could only do this. Yao Dao guessed a little bit, but he didn't tell the truth. A martial arts arena. Since this place was built, all the superpower users who are idle at the base will come here to compete. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Dozens of people saw Su Chen and his party coming and stopped to say hello. After Linlin also joined the Su Chen group, Su Chen dominated the entire city. The superpowers in this city, those with a little bit of strength, were all developed by Bingfeng into offline members and joined the group. The base has also ushered in expansion, not only on and around the mountain, but now the underground base is also under intensive construction. The dozens of people at the scene were relatively few. Su Chen walked towards the middle area of the martial arts field. And with a thought, he summoned an ordinary skeleton soldier. This skeleton soldier is the evolved version at level 100. This is a very ordinary skeleton swordsman, but his weapons are made of rare metals, and his bones are also strengthened. Now you form a team of 5. Whoever can defeat this skeleton will be rewarded. Su Chen said to dozens of people in the audience. Everyone in the audience. Look at me and I look at you. It's just a skeleton. But he actually asked them to form a 5-person team. This is really looking down on them. Coupled with the reward, a team of 5 people immediately appeared. Su Chen moved his fingers, and the martial arts arena entered combat mode. The temporarily formed 5-man team directly chose to attack the sword skeleton soldier. One of the fire-type superpowers immediately activated his fire-type superpower and threw it at the skeleton soldier. Snapped. The skeleton sword blade waved his sword and directly dispersed the flame attack. How come? The fire element user was very surprised. The skeleton soldier rushed directly towards the fire attribute user. Boom! So fast! Just as the fire-type superpower sighed, he was sent flying by a knife. If it weren't for the protective settings of the martial arts arena, it wouldn't be as simple as being hacked away. Several other superpowers haven't reacted yet. Sweep! The skeleton blade wields a wide area attack. Bang bang bang. 3 more superpowers flew out. Only 1 axe wielder remains. Clang! Clang! Facing the remaining axe-wielding man, the skeleton blade man also attacked mercilessly. The axe wielder was a little better than the others, but he only took 2 more moves and was blown away. It's so vulnerable. Su Chen shook his head. Before these superpowers awakened their game abilities, they couldn't even defeat their most ordinary skeleton soldiers. It was so shameful. Activate the mechanism beast. Suchen glanced at Tang Feng. This was also the purpose of Suchen asking Tang Feng to come. Yes, Mr. Su. Tang Feng was also a little stunned. When he heard Suchen's words, he immediately reacted. After taking another look at the skeleton on the field, he estimated that it would be difficult for him to hit this skeleton. What the machine beast released was in the shape of a tiger. It's actually a tiger-shaped machine beast. Normally it would be difficult for 30 of us to defeat a tiger-shaped machine beast. This skeleton must be unable to withstand it. 30 seconds later, looking at the machine parts chopped to pieces on the ground, everyone fell into deep thought. How does this combat power compare with that of Soul Sect Masters? Suchen looked sideways at Linlin and asked. With such strength, ordinary Soul Sect Masters should be able to deal with less than 10. If it is the legendary Soul Sect Secret Guard, it may be able to deal with hundreds or even more. Linlin carefully recalled the performance of the skeleton soldiers just now, and gave a rough comparison. This is the profound foundation of the Soul Sect. If it were an ordinary small family, just one skeleton soldier would seriously damage the vitality of the entire family. Even if it is a big family, it can be dealt with. But there is still a price to pay. Suchen nodded. On the other hand, the demon next to him was a little curious. Mr. Su, have you already reached the number of summons in that world? Yao Dao thought like this and said, it wasn't possible before. But the cracks in the barrier are getting bigger and bigger. It should be possible. Even if it's not all. But it's pretty much the same. Suchen realized the current energy and said with a smile, let you meet a familiar guy. Suchen silently sensed it in his heart and confirmed that the other party was no longer in seclusion. So Suchen chose to summon. Suddenly, the sky gradually darkened. Activate the soul locking array to block the induction here. Suchen looked at the sky also. Use your immortal way to help me. As soon as Suchen finished speaking, a crack filled with black energy appeared in the sky. Suddenly a hand stretched out, as if to tear the restriction. Help him. Suchen moved his mind to attack the edge of the crack, and at the same time said to the demon. Demon Dao also immediately used Immortal Dao to help the figure in the crack. A cold and frightening aura seemed to be slowly coming, which made everyone in the martial arts arena feel trembling. Chapter 179, Demigod Great Sage. The group is booming. With the combined efforts of Suchen and Yao Dao, the barrier that was trying to block him was no longer able to stop him. The shadow is coming out. Is it a dragon? I don't know. But this aura is worse than some 1,000-year-old evil things. A shadow in the form of a dragon slowly descended from the sky. But under Suchen's command, it immediately shrank its body and slowly turned into a human form. This is naturally the Dragon Lich. Even you can come out. I think the rest of my dark army can come out in this way. After seeing the Dracolich, Suchen smiled. Yes, Lord. With the power of the three of us, we can temporarily tear apart this barrier and allow the dark army to descend. Dragon Lich also said with an excited smile. A new world. A new smell. I really want to taste it. Dragon Lich looked at the martial arts arena below the stage, his eyes becoming more evil. The greedy eyes of the Dracolich also made the superpowers tremble with fear. That tyrannical aura, just emanating from it, has already caused them to be imprisoned. These are my people, and there will be enemies for you to deal with in the future. Suchen waved his hand lightly, releasing the Dracolica's suppression of everyone. Only then did everyone feel a lightness on their bodies. It turned out that they had been easily suppressed just now. From now on, this person will be Vice President Long. Just like Vice President Demon. Suchen said to everyone. I met Vice President Long. I met Vice President Long. I met Vice President Long. A group of people salute immediately, for fear that if they salute slowly, they will be hostile to the other party. No matter how you look at it, the other party is not human. Mr. Su is also so awesome. This Vice President Long is a dragon no matter how you look at him. Even a dragon can obey Mr. Su's orders. Dragon Lich was obviously not very interested in the title of Vice President Dragon. But at least he knew that the current group of people were all from the Lord. Remember to notify me when the Soul Sect people leave. Suchen glanced at Linlin. Yes. Even though she knew that Dracolich belonged to Suchen, Linlin was still intimidated by Dracolica's courage. Although the demon is also ridiculously strong. But in comparison, Yao Dao is relatively restrained, and usually does not show off his edge. And Vice President Long's crazy and cold aura swept over everyone present as if he wanted to. Suchen originally planned to go back with Dracolich and Yao Dao, but he immediately turned around. By the way, how are you doing with the ancient weapon talisman? Suchin remembered the progress of another matter. We have been searching for some time in the ancient battlefield these days. When we encountered monsters, I pretended to throw away the fake map. But Xiao Konghong said he had detected the ancient aura. I have drawn a lot of cakes for him in the past few days, and have initially gained his trust. It seems that he still does not dare to offend Hua Chao and the Ghost Guild at the same time. Linlin reported about Xiao Konghong. Yes, if you can handle this well, I will give you a credit. Suchin nodded with satisfaction. In the game, Suchin is back online. Just interrupted by the demon. The conditions for evolution have actually been met. The branch has reached the evolution conditions, and has automatically evolved. The current status can be viewed. Ordinary skeleton soldiers, increase the number by 100,000. Elite skeleton soldiers, increase the number by 10,000. Random dark creature, slightly enhanced in strength. Super mythical boss, 100% progress bar. After 10 small evolutions, the number of ordinary skeleton soldiers has reached 3 million. And the number of elite skeleton soldiers has reached 1.1 million. Among the dark creatures, there are also higher level dark creatures such as vampires. Super mythical bosses can also be summoned. Come on! Second boss level. Suchin directly chose to summon the super mythical leader. A chaotic vortex began to appear around him. Suchin frowned, not being repelled by the energy of chaos, but staring closely into the whirlpool. An old man with white beard, wearing a tall magician's hat, slowly walked towards Suchin. If it weren't for this posture, Suchin would have thought he was just an ordinary old man. See, my lord. The white-bearded old man saluted Suchin. Name, Ghost Great Sage. Type, Soul Clan. Level, 100. Level, Demigod. Skills, Domain Magic. Transcendent Power Magic. Full Element Magic. Ancient Magic. Forbidden Spell Magic. Is this a critical hit? Another demigod? And a soul demigod at that. Suchin was a little surprised. Like Dracolic, the demigod Ghost Sage has hundreds of skills. Therefore, the introduction about them is just a reduction of the condensed version. The great Ghost Sage himself is a legendary mage who can challenge the Shinto. Like the Dragon Lich. He failed to become a god and became like this. Now that I have you two demigod leaders, I have a lot more confidence in the Holy See. But my level is still a bit low. Suchin said to the Dracolic and the great Ghost Sage. Lord, if it's just about your strength, there is an ancient magic that can temporarily increase your strength by 30%. The great Ghost Sage said. 30%? Suchin was stunned for a moment. That was level 130. However, the number of magic crystals required is quite large, and the interval between uses of this ancient magic is also long. But the Ghost Sage immediately added, Magic Crystal. I have it. Suchin directly took out the magic crystal that he had used to fight mythical monsters in the past few days. Originally, these were planned to be given to the Demon Dao, so that the Demon Dao could maintain the large formation. But since there is such a better use, Yao Dao asked him to save some money first, and wait for him to finish the current things before making more additions. These are enough. The great Ghost Sage did not expect that Suchin was already ready, and was stunned for a moment. Hold the grass. This is not a random attack on the Holy See, although it was only temporarily raised to level 130. Suchin was still sure to end the battle within the duration. Seeing the new Ghost Sage, he immediately gained Suchin's trust, and the Dracolic was not to be outdone. My lord, although the Bone Dragon has been downgraded to the ordinary mythical level, I have kept it at level 170. Dragon Lich said directly. Level 170 is currently a level that even the strongest players have not yet reached. Moreover, it is still a mythical level. I could have retained the super mythical class, but the level would have dropped to level 100, which is the same as mine, and it would have been the weakest among the super mythical classes. I see that my lord is in urgent need of immediate combat power, so I have retained the immediate combat power at the expense of level drops. Now it is at the bottom of the mythical level. Dragon Lich Versailles said. It's already very good, as long as the level is retained. Even if it drops to legendary level, I can accept it. Suchin laughed. My lord, this is the Dragon Tooth Soldier Talisman. You can summon Dragon Tooth Soldiers as long as you use it. Although it does not retain all levels like the Bone Dragon, it still has 150 levels of combat effectiveness. Dragon Lich took out 2 more Dragon Tooth necklaces and bracelets made into half-moon shapes. Suchin felt happy when he saw this scene. The 2 demigod leaders were even entangled. The Army of Darkness is on the rise. Chapter 180. God's Envoy to the Lower Realm. From the Army of Darkness? The Holy See was divided into knot. From the outside, the church looks a bit shabby. But from the traces of simplicity, you can still feel the traces of the power of light, which is an existence that evil creatures dare not approach. Several monks and nuns were chatting near the entrance hall, but the sudden appearance of a girl interrupted everyone's chat. Lord God. God brings good. Lord God. The girl smiled warmly and made a blessing gesture, and a faint holy light spread to everyone. It wasn't until the girl walked away that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the divine envoy, I feel that the divine power in my body has increased a bit. The God's envoy has been staying in our Holy See for a long time. I really don't know what the God's envoy is for. Stop your speculations. We can't guess the intentions of Lord God's envoy. Several people quickly stopped talking. The girl continued walking inward until she saw a cardinal and stopped. Lord Ewini, you are here, said the cardinal respectfully. Without further ado, have you checked the seal? Ewini asked straight to the point. Naturally, she was not idle this time in the lower realm. Even though she was only a demigod, there was a price to pay for her descent. There are not only gods in the god realm, but there are also many vassals of gods like her who live in the god realm. Comparatively speaking, the demigod's lower realm does not have to pay as high a price as the lower realm of a god. It has been checked, and it is indeed loose. The dark aura sensed by the upper realm before was probably the reason why the seal was loose. The cardinal reported. From now on, I will leave with the artifact to strengthen the seal. Fortunately, he noticed it in advance. Otherwise, the god of the dead would have been unstoppable when he came to this world in a divine body. Ewini breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that she doesn't understand that the god realm didn't notice the loosening of the seal at all. So why did the god of the dead make those movements for the god of light to notice? If the god of the undead secretly breaks the seal and unifies the lower world and becomes the lord of the lower world, the entire god realm, let alone the god of light, will have no choice. Because gods cannot descend from the divine world. Even if they send some demigods like her to support, it will only be a drop in the bucket. The development of the god of the undead was too powerful. In ancient times, he conquered several realms and used the power of several realms to fight against the divine realm. The gods united and paid a great price, severely injuring the god of the undead and sealing him in the abyss of nothingness. I just didn't expect that after countless epochs. The god of the undead seemed to have begun to regain his strength and was breaking the seal. That's when pieces of black mist enveloped the sky above the Holy See. How dare undead creatures attack the Holy See? But many of them don't seem to be afraid of the divine power at all. They are coming. Go and ask for the bishop and the envoy. There were chaotic sounds outside. Before the monks and sisters came in, Ewini had already heard it. You protect the Holy See. I'll go take a look. After Ewini said this to the cardinal, she rushed out quickly. Midair, Ewini saw a shocking scene. The boundless skeleton soldiers surrounded the Holy See. What a strong undead aura. Ewini frowned. However, she is only a demigod and can only feel the aura of ordinary undead, but cannot feel the aura of the god of the undead as a god. Only the god of light can sense it personally to feel the aura of the undead god of the same level. Besides, she didn't think of the god of the dead. Although the god of the undead has loosened some of his seals, he is still in the abyss of nothingness. How can he get out? Secondly, according to ancient historical records, the undead army of the god of the undead is a variety of high-level undead. Not this group of strange skeleton soldiers. After she appeared, some skeleton soldiers who had planned to attack suddenly stopped. These skeleton soldiers suddenly became besieged and refused to attack, which stunned Ewini, who was about to take action. It seems that this is an army of skeletons with a commander. Ewini understood immediately. The other side, Suchin, who was about to take action, suddenly spotted Ewini in the sky. Name Ewini. Type Divine Family. Level 170. Level Demigod. Skill Unknown. If Suchin hadn't already been able to operate Shui himself, he would probably have seen a series of question marks on the other side. I actually met the messenger of God. Suchin immediately stopped the Dark Army. The reason for choosing to attack the Holy See this time was to obtain some information from the Holy See and to find out if there were any creatures from the lower realm of the gods recently. But I didn't expect that I would find a divine envoy from the lower world without any information. Suchin thought for a moment and asked the two demigods, Draculic and Ghost Sage, to come up and exchange greetings first and then exchange soldiers. As for him, just hide in the shadows and use his soul connection to communicate with the Draculic to talk to him. Soon, Iwini saw the Dracolic and the Ghost Sage flying up. You are the leaders, right? Where do you belong? Why dare you attack the Holy See? Iwini stared at the two people and said, originally, she wanted to take action directly, but she realized that both of them were demigods, which made her hesitate. Suchin thought for a while. The god of the dead would definitely not say that. I don't want to change my name. I don't want to change my surname. We are from the Legion of Darkness. We came to the Holy See today just to borrow some things and left. Dragon Lich spoke. The old skeleton of the Army of Darkness seems to be a demigod. So it makes sense that the two lower-level demigods are subordinates of the senior demigod Old Skeleton. Right? The Army of Darkness? Iwini frowned. She also learned a little about the undead forces in the lower realm in the past few days. The skeleton leader was a high-level demigod, and it was difficult for her to be sure without using a divine weapon. However, she didn't expect that the other side's force actually had these two unfamiliar demigods as subordinates. But these two demigods can only be regarded as mid-level demigods, so it seems reasonable to treat them as subordinates. And it was a skeleton demigod, so it made more sense that this skeleton army was its elite. The Holy See did not destroy you, but actually dared to attack the Holy See. It seems that you are really audacious. After understanding the identity of the other party, Iwini also felt the will to fight in her heart. If you want to fight, fight. The Dracolic waved his hand. In cooperation with Su Chen's instructions, the skeleton soldiers began to attack the Holy See with full firepower. A battle soon broke out below. This Holy See is actually not a big Holy See, and its combat power is extremely limited. At the first moment of the conflict, the Holy See was already in a situation of being beaten. Although the Holy Light system can restrain the undead, these skeleton soldiers seem to have some resistance to Holy Light, and the effect is not particularly significant. Chapter 181. When will you return it? Overheard big information. Even if the Cardinal takes action, the barrier of Holy Light that he takes action is quickly broken. When Iwini saw that this was not going to work, she just wanted to go down to save the situation. But the Dracolic has turned into a dragon form. Boom! He directly confronted the dragon and blocked Iwini. Iwini just wanted to shake away the Dracolic, but the magic of the Ghost Sage had already been arranged around her. Several mirrors surrounded Iwini. The mirror will respond to how many attacks Iwini unleashes. When attacking the Holy See, the Ghost Sage had already used ancient magic on Su Chen to temporarily increase his level. Now Su Chen is level 130. Correspondingly, the entire Dark Legion, including them, is level 130. Two level 130 demigods face a level 170 demigod. In a 2-on-1 situation, we don't necessarily win, but just holding them back is not a problem. Not to mention, the Dracolic has the highest combat power among demigods. Even if it is of a lower level, it can still compete with Iwini. After the skeleton army bulldozed the Holy See, they immediately came to support the Dracolic and the Ghost Sage, and the scale of victory was tilted. Of course, it's not that simple when Iwini holds a divine weapon in her hands. However, the power stored in the artifact is charged from the God realm. This power is to strengthen the seal of the God of the Undead. It would be difficult to use him to return to the God realm to deal with this ordinary army of darkness. If you don't stop, the Pope of Light will gather the power of the Holy See and eradicate your army of darkness. When Iwini saw this, she immediately threatened. But Su Chen, who was far away, had no expression on his face when he heard it. If you eradicate the army of darkness, what does it have to do with the Su group? Not only did Su Chen not let the skeleton army stop, he also increased his efforts. The Holy See's defenses are gradually being broken down. Iwini looked extremely anxious. It was not that there were no strong people in this branch of the Holy See. It was just that the strong ones were busy collecting materials to strengthen the God of the Undead. Now it happens to be the weakest defense. If this branch of the Holy See was destroyed because of her affairs, she would feel very sorry. She looked below. Based on the disparity between the two sides, once the defense was breached, the Holy See would be destroyed in minutes. She was anxious to get rid of the entanglement of the Dracolic and the Phantom Sage. But the two were like brown sugar, not letting her go to support them at all. And when she wanted to end the battle quickly, the two of them kept retreating to defend, and attacked her as soon as she came to support. Being pulled and numb, seeing that the Holy See's defense was about to be broken, Iwini was finally moved. Stop it. I think I should be able to decide what you want to borrow, Iwini said loudly to the Dragon Lich. Judging from various signs, Dragon Lich seems to be the leader of this skeleton army. Besides, what the other party said at the beginning was to borrow it. I guess with the reputation of the other party's demigod, he wouldn't refuse to pay it back. Right? And if they dare to borrow something from the Holy See and not return it, does this army of darkness really dare? Stop! The Dracolic raised his hand. Suchin also ordered the skeleton army to stop. Iwini was stunned when she saw that the Dracolic could achieve such execution after just one order. To be so well trained. It seems it is time to pay attention to this army of darkness. We would like to borrow some ice of the divine realm and a copy of the forbidden spell of holy light to read. The Dracolic stated his needs. Upon hearing the other party's request, Iwini was a little confused. She does have the ice of the god realm. This is not a rare thing in the god realm. Even she will occasionally prepare some. It's just that it's not rare in the divine world. But it doesn't exist in the lower realm. And neither does the Holy See. This army of darkness attacked the Holy See. But the Holy See couldn't take it out. Another request was even more outrageous. The Legion of Darkness, an undead force, actually wants to see the forbidden curse of holy light. Don't they know? With their evil aura, they can't learn any magic of the holy light system at all. Because the source of holy power is the belief in the God of Light. Even if any evil tricks are used, the holy light will not only not become their weapon, but will also attack them in reverse. I have the ice of the god realm. And this is the only forbidden spell I can give you. Iwini waved her hand. Two things appeared in the hands of the Dragon Lich. The ice of the divine realm condensed from the mist of the divine realm turned out to be light blue and looked particularly beautiful. Dragon Lich immediately put it away for preservation. And the other one is a forbidden spell. Guardian of Holy Light Angel. The choice of this forbidden spell was Iwini's deliberate choice. Even if the other party reluctantly uses it, the summoned angel will not use guardianship on undead creatures, but will turn into a light of destruction on the undead. Very good. Not bad. Dragon Lich nodded with satisfaction. By the way, when will you return it to me? Since it's a loan, you have to agree on a time to pay it back. Iwini asked immediately. But she just said it. The Dracolic and the Great Ghost Sage ran away without looking back. And at the same time, a group of skeleton soldiers also retreated immediately. You haven't agreed on a time to return it yet, Iwini said towards the distance. But there was no sound to answer her. However, it was impossible for her to catch up and ask, without using the artifact. Even if she could escape at any time, the Holy See could not escape. What should I do if I annoy the other party for a while and continue to fight without borrowing it? Forget it. The other party is a demigod level force, so he should keep his word. Iwini shook her head. After she finished the matter of sealing the God of the Dead, she would go and have a good talk with the Legion of Darkness. After Iwini fell, the Cardinal immediately came over to greet her. Lord Divine Envoy, why don't you use the divine weapon? The Cardinal felt aggrieved. The Holy See has always driven away the darkness. But today it was the darkness that took advantage of them. And the angel only let them go after paying compensation. Now everything is focused on the seal of the God of the Undead. And all the energy of the artifact must be left to the God of the Undead. Please request support recently to prevent the other party from coming again. The force called the Army of Darkness will deal with them later. Iwini shook her head. Okay. Lord God. I was reckless. The Cardinal also realized that he had been a little emotional just now. Please leave those adventurers who are watching the excitement. Today, the Holy See is undergoing rectification and will not receive those adventurers for the time being, said the Cardinal to a nun. In the battle just now, many nearby players came over. The people in the Holy See are also used to these adventurers. These guys don't know what fear is. And even in the situation just now, they dared to watch the fun around them. As the nun dismissed the surrounding players, those players dispersed. Haha. This is the first time I have seen the Holy See being bullied. Please keep your voice down. The Holy See is so embarrassed this time. Don't get angry with us anytime soon. The players dispersed and chatted. Suchin was also among the players watching the fun. Sealing the God of the Dead? Artifact? Suchin touched his chin and thought about what he just heard. Chapter 182 The Ancient Weapon Talisman appears. Innocent mother and daughter. Suchin had always been thinking about the original God of the Undead. Just because things are quite busy now, Suchin has not spent too much energy investigating the matter of the God of the Dead for the time being. After all, the God of the Dead suddenly descended on the human world in his previous life. Whether the two worlds are integrated, and whether they have anything to do with the God of the Dead are all questionable. It's just that the workload of investigating something that I didn't understand in my previous life also involved the God of the Dead was too much. But now that he heard the message from the God of the Dead, Suchin naturally wouldn't pretend he didn't hear it. What kind of relationship does he have with the god of the dead? This is something Suchin has been thinking about. Originally, I was detected by the game system because I was contaminated with the blood of the god of the undead, and was given the inheritance of the god of the undead. The divine blood of the god of the undead alone is not enough to become the second god of the undead. Just like some people with some professional specialties in reality, they change their jobs to become more powerful professions. This new profession is not a profession given by their own strength, but only because of their own specialties. So speaking of it, this profession should be given by the game system, not by the god of the undead. A true god can only create a demigod at most, and cannot create another true god. Therefore, Suchin has been thinking about what kind of relationship he should have with the god of the undead in New World. According to the god of light, the god of the dead is still sealed. If the seal fails, and the god of the dead notices my existence, what will he do? Suchin frowned. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Not to mention, it is also the supreme existence among the undead. Will the other party tolerate him? This Suchin didn't know. And he didn't want to know, because Suchin didn't want to leave his fate to the choice of whether the other party would do it or not. According to the development of the previous life, the seal of the divine envoy should have failed. It seems that I have to help this divine envoy. Suchin frowned. The god of the undead cannot be released from the seal. This is the conclusion Suchin came to. It seems that I have to let the Dracolic and the great sage take turns to keep an eye on her, and let her seal it properly first. If something goes wrong, I will take action. Suchin made this decision. As for the artifact, Suchin didn't have any thoughts about it for the time being. Let's lend it to that god for the time being. After all, if you want to seal the god of the dead, you still have to rely on the god to use the artifact. If you are sure that the god of the undead cannot come out, then get your artifact back. However, we must also pay attention to the god of light. If it is not a sure thing, this artifact is really forgotten. The most important thing at the moment is to seal the undead god and prevent him from coming out. This is the most important thing. Ancient battlefield. In an abandoned ancient underground city, mother and daughter Shao Kong and Linlin were walking in this ancient city. At this time, Shao Kong was holding a compass, which was one of his inherited items. It's a pity that the map was accidentally lost. Otherwise he wouldn't have to do this. Shao Kong was attentive all the way, following the guidance of the compass to find the treasure. Click. Shao Kong accidentally stepped on a mechanism. Call out. Careful. Linlin, with quick eyes and quick hands, knocked down Shao Kong from behind. Boom. A giant arrow directly smashed a hole into the wall next to it. Woohoo! Shao Kong was suppressed by the softness and could no longer make a sound. This was Linlin's intention. But at this time, Linlin immediately got up, showing just the right amount of shyness. But she immediately calmed down. How is Shao Kong, who is still brother Shao Chu, ever experienced this kind of thing? Thank you. Shao Kong scratched his head in embarrassment. Nothing. Linlin also showed maturity just right. Although she was the one who suffered the loss, she immediately returned to her normal self. Linlin shook her head. She simply couldn't bear to look at it. In the past few days, my mother has been playing around with this little Kong. It's a pity that Shao Kong doesn't like her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so boring these days. It is worth mentioning that, when they were working for the Soul Sect, the relationship between this unfamiliar mother and daughter has become much better in the new base. In addition, the recent mission requires them to continue to maintain a good motherly and female character, and the relationship between the two is slowly repairing. Huh? What is that? Linlin was bored and suddenly made a discovery. After hearing Linlin's words, the two of them also looked in that direction. It turns out that there is a passage behind the wall that was smashed open just now. At this time, the compass in Shao Kong's hand vibrated violently. It's over there. Shao Kong immediately cheered up. A few minutes later, under the protection of Linlin's mother and daughter, Shao Kong finally found a treasure box. If you find it, open it, Linlin said, pretending to be generous. Shao Kong was very touched. He didn't expect that the other party trusted him so much. Coupled with the past few days of getting along, Shao Kong felt that the mother and daughter were actually good characters and worth getting along with. The point is, this mother and daughter are so beautiful. Little Kong didn't refuse. Turn around and open the treasure box. Linlin and Linlin looked at each other, and Linlin immediately responded with her eyes. As long as Linlin made a look, they would immediately capture Shao Kong. Ancient battle flag. Ancient soldier talisman. Ancient military book. 3 items in total. When they saw the ancient weapon talisman, Linlin and Lin Yan's eyes widened, and they almost attacked Xiao Kong. But after Linlin saw 2 other items, she immediately used her eyes to signal Lin Yan to calm down. 3 things. How do we divide them? Xiao Kong scratched his head. In fact, this is also Xiao Kong's character assessment of mother and daughter. To be honest, with his treasure hunting and stealing talents, there are more opportunities to find these 3 things. But if you can see people clearly in this way, it will be so worth it. Although I have been very happy getting along with Linlin these days. Xiao Kong is not stupid and will not trust others so easily. It's all your credit for being able to find these things. We just played a supporting role. So if we only have one thing, everything else belongs to you. Linlin thought for a while and replied. Xiao Kong was quite satisfied with Linlin's answer. To be honest, in terms of fighting alone, he was no match for the mother and daughter. If the other party gets interested in seeing Kai, he can attack him directly. But Linlin's answer made Xiao Kong very satisfied. Otherwise, let's just take it one by one, Xiao Kong said with a smile. No, I said all the credit belongs to you, and we would rather not share it this way, Linlin said stubbornly. Of course, that is to say, if Xiao Kong really agreed, then he would have to hack him now. After some refusal, Xiao Kong saw that the other party had a firm attitude and was very satisfied. In this way, you can choose anyone, Xiao Kong said while holding 3 items. Chapter 183 Heart of War. Synthesis. Linlin still wanted to refuse. Mom, since Brother Kong has said this, if you don't take it, it will make him sad. Linyan also knew it was time to come out and cooperate. Yes, you have worked hard these past few days, and you can't say anything unjust. Xiao Kong also echoed. This? Okay. Seeing that she really couldn't refuse, Linlin said, then I'll just take one. With that said, Linlin casually took the ancient weapon talisman in her hand. Ah, Sister Yuming, please check the attributes first and then take it. Xiao Kong could see that the other party was really casual. During the recent time together, Xiao Kong has become familiar with the mother and daughter. No need. Linlin shook her head. As casually as she said, why doesn't Linlin want to bring the 3 of them together? But Mr. Su had given instructions that the ancient weapon talisman was the most important target, and the second target was Xiao Kong. If you can get the ancient weapon talisman stably, then nothing else is as important as Xiao Kong. According to Mr. Su, if Xiao Kong is impressed by his charisma, then no matter how many things he gives to Xiao Kong, it will just go from the left pocket to the right pocket. I got the ancient weapon talisman, and I didn't fall out with Xiao Kong, and even increased Xiao Kong's favor. This is already a perfect completion of Mr. Su's task arrangement. Well, my sister is really free and easy. Xiao Kong had no choice but to accept the other equipment. But even though he said this, Jian Yueming's ability to make such a choice had already won his favor. As expected of the president of a large guild, Jian Yueming is indeed not comparable to those vulgar fans. Moreover, after getting to know each other in the past few days, Xiao Kong knew that although Jian Yueming had a daughter, she divorced when she was very young and raised her alone. At the same time, a guild as big as Hua Chao was established. I can't imagine how many grievances Jian Yueming suffered along the way. Xiao Kong was already moved by his brain supply. At this time, this ancient underground city also experienced some shaking. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, Xiao Kong said immediately. Then say goodbye, Linlin said with a hint of reluctance, when she was taking out the return scroll and preparing to read it. Linlin suddenly stopped. Brother, do you want to join Hua Chao? With your talents, you will be more than enough to become the vice president. Linlin suddenly extended an olive branch to Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong was a little moved, but he remembered his principles and shook his head. No, I'm still used to being a lone ranger. Xiao Kong smiled bitterly. He knew that given his nature, he still couldn't help but steal everywhere. It was better for him to be a lone ranger. But being bound by a guild would be a lot of trouble. Well, since you don't want to and don't force it, let's get together again if we have a chance, Linlin said with a nice smile. This made Xiao Kong stunned. Any chance we can get together again? Although Xiao Kong understood very well that Linlin was talking about having the opportunity to work together again, it sounded a bit like there was a chance to be together, which was simply exciting. After seeing Yuming and her daughter return to the city, Xiao Kong looked at the same place before coming back to his senses. I don't know why, But the experience of the past few days is more satisfying than the harvest of items just now. Xiao Kongkong felt a little ashamed when he thought that he was still using his own intolerant thoughts to measure the other party. I should insist on one person. I don't know what she thinks of me. Xiao Kongkong shook his head. After reading the return to the city, the entire ancient dungeon returned to silence. Soon, Su Chen received an email from Linlin. Haha. I also got the ancient weapon talisman. I didn't expect it to be so easy to integrate the Heart of War. Su Chen took out the drawings. Materials required. Ancient weapon talisman 1/1. Dragon heart 1/1. Ice of the God realm 1/1. Synthetic or not. There is no need to hesitate. Su Chen simply can't wait. Heart of War automatically takes effect, and the status can be checked. Su Chen checked his status, and found that the Heart of War was directly embedded on the panel. Player, Luoqiu. Occupation, God of the Dead. Level, 100. HP, 300000. MP, 210000. Strength, 8500. Intelligence, 25,000. Stamina, 7,800. Spirit, 31,000. Physical defense, 125,000. Magic defense, 115,000. Legion skill, fire enchantment. Status, Heart of War. Inherited skills, summon the Dark Legion. Soul Grant. Dark Mark. Dark Evolution. Unity of Mind. Vampire Guard. Breathtaking. Darkness Descends. Divine Power. Heart of War. As long as you continue to fall into battle, your experience will continue to increase without killing. It is also possible to improve your skills in battle. Finally, skeleton soldiers can increase experience even if they exist all the time. Su Chen suddenly felt proud. Just how fast it increases experience remains to be verified. Find a mythical monster to call and see. No. Wouldn't it be more interesting to just find a few cities to attack at the same time? Su Chen had a sudden idea. Today's skeleton army is steadily improving in quantity and quality. But what is lacking is energy. This energy is obtained by killing mythical monsters. But in fact, even the crystallized energy of mythical monsters can be swallowed. Compared with searching for mythical creatures everywhere, the progress is slow, and the city can be attacked directly. Especially those player cities, and guild warehouses should have storage of mythical crystals. And now that there is a Heart of War, what is needed is to constantly fall into disputes. To find a mythical monster, you need to search for a while, and then fight for a while. A weaker mythical monster will not last long. This way, there is less time to get into disputes. But when it comes to attacking cities built by high-level players, they have excellent city defense systems that can defend for a long time. In addition, their troops are divided into several groups to attack together, so that the pressure of urban warfare faced by each city at the same time will be reduced, which gives them more flexibility. In this way, the time of the dispute can be extended several times. If it were before, there might still be various problems. But now that he has awakened his divine power and mastered some of the divine ways, it has become easy to control multiple fronts. That is, who should I try first? Su Chen thought about who to choose as the first target. It was my first time to engage in this kind of multi-line battle, so I had no experience. And the skeleton soldiers themselves had just reached level 100. This is the first time to choose an opponent. So don't choose someone who is too strong. But you can't choose one that is too weak. If you go back to the main continent and fight those small broken cities, the battles will end all at once, which will be boring. The main city of the Shixing Guild seems to be over there in the Shur realm. Su Chen suddenly remembered an acquaintance. As a second-rate guild, Shixing just met the criteria of not being too strong and not too weak. Chapter 184 The Changes in Ba Dao Today. Shura World. The main city of Shamo Star. Ba Dao is sitting on the chair. Now his expression is dull, and the arrogant confidence of the past is gone from his face. And the group of younger brothers, who always tout and shout, are also gone. In the entire meeting hall, only Ba Dao sat in a daze and listlessly, as if he no longer had the domineering spirit of the past. Think about the old tyrants. He is domineering and attracts attention wherever he goes. He is always surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Ba Dao also wanted to stand up again, but he had to sigh when he thought of various factors. Now he just wants to keep a low profile and live quietly. The devil hasn't been looking for him recently, and Luoqiu hasn't come to take revenge on him. Now he doesn't dare to let these two groups notice him. In addition, the complete destruction of Shamo Star on the main continent also brought the guild's momentum to a freezing point. That destruction not only resulted in the handing over of Shixing, but also the destruction of a large number of city defense equipment, which shook the foundation of Shamo Planet. Shixing has 5 small cities in the Shur world, which can be regarded as a force. However, other guilds heard that Shamo Star not only lost a large number of crystal cannons, but also lost witch statues. This made many guilds ready to take action against Shamo Star, just because no one wants to stand out. Shixing has not been attacked in the Shura world yet, but other guilds no longer take Shamo Star seriously. The reason why they don't move Shamo Star is because they are afraid that other guilds will reap the benefits. There was no siege on Shamo Star, but the guild members of Shamo Star in the Shura world basically wanted to bully anyone who saw them. The several major guilds seem to have agreed not to attack Shamo Planet first, but to attack the members outside Shamo Planet. It is now difficult for Shixing to defend the city, let alone organize a counterattack. After the Sand City on the main continent was breached, many guild members quit the association. If we say that the guild members who quit that time were basically second-level players, they were considered reserve players. So this withdrawal has shaken the foundation of Shixing, except for those players who signed contracts and received wages but couldn't withdraw. Many who could have withdrawn, because other guilds issued joint statements. If you see players from the Shamo Star Guild outside, you will kill them. If you withdraw from the Shamo Star Guild, you will not kill them. At the same time, you will accept the players who have withdrawn from the Shamo Star Guild. Under such a general trend, for those Shamo Star players who have not signed a contract, the choice is actually very simple. Ba Dao is usually rampant, not only externally, but also internally. Most Shamo Star players just stayed because there was no good place to go, because the guild's benefits were pretty good. They don't have much sense of belonging to Shamo Planet. There is no guarantee for leveling outside Shamo Planet, and other guilds also provide a place to go. During this period of time, the Shixing Guild was already very empty. Crunch. Suddenly, the door of the chamber was pushed open. Ba Dao looked up and found that he was the vice president of the guild and the person with the strongest fighting ability in the Shixing Guild besides him. What's up? Ba Dao tidied up his appearance and tried his best to look a little bit as domineering as he once was. It's a pity that the accidental look of confusion in those eyes betrayed him. The vice president obviously caught this scene and couldn't help but shake his head. President, this is my resignation. The vice president took out a piece of paper and didn't want to have too much conversation with Ba Dao. In fact, he had repeatedly advised Ba Dao to find more pragmatic talents in the past, instead of always looking for those who are just swaying around. But Ba Dao had never heard of it, and once even got very angry at him. Ba Dao glanced at the document, picked it up, and gave it a gentle squeeze. Boom! The powerful power of Ba Dao directly turned the piece of paper into pieces. What do you mean? You don't know the liquidated damages clause in your contract? Ba Dao's eyes were filled with anger. It's just that the look in his eyes is like that of a defeated old wolf king. Although it has a fierce look, it is no longer intimidating. There will be a dedicated person to discuss the liquidated damages matter. After the vice president said this, he took out a piece of paper. This is the backup. Obviously, he had already expected that Yiva Dao's temper would tear the first portion into pieces, so he thoughtfully prepared the second portion. After saying that, the vice president no longer wanted to talk to Ba Dao and turned around to leave. Ba Dao was stunned. He understood that other guilds were interested in the vice president, and the liquidated damages matter had obviously been negotiated. Looking at the documents on the table, Ba Dao wanted to reach out and pick them up and shred them again. But Ba Dao loosened his hand that was holding the document just now. As if he was relieved, Ba Dao lowered his head, and the meeting hall fell into silence again. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Go away. All go away. Ba Dao thought it was another person coming to submit his resignation, and immediately shouted angrily. After the person outside the door heard Ba Dao's roar, he instinctively wanted to retreat. But when he thought of what he wanted to say, he still pushed the door open. President, our city is surrounded by skeleton soldiers. The people who came to report the situation. What? Ba Dao glared. If he hadn't lost those things because of the skeleton siege, these things would never have happened. He hates and fears skeleton soldiers. Now after hearing the news, I almost can't sit still in my chair. At this moment, the world announcement sounded. World announcement. The city belonging to the Shamo Star Guild was attacked by the Dark Legion of the God of the Undead. Now all members of the Shamo Star Guild have entered the guard state, and the Shamo Star players have entered the combat state. Players of this guild cannot go offline, Player offline characters still in the game. You cannot leave through the teleportation array. Please work hard to defend the Shamo Star Guild city. If you fail, you will get the debuff Mark of the Undead God. Mark of the Undead God, your damage to the Undead is reduced by 50%. And the Undead's damage to you is increased by 50%. And the Undead God can lock your position at any time, duration, until you defeat the Undead God. How could this happen? Where did I offend the God of the Dead? Ba Dao stood up and said angrily. The player had signed a contract. And he still had to listen to Ba Dao's instructions. So he still waited for Ba Dao's instructions. Ba Dao paced back and forth, knowing that the city could no longer be breached. In fact, breaking the city without breaking it is already a tightrope walk for Shixing. With Shixing's current situation in the Shur world, other guilds would not miss this opportunity. Notify the members in other cities to return to the main city. As for the remaining personnel in other cities, they immediately abandoned the city and came back after being attacked. Ba Dao thought about it and made a relatively wise decision. With the current scale of Shamo Star, it is unrealistic to defend 5 cities. The right choice is to shrink all combat power to the main city. Chapter 185. The scene of the siege was so violent that all the anchors were defeated. Yes, by joining forces together, not only would there be a chance to withstand the siege, but the main city would also have a chance to defend as other guilds competed for other cities and consumed each other. This sudden strategy made Ba Dao more and more correct as he thought about it. Unexpectedly, the original dilemma was found to be solved with the help of this siege. Just as Ba Dao's eyes gradually regained their vitality, suddenly the contractor spoke again. President, the God of the Undead not only attacked the main city, but all 5 cities were surrounded and could not use the teleportation array. The contractor spread his hands and said. After hearing these words, the luster in Ba Dao's eyes disappeared again, and his eyes suddenly became dull. At the same time, he checked the options, and this time, there were no drafts for outside players to support. Then Ba Dao fell on the chair and looked at the ceiling. Abba, 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 hey hey hey. Ba Dao sat on the chair and laughed strangely. World Channel. I was shocked. The God of the Undead was not only in the main world, but also in the Shura realm this time. From the main world to the Shura world. The common point is that Ba Dao is being beaten. Changed but not changed. Ba Dao is really miserable. Before the last attack on the city, Shixing was in a bad situation in the Shura world. Don't you like to collect tickets? It is recommended to continue to collect tickets here. Don't be embarrassed. There is no support option for this game in Shamo Star City. Otherwise, Brother Dao will make tens of millions without charging tickets? I'm such a big swordsman. But I dare to gibberish even if I charge you some tickets. There was a lot of discussion about this matter on the World Channel. However, similar statements like this before were all made by Ba Dao's licking dog. But after the last incident, Ba Dao's character has collapsed. This time, those remarks that seemed to defend Ba Dao were actually Yin and Yang leaders and Xuanzi. After all, Ba Dao's speech last time is still fresh in his mind. As for voluntarily supporting the Shixing Guild, let alone that, everyone hopes that this guild will be broken up quickly. Moreover, after the last incident, everyone now knows that the strength of the God of the Undead has increased significantly. In the past, we used to fight in one wave, and we would win if we just defended. But last time there were waves of attacks, and it seemed like they would never stop. So now everyone no longer dares to regard the God of the Undead as an experienced pack. Have you noticed that the punishment seems to have changed directly? Instead of staring, it is directly marked. Yes, the mark that used to have 50% damage had to be triggered to trigger a hidden plot. But now it is a mark directly. It feels like what the big boss said last time on the forum. The Undead expansion pack seems to be really coming. And this will be directly revised. While discussing the dominance of swords, some people also noticed the penalty factor. Many people are wondering whether the Undead expansion is really coming. After all, the authoritative player Big P on the forum had put forward an argument before, and the last attack by the God of the Undead had strengthened its intensity, which is also a good proof. But now most people are thinking about watching the excitement of Ba Dao. Not many people have discussed this conjecture. Most people still prefer entertainment about this matter. At this time, the skeleton soldiers had already taken the lead in launching an attack, compared with the usual slow pace. This time, the skeleton soldiers' attack seemed more decisive than before, and there was no drag on the scene. Although teleportation is now impossible in the 5 cities of Shixing, but there were still some people with ideas, who teleported to other cities in the Shur realm, and then rushed to the battlefield quickly. After all, every time the god of the undead attacks the city, the live broadcast platform has a lot of traffic to match. The most typical example is Sui Feng, who started from a small anchor and became a first-line anchor purely by relying on the traffic. Follow the past. Those skeleton soldiers will concentrate on attacking the city and rarely pay attention to the players watching from a distance. But this time it was different. The attacks of these skeleton soldiers seemed aimless. Whether they are players, monsters, or cities, these skeleton soldiers have no attack priority at all. Chun Chun just hits him when he sees it. So it was clear that some players, who were live broadcasting from a distance, were attacked by skeleton soldiers not long after the live broadcast. Sui Feng rushed over immediately this time. But not long after he was live broadcasting, he was killed by skeleton soldiers. Sui Feng was not willing to give in. He immediately revived and rushed towards this side quickly. But just like last time, when the skeleton soldiers saw him, they came directly from afar and started to attack. In just a few minutes, Sui Feng died twice. Like Sui Feng, there are many other anchors too. Sui Feng's live broadcast room can't be watched at all. These skeleton soldiers are so crazy. You're also from the Sui Feng live broadcast room? I have changed several live broadcast rooms, and no anchor can persist in broadcasting. They are all killed by skeleton soldiers. Why are these skeleton soldiers so much more powerful than before? And they do whatever they want. Come on, anchor. Hold on. As soon as this barrage floated over, the player who was live broadcasting was killed by a dozen skeleton snipers from a distance. Yes, I have to change the anchor again. Brothers, see you in the next live broadcast room. It's so difficult to watch a live broadcast of a city siege now. After seeing the anchor being killed, a large number of players moved their positions. A large number of live broadcast viewers are wandering on the platform at this time. If anyone can absorb this traffic, they will make a lot of money in this wave. No one who usually works as anchors to attract traffic can do it. This makes the vast number of traffic viewers directly go to the live broadcast rooms of some big technical anchors. Please let me live broadcast the attack of the God of the Dead. Lao Zhao. You have to survive 10 minutes to farm rockets, and 20 minutes to farm spaceships. Xianshan doesn't want to be compared to other anchors. Just go live, and don't be afraid. On some platforms, older technical anchors began to flood the screen with these barges. With the current situation in the Shura world, it is definitely useless to find some small anchors. But those big anchors are holding back for the time being. They have all heard that the skeleton soldiers have become stronger now, and are very violent. These big anchors have very stable traffic and fixed audiences. There is no need to take risks by jumping into this heat. Once they fail, their own label of technical masters will be questioned. Countless viewers were very disappointed to see none of these big technical anchors move. At a moment like this, you don't dare to prove yourself? Big P just posted a message, saying that he will go home immediately to start a live broadcast to attack the city. Suddenly a piece of information stirred up waves. None of the big anchors who were live broadcasting dared to go. Big P was not in the game at first, and could avoid this wave of rhythm. But after hearing about this incident, he rushed back to start the live broadcast. What kind of confidence and emotion is this? Chapter 186 Violet's Warning. Big P's Choice. The other side. Big P hurriedly returned home and played the game. After playing the game, when Big P was about to start the live broadcast, he found an ID flashing in his address book. Violet. Currently, he is the president of the Irregular Sea Breeze pirate group, which has settled steadily on Liberty Island. Big P did not start the live broadcast immediately, but answered the call. Long time no see. Why did you suddenly come to see me? Big P said after being connected. Aren't you going to live broadcast the siege of the God of the Undead? There is something I decided to tell you after thinking about it, Violet said slowly. Big P frowned. Violet is a good friend of his in real life. Her family is very powerful. The fact that she can develop the pirate group into one of the top pirate groups is also due to her family's influence and resources. If Violet can say this, then it must be breaking news. There's no one else around me. Let's just say, Big P responded solemnly. It's about the God of the Dead. The Night Goddess sent down an oracle, so that the pirates of Liberty Island could not take the initiative to have any conflicts with the troops directly under the God of the Dead. Moreover, this oracle was extremely secret. Only a few top captains knew about it. I only knew about it when I had just touched that threshold. Violet said slowly. What do you mean? After listening to this, Big P fell into thinking. I don't mean anything else. I just want to remind you that you'd better get less involved in the affairs of the god of the dead. The god of the undead is so active in this world. It will be very troublesome if you attract the attention of the god of the undead, Violet said, and then hung up the call. After hanging up the call, there was silence. Ever since the appearance of the god of the undead, Big P has attached great importance to it and felt that it was not good for players. No, it was not good for mankind. Yes, he was also one of the people who knew there was something wrong with this game. He just doesn't know more about it. But Big P is good at analysis and reasoning, and he always feels that the emergence of this game will not be that simple. But Big P is a more sentimental person. It may be laughed at by those who know some of the truth, but Big P does have an ideal. That is, he can use his own power to prevent mankind from falling into danger. But he didn't dare to tell anyone about the abnormality of this game. He knew the methods of those people. If he dared to speak out, those people would dare to make him disappear, and the information left behind would be dealt with immediately. What he did was very simple. It's nothing more than developing various strategies and sharing some ideas for becoming stronger, without being able to tell the truth. This was the limit of what he could do. So after he heard that this siege by the god of the undead was unusual, and that even the video footage could not be left for analysis, Big P came back in a hurry. The video had to be sent out for everyone to share anyway, so he chose the live broadcast mode. Anyway, the live broadcast can also be automatically saved and played back. Violet also knows his ambition. She didn't dare to tell anyone such a secret thing as the Night Goddess Oracle, but she still took the risk and told Big P. She is not as ambitious as Big P and has the ambition to save mankind, but she still chose to do whatever she could to help Big P. Thank you. Big P sent a text message to Violet. He knew that Violet had taken a lot of risks by telling him such important information. It's not as easy as it seems. Big P turned off the communicator and walked towards the teleportation array to the Shur realm. However, what needs to be done still needs to be done, and humans cannot afford to miss out on this crucial piece of video. Big P clenched his fists and his eyes became determined. Regardless of the name of the god of the undead, or what he has done to human players during this period, Big P feels that it is not friendly to humans at all. Just like the god of the undead, who is obviously very powerful, he has reservations when facing attacks from aboriginal cities, and has never even succeeded. The city that faces the player is ruthless, aiming to destroy it. What worries Big P the most is the debuff that caused the failed siege. If the world really develops in the direction he reasoned, then the undead will greatly squeeze the living space of human beings, and many people will not even be hurt if they fight the undead. If you are targeted by the god of the dead, just do it. Big P takes a deep breath. This god of the undead is not that simple. Even Night Goddess of Liberty Island has formed an alliance with the god of the dead. Night Goddess is the god who provides protection to pirates. If these two form an alliance, what will happen to the already weak humans? Soon, we arrived at the Shur realm. Big P's hands were trembling a little. To be honest, he was afraid of being targeted by the god of the undead. But since he had made the choice, he had no regrets. After hesitating for a moment, Big P clicked on the record and live broadcast buttons. Big P, live broadcast of the attack on the city by the god of the undead in the Shur realm. Obtaining the live broadcast title is easy, but the traffic was completely full, and countless players poured into the live broadcast room. A group of anchors don't dare to broadcast. So what kind of live broadcast is there with the master's technology? Bah! He has to be God P. Teacher Big P is powerful and domineering. Instead of playing a game of how many minutes it lasts with Mr. Big P, let's just clear a few planes. Airplane? The situation is too small. So I backhand a super rocket to Teacher Big P. Suddenly, the gifts in the live broadcast room also started to float. Big P usually does not hide his secrets whether he is making dungeon guides or teaching skills, techniques and body movements. After New World became popular, many skilled players cherished their skills. After all, they were the guys who ate in New World. If everyone knew it, what advantages would he have? Even for some teaching techniques, the number of apprentices is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, or courses are sold for tens of thousands per class. But even so, most of the things taught are water content, and there are only very few practical contents. Only Big P teaches with all his heart and shares almost without reservation. Now that the players of New World have improved their skills, Big P has served as a qualified guide and has made considerable contributions. Big P has never taken on an apprentice, but there are many players who are willing to call him Big P teacher. There are other people who teach for free. But most of these people are here to get traffic, and don't have much real ability. Experts all know that New World is a game that transcends eras. Being able to gain a foothold in New World is more profitable than finding a job with an annual salary of 1 million in reality. In reality, would anyone with an annual salary of millions disclose all their secrets? From here, we can truly see Big P's selflessness. And he has indeed received the respect he deserves. Big P also noticed the gifts floating all over the screen in the live broadcast room. Stop asking for gifts. I hope everyone can watch the next live broadcast carefully. With that said, Big P directly closed the gift sending function. Chapter 187 Shixing was defeated like a mountain. The other side. A city on the edge of the Shixing Guild. Boom. 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 By this time, there was already a melee. Relying on crystal cannons and some buildings such as arrow towers. They were barely guarding. Many of them participated in the last war in Shixing. At the command position on the city wall, two people were discussing something. Did you hear that even Vice President Bai has withdrawn from the membership? A player with a communicator in command turned off the communicator and said to his companion next to him, "What can we do? Someone will poach him at a high price. And we have no one to pay liquidated damages." Another companion is obviously one of the people in charge of this city. The two of them couldn't help but look at the skeleton soldiers attacking the city. The strength of these skeleton soldiers has become stronger. They were not defeated last time. Now that the witch statue is gone, how can they defend this time? The player holding the communicator said helplessly, "Our army will be defeated." The two were silent for a while. "How about opening the city gate?" The man holding the communicator suddenly said. "If Ba Dao knows about this, then we..." In addition, the companion is still a bit weak. "What are you afraid of? Ba Dao has not appeared on the guild channel until now. He has given up on it himself. What's the point of our fight except losing the level in vain? Moreover, the 5 cities are all surrounded. Who can find out if we do something secretly?" The man holding the communicator was confusing his companions. But the man was obviously moved. But he was still a little wary of the remaining power of Ba Dao. Even Vice Guild Bai knows how to run away. And none of us have to pay liquidated damages. So if the Shixing Guild is broken up, we won't even have to pay liquidated damages. Seeing his companion's heartbeat, the person holding the communicator continued to confuse him. The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "But we have to be clean, so we don't get discovered." Finally, the companion was also moved. "Don't worry. I've just planned it." The man holding the communicator simply threw away the communicator. After the two decided, they did it immediately. Soon, the Shixing players, who were still numbly guarding the city, suddenly heard a loud noise. At first glance, it turned out that the city gate was breached by skeleton soldiers for some reason. Originally, when the city gate was broken, it was time for hand-to-hand combat. However, the Guild of Shixing does not have much cohesion to begin with. Most of the reason why they can stay in Shixing Guild is because they have contracts and cannot run away. But after the city was destroyed, the situation suddenly became chaotic. In addition, the commander who was supposed to supervise the battle had disappeared at this time. There is no one to supervise. And these players don't want to stay here anymore. Therefore, after the city was broken, no one from the Shixing Guild went to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but ran away. Big P just ran over at this time. But when he just ran over, he found in the distance that the city was already filled with skeleton soldiers. How long has it been since this started before the city was breached? Big P was very shocked. The same scene was also transmitted to the live broadcast room. What is this tyrant sword for? It didn't take long for a city to be breached. The last time I saw the siege of Shixing, although I didn't defend it, didn't Shixing still defend it for that long? You don't understand. Recently, Shixing has been doing very poorly in the Shur world, and other guilds want to take over Shixing's territory. That wouldn't be enough to break the city in seconds. I don't know if the skeleton soldiers have become stronger, or if Ba Dao is too weak now. There was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Just when Big P was about to get close, he noticed a threat in the shadows. Big P thought there was some thief player secretly recording here, and immediately threw an anti-hidden signal. But when the reflection went away, it was discovered that the person in the shadow was not a player, but a skeleton soldier. At this time, a counterattack was thrown, which also attracted the attention of the ambushed skeleton soldiers. A stealthy commando came out and opened fire on Big P. Big P instinctively wanted to fight back, but he remembered what Violet had warned him. It was best not to touch the skeleton soldiers of the God of the Dead. So Big P directly chose to escape. Hold the grass. No wonder the previous anchors were always discovered. It turns out that these skeleton soldiers can still sneak. And it feels like their firepower is so fierce that even Mr. Big P can't easily dodge them. Mr. Big P has destroyed these skeletons. Why are you running away? Perhaps to scare off the enemy. Teacher Big P wanted to live broadcast the siege scene instead of helping to defend the city. New students should talk less. Watch and study hard. Big P didn't even look at the barrage at this time. While he was running, he also put the recording camera on the skeleton soldiers. At this time, he was checking the strength of the skeleton soldiers while running through the secondary screen on his glasses. Sure enough, the skeleton soldiers of the God of the Undead are constantly getting stronger. He has been studying the God of the Undead. These skeleton soldiers have been getting stronger. And not just in a simple sense of level, but also in terms of skills. Big P wanted to record more scenes of the siege, so he immediately rushed to the next city. But the city of Shixing was completely defeated. After the news of the destruction of the first city spread in Star, other cities had no intention of resisting. In particular, the people left behind now are all trapped in this broken guild by the Star contract. The guild was shattered, and their contract was automatically void. This is not something only people in the first city would think of. In addition, Ba Dao is not supervising the battle now. And I haven't heard Ba Dao's voice on the guild channel yet. So everyone has become bolder. Especially after the first city is ranked second. The same is true for other cities. The higher-ups fled first. And the others also abandoned the city and fled immediately after the city was broken. Although after the guild is breached, it will be marked by a God of the Dead. But that mark only reduces damage to undead monsters by 50% and increases damage taken by undead creatures by 50%. Which sounds exaggerated. But they themselves are not super masters. They usually just don't fight undead copies, or the like. I have been guarding this city, and my level has dropped rapidly. Is there anything else I can do to compensate for the state of Shixing? Keep some experience levels. And after Star is destroyed, you can join other guilds. Big P people are also known. Every time he arrived at a city, that city was already broken. And if you want to see what's going on in the city, you can't do it, because there are sneaking skeleton soldiers on guard outside. And their range of perception is amazing. In the blink of an eye, only the main city of Shixing is left. This was simply the fastest siege in history. Big P thinks it's too crazy. Chapter 188. The Sioux Group is a partner of justice. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luochio gains 100,000 experience from victory in the war. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luochio gains 100,000 experience from victory in the war. Player Luochio is promoted to LV.101. Player Luochio is promoted to LV.102. Player Luochio is promoted to LV.103. A series of prompts that seemed to flash across the screen made Suchin stunned. From the time he launched this siege to now, he has been upgraded to 5 levels in a row. And his experience is still increasing rapidly. Is this called gaining experience? This is called robbery. Why didn't Warheart cause any sensation in its previous life? Suchin fell into deep thought. But immediately, Suchin understood why. The experience bar that had been rising rapidly suddenly slowed down. Because only the main city is left on Star. Most of the skeleton soldiers are idle. If you don't enter a state of conflict, you will naturally not gain experience. The reason why Suchin was able to use Heart of War to rapidly increase his experience was precisely because millions of units were in a state of conflict at the same time. Suchin found a random monster on the roadside and ordered all the skeleton soldiers to stop. Then he casually fought with that roadside monster for 20 seconds. In the original 20 seconds, the experience bar can increase a lot. But during the 20 seconds, he spent fighting the monster on the roadside. The experience seemed to be almost motionless. Only very subtle experiences are increasing. No wonder. In the previous life, no one talked about this Heart of War. It turns out that the increase in experience for a single unit is not even a mosquito leg. Not to mention single players. But for summoners, this is just a small amount of experience card, which is nothing compared to the precious materials paid. Suchin immediately understood why Warheart was not famous at all in his previous life. In a state where experience itself is very difficult to obtain, an experience card that seems to be able to add bonuses is actually unknown. Combined with this increased amount of experience, I feel relieved. It is estimated that few people in the past life have made this war heart, even if they have gathered these materials. If it were made by a single player, this amazing amount of experience would make him look like a clown. Even powerful summoners only number in the dozens or hundreds. Even if it was thousands. Suchin felt that every unit of increased experience was the mosquito leg bonus. It seems that this thing is really destined to me. Suchin smiled. At the same time, with a thought in his mind, he teleported directly to the main city of Shamo Star. Now that the number of Shintos is increasing, as long as there are skeleton soldiers, he can teleport there with just a thought. The main city of Shamo Star. At this time, the main city is not much better than other cities. If I insist on saying that it is better, it is the place where Ba Dao is located after all. So it is still pretending for a while. Even when those skeleton soldiers stopped for 20 seconds, the Shixing players thought that the opponent was going to let them go. So they didn't dare to take action. But 20 seconds later, the skeleton soldiers resumed their fierce offensive. This made the Shixing players' mentality collapse. I had no intention of fighting in the first place. I just thought there was a turning point. But it turned out like this again. In just 2 minutes, the city gate was immediately broken. This time, the city gate was not opened intentionally by someone, but was broken down solidly by skeleton soldiers. It's really useless. Bring out another thing like a witch statue. Suchin thought a little angry when he saw the Samos guild was so vulnerable. He couldn't tell the skeleton soldiers to let go. The skeleton soldiers were now fighting independently. So the most he could do was formulate a tactical strategy. After the city was broken, skeleton soldiers poured directly into the city like a tide. Player Luo Chio is promoted to LV.106. Just now, Suchin was promoted to level 106. Therefore, the skeleton soldiers have also become level 106 at this time. Today's Dark Legion is no longer as good as the Skeleton Legion summons of the past. Previously, the next batch could only be summoned after a batch of summons was used up. The current Dark Legion has a fixed upper limit. As long as it is within this upper limit, it can be replenished immediately as much as it is consumed. Of course, this supplement also has certain conditions, such as being out of combat for a certain period of time. Once the city is defeated, hand-to-hand combat should become more intense and gain a lot of experience. Suchin thought so. But what Suchin found outrageous was that after the skeleton soldiers entered the city, they had an unimpeded path. Players from the Samos guild encountered skeleton soldiers and ran away without saying a word. They cannot log off or teleport, but they can still run. After the city was broken, Suchin's experience remained almost unchanged. After seeing this scene, Suchin was also very helpless. Knowing that the Shixing players no longer dared to fight, Suchin also took over the command. The skeleton soldiers were divided into 3 groups. A part of the skeleton soldiers went to hunt down those Shixing players. Of course, they didn't necessarily have to catch them. The main thing was to drive them away. The other part goes to find the Guardian Crystal of Shamo Star Guild in the main city, and destroys it to get a lot of winning experience from the Heart of War. Another part is the traditional performing arts of the skeleton army. These skeleton soldiers are all powerful units. When it comes to carrying goods, they are one of the best. Suchin has now bought a large number of storage rings, because there are so many things to borrow. And even the storage rings have to be transported box by skeleton soldiers. Suchin looked down at the flames of war raging everywhere in the city without much emotion. I don't know since when. He has become accustomed to it. At this time, another wave of experience came. Player Luo Chio is promoted to LV.107. Player Luo Chio is promoted to LV.108. Suchin glanced at the direction of the skeleton soldiers. It looked like they had smashed the Guardian Crystal of the main city of Shamos. However, after smashing the Guardian Crystal, although a large amount of experience was gained, the rate of increase in experience almost stagnated. It seems that those Shixing players ran away, and those who didn't ran away probably went offline immediately to avoid secondary losses. After the battle on Shamo Star, he was basically removed from the new world. It's really a star guild. It only gained 8 levels of experience. If it persists longer, it can go up to more than 10 levels. Suchin shook his head and expressed his dissatisfaction with the Shixing guild. Still, we have to find some new goals. By the way, didn't the internet say that the Shixing guild was bullied by other guilds in the Shura world? It seems that the time has come for justice. Suchin secretly made up his mind. No way. Who calls himself a righteous partner? For the injustice you have suffered. Ba Dao. Let the Su group seek justice for you. Chapter 189 now is a great opportunity to grab territory. Far outside the city. Can't get through. Still can't get through. Big P looked helplessly at the main city of Shamo Star in the distance. Just when Big P was thinking of other ways. World announcement, the Shamo Star Guild's defense battle failed. And all Shamo Star Guild players were judged to have failed. Due to the triggering of a hidden plot. All players who failed to defend the city were marked with the mark of the God of the Undead. Mark of the Undead God, your damage to the Undead is reduced by 50%. And the Undead's damage to you is increased by 50%. And the Undead God can lock your position at any time, duration, until you defeat the Undead God. After hearing this announcement, Big P was stunned. Even Teacher Big P couldn't do it. Which is terrible. It's not Mr. P's fault. These skeleton soldiers suddenly became much stronger. And it was useless to anyone. It's over. It's not that Mr. Big P couldn't break through this blockade. It's just that the Shamisen Guild was so useless that it only took a short time for it to be breached. This stinking basket guild is broken. If Ba Dao hadn't done something so abominable last time, there might be other players who want to help him. Big P didn't turn off the live broadcast. But he didn't watch the barges. Although he remembered Violet's warning and did not take action against the skeleton soldiers, he still conducted reconnaissance. At the beginning, Big P still remembered that these skeletons were level 103. When Big P came online, the skeleton soldiers had actually been upgraded to 3 levels at that time. But Big P doesn't know it now. And he had just quietly investigated and found that these skeleton soldiers had reached level 108. Can these skeleton soldiers grow in battle? Big P did not express this idea. If this is really the case, then it is not good news for mankind. The reason why these skeleton soldiers are not taken seriously by the top guilds now is because the level of these skeletons is too low. Level 100 is a threshold. And level 150 is another threshold. The current power of the top guilds is still confident when facing these level 100 skeleton soldiers. After reaching a certain level, no matter how many there are, they are just cannon fodder. But it's different now. If those skeleton soldiers continue to grow like this, it will be difficult for the top human powers to deal with this dark force. Big P rubbed his temples. Now he can only hope that the growth of those skeleton soldiers can be slower. Judging from the frequency with which the God of the Undead attacks the city. Even at this growth rate, there is still some room for humans to deal with it. He had to use this news as soon as possible to get those top guilds, and even those hidden forces to take action. In addition, in this native world, there are forces like the Holy Sea of Light that are clearly in opposition to the God of the Dead, which can also be exploited. In this way, humans still have a little chance. I just hope those idiots don't be stupid and let the God of the Undead increase his strength in vain. Big P thought silently in his heart. Although I don't know why the God of the Undead is growing slowly like this. There must be some reason. If the God of the Undead still retains the strength of a true God, he would have launched a natural disaster of the Undead to sweep the world long ago. There must be some compelling reason for the other party to occasionally launch a surprise attack. This is humanity's chance. The God of the Undead becomes stronger as he fights. And he can only defeat the God of the Undead in one full-strength attack. Now any player who conflicts with the God of the Dead is committing a crime. A video conference room. It is said to be a video conference. But in fact it is a tripartite force. Except for the 3 people. They are all the deputies. This conference room had already been established when the God of the Undead was at war with Shamos. World announcement, the Shamo Star Guild's defense battle failed. And all Shamo Star Guild players were judged to have failed. Due to the triggering of a hidden plot. All players who failed to defend the city were marked with the mark of the God of the Undead. These people seem to be waiting for this announcement. The time is shorter than I thought. The sword is really useless. A young man with red and blue curly hair said with a smile. Fanqing. It's not because of you. If you hadn't always wanted that part of the main city and caused our negotiations to go wrong, this little Shamisen would have been banned long ago, said a woman with cute cat ears next to her. Fanqing is the red and blue curly hair, the president of the Star Guild. The other woman is Luo Luo, the president of the Ice and Snow Guild. Okay. You too. Now all the 5 cities of Shamo Star have become ownerless. If we don't win it as soon as possible, we may be exploited by other guild alliances in the Shur world. A young man in ancient costume watched the two do it. Listening to the young man's words, both of them couldn't help but frown. The person in front of him is Qingyi, the president of the Guihai Guild. Both of their guilds are second-rate top quasi-first-rate guilds, while Guihai Guild is a first-rate bottom guild. Although it is at the bottom, it is still a true first-class guild. not a quasi-first-class guild. Let's deal with the issue of distribution first. The output is much more. And the output is less. Seeing that the two of them were speechless, Qingyi also said slowly, I heard that the guy Shimu Lang is already making moves on those territories. Hearing Shimu Lang, the two couldn't help but fell silent for a while. Zimulang is a first-class mid-level guild, and it will still be stronger against the alliance formed by them. With the alliance of their three major guilds, plus some small guilds that have taken refuge with them, the combined strength and the defense equipment can still resist Shimu Lang. If Westwood Wolf takes over first, they won't have the capital to get it back. I have no opinion. Fanqing, who had insisted on taking the main city before, relented, but then said, it seems that the skeleton soldiers of the God of the Dead have not dispersed yet. How can we take over the city now? Luo nodded after hearing this. She was also thinking about this. Don't worry. We have studied the God of the Undead before, and those skeleton soldiers should be wreaking havoc in the city now. If we slow down and pass by, it will be almost the time for their destruction to be completed. We brought some defensive equipment, supplies, command flags, etc., and occupied the territory first. Qingyi also revealed his plan. But what if you conflict with those skeleton soldiers and anger the God of the Undead? Fanqing said, still a little worried. Don't worry. Trust our calculations. Qingyi smiled confidently. Fanqing opened his mouth and sat down. The safest course is to wait until the God of the Undead has completely evacuated before going. But now there is pressure from Shimu Lang. Their own strength is not superior. Their only advantage is that they are closer and can capture it quickly. Chapter 190 Not for Profit. Only for Justice 2.0. A certain small town. This was once a small town occupied by Shixing. You can still see the prosperity of the past from the number of shops. But those shops are now only dilapidated ruins and signboards that were broken into several pieces. Not to mention the merchandise included. After all, those who could be pretended to be taken away were all taken away by the skeleton army. And those who could not be pretended to be taken away were destroyed directly on the spot. The surrounding city walls have also been almost destroyed. Sure enough, as what was posted on the internet. Wherever the God of the Undead passed, it was really in ruins. The visitor was Fanqing, and he couldn't help but say while looking around. He felt it was a pity that if they were to attack the city, they would not be talking about the spoils of goods and property. Even some infrastructure buildings can be used. Now that it is occupied, it still needs to be rebuilt. However, Fanqing did not hesitate and planted the guild flag in the core first. He also brought a Bronze City founding order. After occupying this place, the Bronze City building order will automatically generate some simple city walls and basic defense facilities. In this way, defensive devices can also be placed and have defensive power. The main reason is that a city founding order above the silver level is too expensive. Even if he can afford it, it is too luxurious for such a temporary city. His own main city is the gold level city founding order. That's fine. When it was officially confirmed that he was the new owner of this city, Fanqing smiled easily. At the same time, the same scene happened in other cities. The main city of Shamo Star. Perhaps this place can already be called the former main city of Shixing. Nowadays, most of the Dark Legion's army is hoarded here. Suddenly a ghost dragon hovered from above and landed. At first glance, it was Dracolic riding a ghost dragon back. This left Suchin speechless. Dragon Lich. You can't transform into a dragon yourself, so you have to ride other dragons. My lord, the city we captured before was occupied by other humans, and now they have gathered an alliance and are heading towards our city. Dragon Lich said to Suchin. Oh, these people. I didn't look for them, but they took the initiative to look for them. Being so impatient, they must have been the guild that bullied Ba Dao before. Suchin smiled softly and thought in his mind, Uncle, I hate others bullying the weak the most. What's the point of several major guilds joining forces to bully others? Ba Dao has lent us so many things. So it's time to vent his anger for Ba Dao and summon the Dark Army to encircle and suppress this guild alliance. Suchin gave the order directly and took the initiative. This fight is not for profit, but for justice. Yes, my lord. Long Wu put his hands on his shoulders and saluted slightly. When Dracolic rode the ghost dragon over, Suchin also snapped his fingers. At this time, the ghost sage also came out of the shadows. My lord. The great ghost sage bowed slightly. After a while, you cast tracking magic to find their lair, and then you lead the remaining troops to attack their lair. Suchin gave the order again. Yes, My lord. The great ghost sage responded, and slowly dived into the shadows. Whether it is the Dragon Lich or the Ghost Sage, as the leaders of the Dark Legion, they also have the ability to summon the Dark Legion under their own authorization. Taking a look below, I saw that the entire city's wealth had basically been packed away. Those that were not easy to take away were all destroyed. At least now, even if someone from the outside world comes to investigate the scene, they will only think that the skeleton soldiers destroyed everything. But it doesn't hurt to develop at this speed for a while, and let the players know. Su Chen took a look at his level of 108. This was just a siege that raised him to level 8. Once he reached level 150, Su Chen felt that there would be no opponents for anyone below the true god level. As for true gods and above, Su Chen didn't know much about them, and couldn't comment on them. Besides, the god of this world's god realm can't come down. So as long as he doesn't take the initiative to go to the god realm, that's okay. At most, it is like another god of the undead, who was sealed in this world for various reasons. Just wait for the right time to take action against the god of the undead. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Su Chen looked at the main city of Shixing. No, it should be the former main city. It was almost destroyed, and Su Chen didn't want to stay here anymore. I feel embarrassed to have borrowed so many things from Shixing. Now it is time to find the guild alliance that bullied Shixing. That guild alliance should also have a lot of wealth, treasures, and experience. But this time it's not a loan. It's asking them to repay the debt. Is this money? No. These are all the justice of Shixing. It's a pity that Ba Dao is not here now. Otherwise, if he understood Su Chen's good intentions, he would definitely be filled with tears and tears of gratitude. The other side, after Fanqing occupied the first city, they did not go to another border city at all, but went directly to the main city. There are very rich resource points around the main city of Shixing, and its geographical location is a must-win. Fanqing has prepared a silver-level city building order, which is to build a defensive fortress immediately after taking over the main city of Shamo Star. So facing the first border town, Fanqing didn't pay much attention to it at all. As for whether he could hold on, he didn't worry too much at all. According to the alliance agreement, if one party is attacked, other guilds must support it. But before the troops were launched, the words were made very clear. Whoever can plant the occupation flag in the main city first will own the main city, and cannot cause trouble. As we got closer and closer to the main city of Shamo Star, Fanqing began to feel excited. Those two people seemed to have gone to pick up the border city just to be on the safe side. But didn't they end up missing something? Along the way, Fanqing didn't see anyone from the other two guilds. It seems that they all thought that everyone would fight for the main city. So they first went to get two border cities, and then see if they could get the main city to their advantage. As a result, Fanqing took the lead alone. Speed up and capture the main city of Shamo Star to get double bonuses this month. Fanqing also immediately said words of encouragement on the channel. Sure enough, money is the primary productive force. After hearing Fanqing's words, everyone in the elite group was like a donkey in the production team, speeding up tirelessly. Fanqing is very satisfied with the performance of the elite group. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the shadows under his feet disappeared. How? Is it dark? Look above. There are dark clouds. Is it going to rain? Everyone in the elite group couldn't help but discuss. Stop mumbling and hurry up. It doesn't matter whether it rains, snows or hails in summer, Fanqing said impatiently. At this time, groups of black spots appeared on the horizon. What is that? Fanqing glanced doubtfully. Chapter 191 He is too fair. Following Fanqing's words, everyone's eyes also looked into the distance. Someone immediately lost their detection skills. President. They seem to be skeleton soldiers of the same type as the god of the undead. I detected some with cannons and guns. The scouts reported immediately. The skeleton soldiers of the god of the undead are indeed the most bizarre existence in the entire New World. They are just a skeleton army with all kinds of magic, modern technology and fighting spirit. He is actually a subordinate of the god of the undead. Shouldn't he have to leave after attacking the city? Fanqing was furious after hearing this. But no one can explain Fanqing's doubts. Withdraw? 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 After Fanqing reacted, he immediately issued the order. There is not much confidence in defending against the city, let alone in this open area, which makes Fanqing have no courage to fight at all. However, at this time, the Star Guild, which wanted to retreat, did not retreat just because it wanted to. A large number of skeleton soldiers appeared from their rear. as well as from their left and right sides, showing the trend of encirclement. In the sky, 2 ghost dragons are entrenched. Dracolic sat on one of the ghost dragons, looking down at the people below. Fanqing saw enemies on the ground and in the sky, and immediately understood that this was actually an ambush by the god of the undead. Breakout. Although he didn't know why, the god of the undead did not retreat after attacking the city, but actually took the initiative to attack the players. But Fanqing couldn't think about it that much at this time, and directly made the decision to break out in order to reduce some losses. But Fanqing had just finished speaking. An elite commando team rushed out from the flank. The Star Guild was directly beaten to the punch, preventing them from making an effective response immediately. It was also because they were robbed of the first move that they did not have the upper hand, and the subsequent output of the skeleton soldiers immediately followed. Various arrows and magical long-range attacks directly covered them with firepower, although the occasional counterattack can destroy many skeleton soldiers. But the tide of skeleton soldiers was not afraid. When the ones in front were knocked down, the ones behind them immediately filled the gap. As the melee skeleton soldiers get closer and closer, the pressure on the Star Guild gradually increases. Seeing this situation, Fanqing also made a judgment. Cover me. Fanqing decided to break out by himself, and then make a decision. After hearing this, the Star Guild hesitated for a moment, but still said, okay. Under the cover of the Star Guild members, Fanqing gained a certain amount of space. Fanqing chanted an acceleration magic, then put a shield on himself and escaped directly from the air. It wasn't that he was in a hurry. It was mainly that the ground was already covered with skeleton soldiers, and he was not too Xingsuan. Roar! A ghost dragon instantly launched a magic attack at him. Although the ghost dragon is only level 108, he is a serious super mythical level. Under this blow, although Fanqing's shield resisted, the shield was broken. If Ghost Dragon were on the same level as Fanqing, he would have difficulty resisting this attack. Fanqing glanced at the other Ghost Dragon that had not taken action, and immediately did not dare to fight. Fortunately, the level of these 2 Ghost Dragons does not seem to be high. Fanqing immediately raised his speed to full speed. At the threshold of level 150, there is still a big gap. It is difficult for the Ghost Dragon to catch up with the stars at full speed. Just when Fanqing was secretly proud, he found that he had stopped and could not move forward at all. He felt an instinctive fear. Gaze. Obviously, this is the action of the Dragon Lich. Before the stars could react, a green light flashed past. When Fanqing reacted again, he found that he had been killed. Fanqing was very depressed. He didn't even know who hit him. The Star Guild below also lost their fighting spirit after seeing their president being killed so easily. Facing the endless army of darkness, the members of the Star Guild were slowly being eaten away. At this time, Suchen also teleported to the battlefield. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 100,000 experience from Victory in the War. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 100,000 experience from Victory in the War. Player Luoqiu is promoted to LV.109. Player Luoqiu is promoted to LV.110. Player Luoqiu is promoted to LV.111. After fighting for so long, I only reached level 3. Suchen yawned. Have you placed a tracking mark? Suchen asked in the direction of the void. The target has been set. My lord. At this time, the Great Ghost Sage also appeared. Okay. You chase after me first, and I'll give you permission to mobilize the Dark Army. Suchen waved his hand. Yes, my lord. After answering, the Ghost Great Sage disappeared again. Let's go. There are other friends waiting for us to greet them. Suchen snapped his fingers. There are 3 guilds here. If you only communicate with one of them and ignore the other 2, isn't this discriminating against them? This still has to pay attention to the rain and dew. And don't let one party feel that someone is favored. Chapter 192: The Destruction of 2 Major Guilds. The other side. In a border town on Samosing, the main forces of the Ice and Snow Guild and the Guhai Guild gathered here at this time. Are you so sure that there are still skeleton soldiers in the main city of Shamostar? Luo asked with some confusion. This is not simple. Big P is there. I will send a message and ask if Big P will know. Qingyi shrugged. Ah, you are so bad. Why is Fanqing a member of our alliance? Why don't you let me give it to you for free? After Luo heard this, he gave Qingyi a blank look. Qingyi smiled indifferently, and then walked to the city wall. The only real alliance is the two of us. And the stars have always been the props we use. Qingyi chuckled. Then Luoluo also came over. There was no one else on the wall at this time. So Luoluo naturally took Qingyi's hand. Qingyi also acted very naturally. And it was obvious that their relationship was unusual. But what about the main city of Samosing? Do we want it no more? Luoluo asked reluctantly. Of course it's not that we don't want it. It's just not that simple. Let others try the water for us first. Qingyi replied casually. Testing the waters? Fanqing and the others have been wiped out by the group now. Where do they still dare to go? Luoluo asked with some confusion. Aren't there still Zimulang? Those guys are like hungry wolves. They won't let go of the main city of Shamo Star. Qingyi turned around and said with a smile. You are so bad. Luoluo laughed and cursed. Qingyi turned around at this time, hugged Luoluo's waist, and slowly moved her head towards her. What? Don't you like it? While the two were flirting, dark clouds filled the sky. What's happening here? At this time, Qingyi was no longer in the mood to flirt, and felt something was wrong when looking at the sky. It's just that they haven't waited for Qingyi and Luoluo to react. At this time, an old man with a long hat appeared in the sky. The black shadows on the blood-colored mountains. The whispers in the depths of the abyss. All things return to nothingness, and the heaven and earth dissipate. As the mantra was chanted slowly, a black pool appeared on the ground of the city. Qingyi immediately felt something was wrong, and immediately jumped to interrupt the prelude to the spell. However, a group of skeleton magic birds appeared in large groups at this time, blocking Qingyi's way. He is not the main aerial combat profession. Facing this large skeletal magic bird, Qingyi cannot break through the defense. Assist me. Qingyi immediately shouted loudly at Luoluo below. At this time, Luoluo also cast several spells in succession, directly destroying the flocks of magic birds one after another. These skeleton magic birds are currently only level 111, and cannot be completely blocked when faced with the cooperation of two masters above level 150. But at this time, the long-hatted old man in the sky had finished casting the spell. He glanced at Qingyi, raised his hand slightly, and an invisible ripple suddenly moved towards Qingyi. Qingyi found that he was unable to stop him. In a panic, he could only resist with all his strength. Boom! Just a casual blow directly cut Qingyi's blood volume in half. If it weren't for the fact that the Great Ghost Sage is only at level 111 now, and doesn't even need to reach level 150 to reach the threshold level, it would be difficult for Qingyi to hold on to him for more than 10 or 20 levels. Half god. After Qingyi was attacked, he also obtained information. Of course, all he saw were question marks including the names, and he could only see the ranks of the Soul Clan and demigods. Escape. This was Qingyi's first reaction after seeing the other party's message. But then, an invisible hand punched him. Boom! Qingyi fell straight from the sky like a kite with its string broken. He was immediately killed. What kind of monster is that? Luoluo below was also shocked when he saw this scene. Qingyi's personal ability is actually not too outstanding, but her fighting ability is worse than Qingyi. Even Qingyi can't beat her, and she has no confidence. At this time, she directly chose to escape first. With the combined combat power of the two major guilds organized, there might be room for maneuver. But when she escaped to the city, she discovered that there was a giant black hand on the ground plundering the city. Obviously, this is the spell released by the monster in the sky just now. The blood volume in this giant hand is so thick. However, its attack power is not too strong. So please keep your formation and don't mess up. Run quickly. Many skeleton soldiers are pouring in from outside the city. Originally, the combat effectiveness of the two major guilds was quite good, and they could fight back and forth with the giant black hand. However, the influx of skeleton soldiers outside the city directly broke this balance. The two guilds wanted to escape, but skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared and surrounded the city. Even if they wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. Luoluo originally wanted to take command, but after seeing the giant hands in the city and the skeleton soldiers that had poured in from outside the city, she gave up this idea. Now we can only lead as many people as possible to break through. However, the two major guilds, which had lost their fighting spirit, were in chaos at this time. Not to mention, the people in the Ice and Snow Guild can still listen to Luoluo's words. The Guihai Guild, which has a stronger fighting capacity, does not have Qingyi's command at this time, and others do not listen to her, although she and Qingyi have a very close relationship. This is all private, usually to cover up others' eyes. Of course, the main thing is to deceive the stars. So people in the Guihai Guild don't know what the relationship between her and Qingyi is. These players were running around, and no longer had the previous battle formations. Naturally, they were indiscriminately killed by the giant black hands. Soon, members of the two major guilds were harvested by giant black hands, and killed by skeleton soldiers. Peace has returned here. But these people didn't know that when they hung up, the great ghost sage planted a location mark on them. My lord, the coordinates have been found. The ghost sage conveyed the message and coordinates. Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. As his level increased, his use of divine power became more profound, including teleportation in the air. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 100,000 experience from victory in the war. Player Luoqiu gains 5,000 experience from the state of dispute. Player Luoqiu gains 100,000 experience from victory in the war. Player Luoqiu is promoted to. Player Luoqiu is promoted to LV.116. Killing the main forces of the two major guilds directly allowed Su Chen to advance to 5 levels in a row. Nice job. Take me there. Su Chen is very satisfied with the current leveling speed. Level 150 is not far away at this speed. It seems that making the Heart of War first is indeed the right decision. Chapter 193 Master Qin's Trembling. The mysterious girl Fran. Although the news of the demise of the 3 major guild alliances has not been announced to the world, but such a big news will undoubtedly spread. After all, not only the elite group who signed the contract were involved this time, but ordinary guild members were also involved. Don't expect such a large group to keep the secret. The Shura world has been really unstable recently. First, Shemo Star was wiped out. And then the 3 major guild alliances were wiped out. You have all been deceived by the god of the undead before. And any failure in Siege is just an illusion to let you relax your vigilance. Is this the power of the real god of the undead? It's probably more than that. He's a god. No one will take the weakling god's word seriously. Right? Isn't it a bit too much to destroy the association at every turn? It shouldn't be possible to destroy the guild. I mean the 3 major guild alliances. The plan is to do this only if you want people to withdraw from the game on a large scale. On the World Channel, players were talking about this matter. Suddenly the world announcement was released. World announcement. The city of the Star Guild has been attacked by the Dark Legion of the God of the Undead. Now all members of the Star Guild have entered the guard state. Star players have entered the combat state. Players of this guild cannot go offline. The characters of offline players are still in the game. Leave through the teleportation array. And please work hard to defend the city belonging to the Star Guild. If you fail, you will get the debuff Mark of the Undead God. Mark of the Undead God. Your damage to the undead is reduced by 50%. And the undead's damage to you is increased by 50%. And the undead god can lock your position at any time, duration, until you defeat the undead god. Hold the grass. Is the Star Guild going to become the next Samo Star Guild? Who said that planning can't do this kind of thing before? Planner, I didn't expect that I want you guild dogs to quit the game. It's outrageous. If a guild invests hundreds of millions or billions, it will be destroyed immediately. Right? Don't you treat the money deposited by players as money? But having said that, there is no official recharge in this game. Isn't the money you recharge all used for studio gold or individual player transactions? At this moment, it seems that it is not lively enough. 2 more world announcements were issued. World announcement. The city belonging to the Ice and Snow Guild has been attacked by the Dark Legion of the God of the Undead. Now all members of the Ice and Snow Guild have entered the guard state. And the Ice and Snow players have entered the combat state. Players of this guild cannot go offline. The characters of offline players are still in the game. Leave through the teleportation array. Please work hard to defend the Ice and Snow Guild city. If you fail, you will get the debuff Mark of the Undead God. Mark of the Undead God. Your damage to the undead is reduced by 50%. And the undead's damage to you is increased by 50%. And the undead god can lock your position at any time, duration, until you defeat the undead god. World announcement. The city of Guihai Guild has been attacked by the Dark Legion of the God of the Undead. Now all members of Guihai Guild have entered the guard state. And Guihai players have entered combat state. Players of this guild cannot go offline. The characters of offline players are still in the game. You cannot leave through the teleportation array. Please work hard to defend Guihai Guild city. If you fail, you will get the debuff Mark of the Undead God. Mark of the Undead God. Your damage to the undead is reduced by 50%. And the undead's damage to you is increased by 50%. And the undead god can lock your position at any time, duration, until you defeat the undead god. The two major guilds were attacked almost at the same time. So the announcements from the two major guilds were sent out one after another. Walk slowly. Planning this wave is to offend all the wealthy people. What kind of planner could come up with such an event? If a perfect hand can be played like this, the game must be confusing. Let's fight. Let's fight. If the worst happens, just shuffle the cards. Anyway, civilian players don't care. The God of the Dead's massive purge of guilds this time has caused a lot of dissatisfaction. This time, other first-line guilds, and even super first-line guilds paid attention to it. Today may be to cleanse the Shur world. But tomorrow, they may go to their territory to plunder. Zimulang, the first-line guild in the Shur world, was already ready to attack. After hearing that the three major guild alliances were destroyed and then being chased into the city, they were so scared that they all returned to the city to be on guard. Zimulang, who originally wanted to make great achievements, has now become a cowardly husky. It can be said that this move of the God of the Undead has attracted the highest attention from all game players in history. Real world. A certain quiet courtyard looks inconspicuous from the outside. But there is something special inside. There is a magical creek in this courtyard. And the interior decoration is very close to nature. As if it is really beside the creek, outside the forest. The stream flows. The birds chirp. And the deer run. It is hard to imagine that this seemingly small courtyard actually has dozens of times the space inside. By the creek, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes in a black cloak and an old man in tang suit were sitting by the stream fishing. Behind the old man in tang suit stood a rough-looking man. Standing cautiously. Shinyo, if you have anything to report, please don't ruin Miss Fulan and I's happiness. The old man in tang suit said calmly. Hearing the words of the old man in tang suit, Shinyo's feet trembled a little. If the outside world knew that the notorious Mr. Chin was shaking like an angry little daughter-in-law, they would be greatly shocked. It was Miss Fran who brought me attention to the matter of the God of the Dead in New World before, Shinyo said calmly. He didn't know who this Miss Fran was, but she was on an equal footing with his boss. And even his boss occasionally tried to please her. He must be something he can't afford to offend. Shinyo didn't even dare to call her Miss. He could only call her Sir. When she heard about the God of the Dead, Fran, who was learning to fish, trembled. You said? No personal emotions are allowed. I want to be absolutely objective. She threw away the fishing rod and stared at Shinyo closely. Shinyo was also shocked. However, to be able to sit in his current position, his mental quality is still good enough. According to Fran's request, he did not miss anything. And he did not dare to have any personal subjective opinions to report everything about the God of the Dead in New World. After listening, Fran fell silent, seeming to be thinking about something. Fran didn't speak, and Tangyo didn't even dare to move, for fear of disturbing her thinking and getting offended. Even the old man in tang suit, who could talk to Fran before, chose to stay silent and wait quietly. You are doing well. Keep following the trends. After a long time, Fran spoke intermittently. After hearing this, Shinyo breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 194 Descendants of the True Ancestor of the Blood Clan. After Shinyo respectfully agreed, he consciously withdrew. Miss Fran. At this time, the old man in tang suit said with a smile, I have no interest today. Another day. After saying that, Fran threw the fishing rod in her hand and disappeared. Seeing the girl being so rude, a glint flashed in the eyes of the old man in tang suit. But he still didn't show it. At this time, Fran had appeared in an old castle. Miss, you are back. A white-haired old man, butler, also appeared immediately and made an elegant courtesy. Antoine, is my father missing? Fran asked directly. The true ancestor is still missing. The old butler named Antoine shook his head. Maybe it's true. Afterwards, Antoine stopped. Fran also frowned and wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. They are the Blood Clan. And Fran's father is the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. In fact, Fran has never met her father, because on the day she was born, when the God of the Dead was sweeping across the world, she was still very weak and could only hide within her family. The true ancestor of the vampire clan has entered the divine realm. As one of the few outside the divine realm, he is naturally targeted by the ambitious God of the Undead. The battle between the God of the Undead and the true ancestor of the vampire clan ended in darkness. But for the God of the Undead, who could barely seal it with the joint efforts of the gods, he was undoubtedly victorious in the battle against the true ancestor of the vampire clan. Moreover, The god of the undead also extracted the genes of the vampires and copied the vampires. This is also the biggest difference between vampires and vampires. The vampires traveled to this world through secret methods, and were able to retain the fire and develop it to this day. With the strength of the vampire clan, they almost swept the world at that time. Those so-called various martial arts superpowers are simply vulnerable. But one person took action and directly suppressed the vampire clan led by the vampire prince at that time. That person is now the sole master of the soul sect. But that person didn't embarrass the whole vampire clan too much. He just wanted them to stand by the soul sect when they were attacked by the holy sect. And with the help of the blood clan, the soul sect has created many top-notch experts. But even so, the holy sect continued to contend with him. The holy lord over there is also an unparalleled strongman. At the same time, the remnants of the elf god of war were transported to this world, and were also subdued by the holy lord. However, whether it is the blood clan or the elf clan, they have agreed not to take action unless the soul sect and the holy sect are in a fight. Now Fran has gradually grown up, due to her excellent bloodline and her own efforts. Her strength now reaches that of a vampire prince. During this period of time, she felt that her father would not disappear so easily. So she kept searching. But the world is so big. They have searched everywhere, and they have no clue. Even Fran gave up for a while. But the emergence of New World allowed Fran to regain her goal. Because the New World links to the world they originally lived in. In this way, Fran has recently maintained a very close contact with the Soul Sect and wants to use the power of the Soul Sect. The Blood Clan is still too thin in personnel, and the Soul Sect is too large. Not to mention that the Soul Sect showed great importance to the New World without their reminding, and invested almost the entire sect's strength in it. This is enough to show that the Soul Master's majestic talent and strategy are extraordinary. No matter what, we still have to find the whereabouts of our father. And at the same time, we have to make the god of the undead pay the price. Fran raised her nose and said bitterly, after she learned that the god of the undead had been sealed by the gods. Fran still felt angry, especially after a year of running New World. The god of the undead suddenly resurfaced and attacked cities everywhere, which also made Fran become vigilant. The god of the undead may be planning something. He was not sealed so simply. There must be something else planned. By the way, is there any investigation result on the father's aura that flashed across this world? Fran suddenly remembered something. A while ago, she suddenly felt a faint, familiar aura in the real world. So she asked her family to investigate. Several clan elders have jointly investigated. The aura seems to have been cut off from the outside world by some mysterious force. However, several clan elders have determined that it is the aura of the true ancestor. Antoine hesitated for a moment. Say it quickly, Fran asked a little anxiously. That aura should be the bloodline seed left by the true ancestor. I have never told Miss you about this. In fact, you have a sister who was separated during the teleportation. In order to prevent you from unnecessary worries, several clan elders have decided to hide this matter from you. Antoine said slowly. I have a sister. Fran was stunned. Yes, but she seems to have been asleep for a long time, and is still very weak now. Antoine told Fran the clan elder's conclusion. Fran paused, digesting the news. Let's allocate some manpower to search. But the main thing now is to find his father, and take action against the god of the undead. After Fran digested this information, she also made a rational decision. Although she has a younger sister, her strength is said to be very weak, and she won't be able to help much if she finds her. The first thing that has supported her for so many years is to find her father, and the second is to take revenge on the god of the dead. Finding a sister with no emotional foundation is the second best thing. If you want to calm down, you can search more often. But now your efforts should be concentrated on the first 2 points. Got it, madam. Antoine nodded. Fran slowly walked up the stairs, obviously planning to rest. But halfway through, he stopped again. By the way, regarding the god of the undead, help me secretly inform the crazy woman who is the descendant of the elf god. Fran said suddenly. Miss, this is not good. We have an oath with the sole master of the soul sect. Antoine did not agree immediately. After they were suppressed by the soul lord, they signed an oath to fight against the holy sect together with the soul sect. The descendants of the elf god of war were the help of the holy sect, and were considered part of the holy sect. This is already a sideline in the oath. When the man finds out, he might accuse the vampires. I remember the oath. But I just asked you to tell that crazy elf woman the location of the seal of the god of the dead, and the arrival of the divine envoy. This is not the secret of the soul sect. What does the oath have to do with it? As for that crazy woman knowing what to do, I didn't ask her to do it. Friend smiled playfully. Antoine was a little helpless. So wasn't this just a sidekick? Don't worry. That Soul Master has disappeared for thousands of years. This little thing is not enough. Friend said softly at this time. Obviously, she didn't take the Soul Master into consideration. Chapter 195. The Guild Alliance has been broken. The Soul Sect's latest plan. And at this time in the game, world announcements continued. Star Guild was defeated first, followed by Ice and Snow Guild and Guihai Guild. The difference compared to Shixing is that it lasted a little longer. When the three major guilds were breached, night had fallen. Suchin deliberately let go and didn't let the skeleton soldiers fight too fast. Nor did he let the two demigods take action. After all, the longer the dispute lasts, the longer the experience gain will be. However, with the blessing of night, the power of the Dark Legion became more powerful, and the three major guilds could not withstand it after all. The main city of Guihai Guild. At this time, the Guihai Guild has been defeated, and the whole city is busy with skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers were hard at work transporting supplies in major shops and guild warehouses. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luochio gains 100,000 experience from Victory in the War. Player Luochio gains 5,000 experience from the State of Dispute. Player Luochio gains 100,000 experience from Victory in the War. Player Luochio is promoted to. Player Luochio is promoted to LV.128. Not enough. Still not good enough. Suchin shook his head. It was a busy day today, and the Shura world was in a state of chaos before I was promoted to level 26. Move carefully. Don't break the things I borrowed. Looking at a skeleton soldier who fell to the ground while carrying goods in the distance, Suchin immediately said with concern, although I have only reached level 26 in experience, the supplies are really abundant. There are close to 10 pieces of mythical equipment, and there are hundreds of legendary pieces. There are countless other dark gold equipment, as well as various consumables and materials. It has to be said that the billions and tens of billions invested by these guilds are not in vain. It's just that their strength is too weak. These good things are like pearls covered in dust in their hands. As a righteous partner, Suchin is very reasonable to help them keep them temporarily. Suchin yawned. I spent a lot of energy on conducting today, and I'm a little tired. At this time, Dracolic appeared next to Suchin. If your lord is tired, you can go to rest, and the Ghost Sage and I can preside over the battle. Dragon Lich said respectfully. Can you replenish your troops? Suchin said with some confusion. Only the Lord can replenish the troops personally. But now that the strength of the entire legion has greatly increased, I am confident that I can conquer the Shura world without replenishing the troops. Dracolic replied. Hearing this, Suchin also nodded. The Dark Legion is now at level 128. And with continuous battles, the level will continue to increase. There are two demigods commanding the Dark Legion. Today, the Dark Legion already has quite powerful combat power. Thus, it seems that he can manage to hang up and upgrade. The fly in the ointment is that the two commanders cannot restore their troops, so they have to go to the game regularly to replenish their troops. If this is the case, then you can lead the Legion to fight for one night. Suchin also decided to let the two commanders fight for him for one night first. After that, Suchin went offline. Then, the Great Ghost Sage also appeared in the city. I was dealing with something just now. Did the Lord give me something? The Great Ghost Sage glanced at the Dracolic. The Lord has given us the freedom to lead our troops in battle, and the Lord will come back tomorrow morning to check and accept our orders. Dragon Lich relayed. Oh, then I'll get busy first. The Great Ghost Sage nodded. Etc. The Dracolic stopped the Great Sage of Ghost at this time. The Great Ghost Sage glanced at the Dragon Lich in confusion. Although the Lord doesn't say it, it is actually a test for us. You also know that there will be a new commander of the Dark Army in the future. How many troops can be commanded in the future will play a big factor in the effectiveness of tonight's battle. Dragon Lich narrowed his eyes slightly and said, What do you mean? The Great Ghost Sage frowned. I know you've never used your full strength until now, and neither have I. But let's not hold back tonight. It is difficult to capture the entire Shura world without the Lord's reinforcements. But we must help the Lord to defeat the main city of adventurers in the Shura world tonight. Dragon Lich's eyes exuded ambition and desire. That's a little crazy. But you're right. The Great Ghost Sage also nodded slowly after hearing this. Real world. Suchin stretched. By the moonlight, Suchen walked to the second floor of the new villa. Bingfeng. Linlin. Come here. Suchen used his soul to transmit messages to the two of them. After a while, only Linlin came here alone. What about Bingfeng? Suchen asked curiously. Bingfeng asked me to tell you something. He took a group of people to other cities to expand his business. And also transferred some puppets from Tangfeng. Although Linlin and Bingfeng had nothing to do with each other, she still conveyed this truthfully, as a male was a male. Expand your business? Suchen suddenly remembered that he had told Bingfeng before that he could find people with powers, who had accounts in New World, to join the Su group. Just like the superpowers in the base on the mountain now. Many of them were found by Bingfeng from this city. Now it seems that all the superpowers in this city have almost joined the Su group. After all, even the city's Inspector Linlin is now a member of the Su group. Therefore, Bingfeng went abroad to expand his business. This left Suchen speechless. Forget it. Ignore him. Isn't there someone coming from the Soul Sect? Why haven't they come yet? Suchen stopped caring about Bingfeng and asked Linlin. Mr. Su, this is also something I want to tell you. I received a notice that the Soul Sect has made big moves recently. And I even have an invitation in my hand. With that said, Linlin took out an invitation card. Suchen took it over and took a look. Shanye Group Banquet Invitation. What's this? Suchen asked with some confusion. Exhibition industry is the visible industry of hidden exhibitionists. The Hidden World Zhan family is the leading family among the Hidden World families. The old man of the Zhan family recently celebrated his birthday. And many powerful people from the Hidden World will go there. The Soul Sect should be preparing to wipe out all those hidden families. Recently, all the mid-level and high-level personnel available to the Soul Sect have received instructions to participate in this task. Linlin explained. Suchen also understood. It seemed that the Soul Sect had set a trap and was preparing to take action against those hidden families. Therefore, the Soul Sect, which was originally planning to send people over, could not spare any manpower for a while. This invitation. Can I go? Suchen asked. Well, you can bring your family members. Mr. Su, do you want to go? Linlin asked curiously. Go ahead. They all like to look for me anyway. So I just happened to go and see them. Suchen's eyes narrowed slightly. The enemy of the enemy may not be a friend. But it is quite good to make Soul Sect disgusted. Chapter 196 Too Despicable. A sneak attack in the middle of the night. By the way, the Soul Sect has been at odds with these hidden families for so long. Why did they suddenly make such a decision now? Suchen thought something was wrong. My subordinates don't dare to make random guesses. But there must be some purpose with the Soul Sect style. And I also heard that recently the Soul Sect has been in frequent contact with many overseas forces. With Linlin's level, she could only know this for the time being. Overseas forces? Suchen frowned. Yes. Soul Sect has always cooperated with overseas forces. For those forces, Soul Sect is also a medium to penetrate this land. Linlin nodded and said, Suchen's impression of this Soul Sect has become very bad. Although he is currently developing towards the overlord of one party, Suchen is still ashamed of looking for helpers when his own family cannot defeat it. Suchen had originally planned to investigate, but now Suchen was even more determined. How long until the business exhibition banquet starts? Suchen asked. Mr. Zhan's birthday is in 3 days. If Mr. Su wants to go, he may have to go through some troubles to get his identity. I am the inspector here, and I am a local snake, so I am qualified to be invited. I can help you go through the company procedures immediately, and then pretend to be Lin Yan's engaged boyfriend. Linlin lowered her head and said. When Suchen heard this, he thought it was some kind of grievance. But he was just pretending to be Linlin's prospective son-in-law. Okay, I'm ready to do this. Let's do it. Suchen smiled and nodded. When Linlin was about to resign, she was stopped by Suchen. Suchen walked towards Linlin step by step, seeing Suchen's face getting closer and closer to her. Linlin looked very nervous. Suchen gently lifted Linlin's chin with her fingers. Although Linlin was already in her 30s, her face was still very much like a girl's. Mr. Su. Linlin didn't dare to break free and vomited Orchid. Don't be nervous. I'm just going to unify the names first. After all, you have to pretend to be my mother-in-law. Suchen gently blew into Linlin's ear. Not married yet. Just call me Aunt Lin. Linlin's eyes were wandering, looking pitiful, looking at Linlin like a frightened little animal. Suchen felt very cute and couldn't help but touch her head. Okay, Aunt Lin. You go and do some work first. I'm going to rest. After patting Linlin on the head, Su-Chen let her go. Yes, Mr. Su. Linlin quickly agreed, and then ran away in a panic. She was really scared just now. After all, Su-Chen was too despicable and shameless. Yawn. Su-Chen yawned, commanding the Dark Army for a day, which also consumed a lot of energy. Su-Chen slept soundly. But at this time, the game was full of war, since the troops could not be replenished before Su-Chen woke up. The Dracolic and the Ghost Sage combined together to add a bunch of buffs and arrange an ambush in advance. The two Dragon Liches, in order to make these players relax their vigilance, asked the skeleton soldiers to evacuate first. The main cities that were captured were originally based on Su-Chen's usual style of taking whatever they could and smashing those that couldn't be taken away. But this time, I just took away what I could take away. And I didn't smash what I couldn't take away. Other guilds saw this situation, and after confirming that the god of the undead had really retreated as before, they began to compete for those ownerless cities. The Shur world is also extremely lively, and guilds have been fighting over the city, especially in some cities where the infrastructure has not been destroyed. But just as they fought until midnight and began to grow tired, the Dracolic and the Ghost Sage led the Dark Legion to take action. They set traps in those cities in advance. The first step is to activate traps and ambush, and kill all the players competing for the city. Then came the Thunderous Force, attacking the main cities of the major guilds. Such an attack was something that many guilds did not expect. The Westwood Wolf Guild, which was almost in full force, received the most concentrated blow, and most of their troops had been sent out to fight for the city. This sudden attack not only caused their main group to be wiped out, but also prevented them from returning to defend their original main city in the first place. For a time, Shimu Lang's own city began to be destroyed crazily. Not only the Zimulang Guild, but several guilds slightly smaller than Zimulang were also attacked at almost the same time. And without exception, they are all sieges from the God of the Dead. At the same time, the World Channel was also in chaos, with the announcement that the God of the Undead was attacking several major guilds. It was very lively for a while. What do you mean? The God of the Undead has now directly changed to a sneak attack? Regardless of martial ethics, we still launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Our guild is the most outrageous. The guild leader said that he is not interested in those dilapidated cities. There are only a few people who work the night shift, and even a few cities have been lost. I was speechless, so I quickly called and asked those who were not online to come online quickly. A sneak attack in the middle of the night is too despicable, and it's all up to the overnight players to fend off the first wave of attacks. Originally there weren't many people in the middle of the night, but now the main people talking are people from the Shura world. Chapter 197 Zimulang is also going to break the city. For a while, the number of people online in major guilds in the Shura world is increasing rapidly, because I had considered this kind of thing. When I signed the contract at the beginning, I made it clear that we must keep in touch. But this is only for elite players. For ordinary guild players, they don't get paid. They just work in the guild to get benefits. And those benefits are also obtained through contribution points obtained by doing things for the guild, no matter what rules you have. In the final analysis, everyone is here to play the game and not be played by the game. If any guild really made a rule, and even ordinary players had to refer to the system of those elite players, it is estimated that no players would be willing to join. Is it true that some people go to work during the day and continue to work at high intensity when they take a break from get off work? New World is very profitable, but not everyone is willing to work in the game. So at this time, only elite players among the major guilds are basically online. As for the larger group of ordinary guild players, only a few players are online. Some guilds don't even have enough people to use city defense devices. This time the Dark Legion was engaged in a blitzkrieg. Basically, the two demigod leaders led the Dark Legion in powerful assaults. Although Su-Chen was sleeping now, Warhard was still absorbing huge amounts of experience, and his level kept rising in his sleep. At the same time, the combat effectiveness of the Dark Legion is also increasing during the battle, especially for the two demigods. Every time their level increases, it is a huge improvement. The Shura realm is not rich in supplies, and there are no super first-line guilds stationed here, so there is nothing that can be done against the two demigods joining forces with Shimu Lang. The strongest guild here, the main city of Westwood Wolf Guild. Go ahead. Don't be afraid of losing experience. The guild will compensate you in full. If you die, resurrect as soon as possible, and the guild will bear all losses. The president of the Westwood Wolf Guild kept roaring. It's just that his roar didn't bring much change to the battle situation. At first, the players were quite positive. After all, the losses were borne by the guild. But slowly, as the number of hang-ups increased, the players' mentality slowly changed. Xinulang's border towns have been slowly lost one by one. Isn't this the same as the previous guilds on Shamo Star? Boss, I have been hung up 5 times. Can you make some compensation in advance? One player suddenly said loudly. Only the president and a few commanders can speak in the guild channel. But that player is guarding the city wall. His voice was loud. And even if he didn't go through the guild channel, he attracted the attention of many players. After the battle, it will be settled naturally. Immediately, a conductor casually prevaricated. So if the guild is broken up, who will compensate? The player's question immediately made the conductor unable to answer. After all, who can guarantee it? This question and answer immediately attracted a lot of attention. I have done it several times. The loss is already huge. What if the guild is broken up? Speaking of which, my friend is in the Guihai Guild. Now the Guihai Guild has almost been disbanded. And he hasn't even received any hair. Our guild is only slightly stronger than the 3 major guild alliances. That small alliance has been broken. Can we really hold it? Many ordinary guild players began to talk about it. This also affects those elite guild players. Although they signed a contract and could not slander the guild randomly, they also started to make small calculations. After the guild was broken up, the contract naturally became invalid. Guilds are naturally broken up due to game events. According to the contract, the guild does not need to pay them any compensation. So if they suffer too much loss in this battle and the guild is broken up, they will face a reemployment problem. If you lose too much level equipment, it will be difficult to find a job again. With these changes, the Westwood Wolves' defense suddenly began to waver. If fighting in ancient times, the coach could still establish his authority. But everyone on the scene is a player. If you kill him once, what's the use? What about reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived yet? The president of the Westwood Wolf Guild also knew that this war could not continue to be prolonged, and he had to find a way to break it quickly. Shimulang also has 2 major alliance guilds, both of which are first-line upstream guilds. At this time, he can only hope for reinforcements. Reporting to the president, both guilds said that no one in the guild was online at this time, and there was no way to support them. A player in charge of contact reported immediately. Bastards. All treacherous things. The president of the Westwood Wolf Guild was so angry that he jumped up and down. But there was nothing he could do. He probably guessed what the 2 major guilds were thinking. It's nothing more than fear of being targeted by the god of the undead. After all, it seems that the expansion pack for the god of the undead only unfolds in the Shura world. They are not in the Shura world, so they are in a wait-and-see state. If you really want support, there is no problem in forcibly gathering 2 elite groups. But they are not willing to let their elite group get into this muddy water. Chapter 198, Entering the Class of Superpowers. Chenhu's Ecstasy. The night passed. In reality, a ray of sunlight passed through the window and refracted onto the bed. Chenhu rubbed his eyes and slowly climbed up from the bed. It's another day. 88 Chenhu's memory couldn't help but return to that night. If he hadn't provoked the man named Bingfeng, he would still be hanging out in various bars and places with his brothers. Of course, he will never know in his life that there is a super world hidden under the original world. Speaking of which, he was appreciated by the boss behind the scenes, Mr. Su, and now became the person in charge of peripheral security. Soon, Chenhu quickly washed up and went to work. Hello, Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. Captain Chen. The person in charge of peripheral security is, to put it bluntly, the security captain, usually responsible for stopping some ordinary people who want to enter the mountain. At this time, some ordinary security guards also greeted Chenhu. These people are basically gangsters, and some of them were once enemies of themselves, but now they are all their subordinates. It's also fate that plays a trick on people. He only has such a position because of Mr. Su's words. However, Chenhu still had many questions that he didn't understand. That Bingfeng is a super person, and when he occasionally goes in to report the situation, he can also see that there are many super people activities in the depths. With a single leap, they can easily jump up trees several to 10 meters high, and can break boulders with just one click. Another time he happened to pass by a martial arts arena. He was stunned to find that the people inside were playing with a puppet mechanism, spitting out fire and electricity. What Chenhu doesn't understand the most is why there are so many ordinary people like him in a place where people with special abilities gather. Although ordinary people are discouraged from doing this work, it is more appropriate for them to do it. But this place is very remote, and only occasionally hunters and explorers will pass by. There are hundreds of ordinary people in the entire group, and it often happens that hundreds of people try to dissuade 1 or 2 people. It's just ordinary security guards, who don't need so many people at all. A dozen people in shifts are completely enough. Chinhu always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong. You guys, lead patrols carefully, and don't be lazy, Chinhu casually said to several security captains. Several people also agreed one after another, but everyone knew in their hearts that this patrol was just for show. There are only 2 entrances, both of which are guarded. As for circumventing the wall, it's just overthinking. The surrounding barbed wire walls are several meters high, and the higher they are, the more sharp spikes they have, even without the electrified barbed wire above. It is difficult to climb. Many of them also know about people with superpowers. However, they are just ordinary people, and there is nothing they can do when encountering people with superpowers. Moreover, there are many second-level protections for our own superpowers in the mountain. They are only dealing with ordinary people, and we don't expect more of them. Forget it. It's time to report on the situation as a routine today. Chinhu shook his head. He also knew in his heart that they were just fishing, and the superiors had no expectations for them. But the report that needs to be done still needs to be done. He walked right into the car. Because this mountain is so big, even people with superpowers often drive in order to save energy. The normal process of building roads in the mountains is relatively slow. But since there are so many people with superpowers, it actually doesn't take long to build roads. He had driven on the road into the mountains many times. Not long after, there was a level, guarded by several superpowers. The current protection strength of this base is no less than that of some fortresses. Chinhu was released after showing his identification. He stopped in front of a magnificently decorated building. Tang Feng was fiddling with a mechanism at this time. Have any strange creatures appeared in the periphery recently? Tang Feng asked casually. Since Mr. Su had warned that powerful supernatural creatures would appear in this place in the future, the person in charge of peripheral security also reported directly to him. If there is any abnormal situation, you can also directly receive the machine dolls or other defense facilities here, and then send superpowers to station them. Report to Director Tang. It has not been found yet. As he spoke, Chinhu handed over the data sheet. At this time, Tang Feng didn't pay too much attention. He told him to leave it alone, and he continued to play with the mechanism. Just when Chinhu nodded and planned to go out. Wait! Don't move. Tang Feng suddenly stopped Chinhu. Chinhu was stopped and was a little confused. He froze in place, and did not dare to move. Pinch! Tang Feng immediately took out a wooden ball. Chinhu didn't dare to resist, so he could only do as he was told. The opponent's level was much higher than his. Soon, a pattern appeared on the wooden ball. It turns out it was not my illusion. It was real. Tang Feng looked at the wood grain on the wooden ball and said in surprise, "Aren't you an ordinary person? Why do you have 10 years of skill?" 10 years of skill? Chinhu was stunned at first. Then he realized that the other party was a very high-level being among superpowers. If Tang Feng said this, he was definitely not joking. But then, Chinhu was overjoyed again. Ever since he joined the Su group and learned about the world of superpowers, Chinhu has been yearning for it all the time. And only those with special abilities can continue to be promoted in the Su group. Now, although it sounds like his 10 years of skills are not very strong, at least he has entered the circle of superpowers. How strange. Tang Feng looked at the wooden ball and frowned. It's not that he suddenly awakens his powers, but it's a bit outrageous to have 10 years of power as soon as he awakens. Director Tang. Am I also a person with superpowers? Chinhu said with some trembling. Kindness. Tang Feng just responded lightly. After all, he was only a very low-level superpower after 10 years of skill. However, Chinhu's enthusiasm was not dampened. He was very excited, but he did not dare to burst out in front of Director Tang. You should report to the Human Resources Office tomorrow, Tang Feng said calmly, wanting to get the wooden ball back. But just as he stretched out his hand, another wood grain suddenly appeared. 20 years of skill, Tang Feng said in surprise. What surprised him was not that he had the same skill that he had in 20 years, but that Chinhu suddenly appeared out of thin air and had the same skill that he had in 10 years. Follow me. Tang Feng took the wooden ball back directly without testing it. The situation was so strange that he had to report it. Tang Feng grabbed Chinhu and boarded a flying machine beast directly. Chen Huren was still dazed. Before he could react, Tang Feng had already taken him to the trap beast. There was no time for him to ask questions. And the machine beast immediately took advantage of the clouds. Chapter 199, What did they both do to merge the two worlds in advance? The machine beast was gliding in the sky very fast. Slowly, he stopped in front of a cave. Tang Feng let the mechanism beast land not far away, and then walked over with Chen Hu. Living here is the demonic vice president, who is currently one of the top power classes in the Su group besides President Su. As soon as they entered the cave, the demonic path appeared in front of them. Tang Feng had an impression of this treacherous person. He currently controls most of the group's institutions and facilities, and is deeply trusted by Su Chen. What's the matter? Regarding Tang Feng, Yadao's tone was quite gentle. However, Yadao's gaze rested on Chen Hu for a moment. This person seemed to be a passerby in the group. The demon deputy is always like this. Tang Feng didn't dare to neglect and quickly told what happened just now. After hearing this, the demon took out a charm. Then he pointed directly at Chen Hu. Although Chen Hu was scared, he did not dare to avoid him. He had heard about the evil vice president in front of him. However, it only took a while for the demon to withdraw the spell. It's not 20 years of skill. It's 31 years of skill. And when I took back the spell, it jumped to 32 years of skill. Yao Dao said calmly. Yes. This was too strange and I didn't dare to hide it. So I reported it immediately. Tang Feng also nodded repeatedly. I probably figured out what was going on. Demon Dao looks like he understands it well. Although Tang Feng was curious, he didn't dare to ask. So, how to deal with it? Tang Feng didn't dare to ask the reason. But he still asked, at least to let him understand what he was going to do. I will report this matter to Mr. Su personally later. But now I have to summon all the superpowers to the martial arts arena. Yao Dao frowned. Yes. Tang Feng quickly nodded in agreement. By the way, it might be useful if you take these with you. Yao Dao took out a handful of soybeans and cast a spell at the same time. I have temporarily connected you with a magic weapon. Just throw it out, and these soybeans will turn into soldiers and obey your orders. Yao Dao gave the soybeans in his hand to Tang Feng. Tang Feng also practiced mechanism skills. But this method of casting spells was unheard of. However, Tang Feng did not dare to ask any more questions. Demon Dao dodged directly and went out of the cave. Chen Hu was still a little confused at this time and didn't know what to do. So Yao Dao didn't pay much attention to him. Let's go to the martial arts field. Tang Feng didn't forget him. So he took him with him to the machine beast. The other side, the most luxurious residence in the entire base. This is naturally Su Chen's residence. It was not the dream that woke up Su Chen, but the urging of the demon. Being woken up early in the morning, Su Chen was a little annoyed to wake up. But after hearing what the demon said, Su Chen was no longer sleepy. Are you saying that the spiritual energy of blessed land suddenly accelerated, and an ordinary person's strength skyrocketed rapidly? After Su Chen heard this, he frowned. For Mr. Su, I have already felt the spiritual energy accelerating. Of course, it is also useful for practitioners of supernatural powers. But it is ordinary people who show it first. Yao Dao said to Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen should be happy that his subordinate's strength has increased greatly. But now, Su Chen couldn't be happy. What does aura acceleration mean? This means that the integration of the blessed land and the new world is accelerating, causing the aura sealed by the blessed land to begin to grow crazily. Even ordinary people who can enter the blessed land must have a higher level game account in New World. Their soaring strength is actually due to the fusion of the two worlds, allowing their bodies in the real world to merge with the power of their game account in New World. The level of ordinary people is generally around level 1 by default, and a slight increase in strength will be particularly obvious. As for psychic practitioners, their level in the real world is very high. When the aura fusion begins, they will gain power slower than ordinary people. Because of its special location, Blessed Land will be integrated with New World in advance. But if the Blessed Land has been fully integrated, then the comprehensive integration of the two realms will not be too far away. It's much earlier than in memory. Is it because of our Su group that the integration of the two worlds has been advanced? Su Chen paced back and forth in the living room, thinking. And Mr. Su, I felt that my strength was soaring all night long. And now I am even stronger than when I was at my peak. At this time Yao Dao reported his own situation. His strength will be the same as that of Hui Hui and Su Chen. After Su Chen heard this, he immediately checked his own strength. Although the actual strength cannot be displayed on the panel, Shixing can feel that his level is about 138. The peak of the demonic Tao is level 138. No wonder the demonic Tao is said to be stronger than when he was at his peak. After all, the current demonic Tao is also integrated with the divine Tao. Hold the grass. What did those two guys do in one night? Shixing immediately remembered. He asked the Dracolic and the Ghost Sage to lead the Dark Legion to maintain a state of strife at night. But no matter how you fight, normally you can't reach level 138 overnight. The only explanation is that winning the dispute will bring a lot of experience. So these two guys did not know how many forces they fought in one night. But at this time, Shixing couldn't control those two guys for the time being. And he didn't know what they did. Anyway, this blessed land and the new world began to merge and advance. And these two guys accounted for most of the reasons. By the way, the integration of the two worlds will not only bring about a surge in strength, but also the arrival of monsters from the new world. Shixing suddenly remembered this. The matter of the Dracolic and the Ghost Sage had to be put aside. The first thing Shixing thought of was the issue of the security of the real base. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I've already asked all those with superpowers to gather at the martial arts arena. Yao Dao replied. Let's go to the martial arts field. Shixing said immediately after hearing this. At the same time, the martial arts arena also gathered a large number of superpowers and practitioners early on. We were notified early in the morning to gather here. Do you have any arrangements? Who knows? But the Su group asks less and does more. Just wait. There will be arrangements from above. The superpowers and practitioners were also whispering to each other. Iron Man and Bluebird are also on the team. I've been really bored lately. I can't sleep early in the morning. I don't know what the group bosses are going to do. Taiman said with some complaints. Now that so many days have passed, he has also grasped the issue of contract standards. As long as he does not maliciously slander and betray Shixing, he will basically not be punished. It doesn't matter if you complain. Okay, Tiemann, please stop saying a few words. I feel that joining the Su group is not necessarily worse than before. It was Bluebird who even persuaded Taiman. It's not as exciting as before. Think about how we used to deal with those scumbag superpowers. Taiman groaned. At this moment, Taiman suddenly felt something was wrong. I seem to be about to finish the first level. Bluebird, please protect me. Taiman hurriedly meditated. Maybe not, because I seem to have been closed for a while. Bluebird also said slowly at this time. Chapter 200 The Flame Demonic Wolf has arrived. Is it possible to tame it? Not only Bluebird and Tinu, but also the practitioners and superpower users in the martial arts arena fell into brief chaos. I have entered the first level. Such a huge power. What is going on? No. Everyone will have to rush through the gates, and there will be no one to protect the law. In the entire martial arts arena, a large number of people suddenly sat on the ground. Only Linlin is better. Among the non-Dash, New World characters, Linlin's own cultivation level is considered to be the highest. She has already broken through the 100-year skill level. But even she felt a surging power wrapping around her at this time. If you don't absorb this power well, you may go crazy. So even she didn't dare to act rashly. Boom! Suddenly, a circular vortex door appeared not far away. The vortex door was surrounded by blue light, constantly distorting the surrounding space. And in the middle was a dark red anti-vortex. What is that? Linlin raised her head with some difficulty. At this time, the whirlpool door twisted and some monsters were thrown out. The first ones to come out were a group of flame demon wolves. After these wolves appeared, they seemed to have only the instinct to attack and immediately began to plunder the base. Moreover, they have a special sense of smell for humans. After discovering the existence of this group of people, they immediately rushed here quickly. The aura of this group of flame demon wolves is very terrifying. Even though many people present were trying to test their skills, they clearly felt that they were not on the same level as the opponent. Even Linlin, a master who had broken through the 100-year barrier, felt deep pressure. The group of monsters would not be weaker than her. Prepare to open the mechanism. Linlin immediately issued the order. However, people from major government agencies and facilities did not respond, because they are also caught in the rush. With their reckless actions, they may even go crazy and attack their own personnel. Linlin also understood immediately. Then, she suppressed the restlessness in her heart and planned to stand up and fight. If these monsters are allowed to come over, then everyone here will fall under the claws of wolves. You? Doesn't it matter? Linyan originally wanted to call her mom, but she still didn't. If I don't go, who else can go? Linlin shook her head, looking at Linlin's back. Linyan hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "Be careful, Mom." Although Linyan's voice was very low, Linlin heard it clearly. Just when Linlin flew into the air, ready to fight, a machine beast flew over, and Linlin's eyes lit up. It was Tang Feng's machine beast. But before Linlin could speak, she discovered that Tang Feng on the machine beast was also about to break through. "Can you still control the mechanism?" Linlin asked immediately. "Cannot?" Tang Feng answered honestly. Linlin looked disappointed for a moment. It seemed that she still needed to fight. However, the things given by Vice President Yao can still be used. Tang Feng looked at Chen Hu next to him. "Bring me the bag around my waist." Chen Hu next to him has not yet reached the level of breakthrough because his own strength is too low. Tang Feng squeezed the bag in his hand and threw it out as the demon said. Suddenly, in the martial arts arena, well-equipped soybean soldiers with swords and shields appeared. The appearance of these soybean soldiers surprised everyone present. But before they could have any questions, the flame demon wolves had already arrived quickly. Boom! The restrictions on the martial arts arena were instantly destroyed. This scene made everyone feel shocked and angry. Normally, they could not break through these restrictions. They could only enter by revealing their identity. Even Linlin, a master with hundreds of years of skill, can hardly break these restrictions at once. This group of flame demon wolves can destroy the restriction in an instant. Isn't it true that they are much stronger than Linlin do? Linlin was horrified when she saw the scene. But when I saw those soybean soldiers, I felt certain in my heart. After all, this was the work of Vice President Yao. The flame demon wolf that rushed in first was directly blocked by the yellow bean soldiers, who had formed a formation and held up their shields. Boom! There was a huge explosion and flashes of fire. Even those with superpowers couldn't help but cover their eyes. When the firelight dissipated, everyone could see clearly. The menacing group of flame demon wolves were directly blocked by the soybean soldiers. After resisting the first shock wave, the soybean soldiers directly raised their swords and swung at the flame demon wolf. The number of flame demon wolves and soybean soldiers were about the same. Even because the demon had caught a lot of beans, the soybean soldiers had an advantage. Immediately, the soybean soldiers adopted the tactic of hugging each other. The cooperative flame demon wolf was directly forced into a solo fight mode. The individual combat effectiveness of the soybean soldiers is obviously stronger than that of the flame demon wolf. Slowly, the soybean soldiers gained an absolute advantage, and were able to wipe out all the flame demon wolves in no time. This scene made everyone in the martial arts arena stunned. Such a powerful monster wolf could even break through the restrictions in an instant, but was easily eliminated by this group of soybean soldiers? Just when the flame demon wolf was about to be defeated, the vortex gate caused another burst of space distortion. A huge flame demon wolf, dozens of times the size of an ordinary flame demon wolf, appeared. Obviously, it's the Wolf King. Ouch. With its roar, the flame demon wolf, which was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly seemed to have received some bonus. Facing the soybean soldiers, they no longer were beaten violently one-sidedly, but began to be beaten back and forth. Just a wolf roar has such a bonus to combat power. If the huge Wolf King joins the battle, wouldn't the soybean soldiers be defeated immediately? However, at this time, a rope-like white light directly wrapped around the flame demon Wolf King. You evil beast. You dare to do evil in the human world. The person who appeared was the demon. The flame demon Wolf King seemed to recognize the demonic path. Although it doesn't understand why demons appear here and wants to protect these humans, it only wants to break free and escape at this time. If it had been before, there might have been a chance to escape. But now the demon path has been promoted to super mythical level. If you have a deeper understanding of the immortal and divine ways, it is not impossible to become a demigod. Sure enough, the flame demon Wolf King had no ability to resist. Then the demonic path cast a few more spells, and the flame demon Wolf King was instantly killed. The Wolf King was killed in seconds, and the other flame demon wolves were no longer a match for the soybean soldiers, and were captured one by one. This is Su Chen's order. It's been a long time since I've used the skills given by my soul. I wonder if these captured flame wolves will be obedient after enslaving the flame demon Wolf King. This is also Su Chen's consideration. This group of flame demon wolves is powerful. If they can enslave the flame demon wolf queen, they can make these flame demon wolves submit. It is also a good choice to use it as a mount for the Su group to reserve resources.